You are listening to Persuaded, a romantic Christian women's fiction written by Andrea Boyd and narrated by Mike Monster AI.
One pull of a cord and they were flying. Below, the sound of the motor powering the boat as it skidded across the surface of the water competed with the roar of the ocean. Up here, nothing but the gentle flap of the brightly colored parasail above them could be heard. Felicity looked over at the man beside her. Hands that used to hold hers had a white-knuckle grip on the bar in front of him. And his lips, oh, she remembered the searing kisses those lips had delivered. Right now, they were pressed tightly together. It wasn't fear causing his tension. Jaylon Briggs had always been somewhat of a daredevil. Parasailing didn't rank high on the list of stunts he had no doubt pulled. How could he still be angry with her after all these years? 18 of them, to be exact. She remembered the breakup like it was yesterday, and apparently, he did too. Even though she had truly loved him, she had been the one to end their relationship. Would he ever forgive her? His sister was to blame for this awkward situation. Kaylee usually played the part of friend except when it came to her brother. No way had Jay known Felicity was coming on this trip when Kaylee invited him. This was a perfect opportunity to rub it in Felicity's face what she had given up, like she didn't already know. Kaylee tells me you are back to working in your dad's old shop now. Of course she did. Despite the politeness of his words, they were full of venom. For one thing, no one had ever referred to her father as dad. Everyone called him Pappy, including Jay. Pappy had been the one to influence the breakup. He had been the one to push her into going to college to make something of herself. Had even planned out her career trajectory. And now she was back in her hometown, working in a shaved ice hut turned coffee shop. Boy, Pappy's plan worked out great, didn't it? All those 18 years ago, Pappy had pointed out that though Jay had graduated high school a year ahead of her, he had never held a real job, nor did he have any plans to go to college. Jay had used the excuse that he had been waiting for her to graduate so they could start a life together. He would take a menial job working in his uncle's shipping yard down the coast in Charleston after they married, but he swore he'd make it big one day. Evidently, his lofty dreams had come true, minus the part about her being at his side. Every time the opportunity presented itself, Kaylee would bring up the fact that Jalen owned a successful shipping business. Apparently, she was also keeping her brother informed on what a failure Felicity had become. Her answer came out more timidly than she wished. Pappy had a stroke a couple of years ago. I moved back home to take care of him. I heard about that. And he still needs your help. Felicity looked out over the choppy gray ocean beneath them. It neared as they were being reeled back into the boat. Jalen always did know how to cut to the core of every issue. Truthfully, Pappy probably no longer needed her, but she had no desire to go back to the life she had before. No, but I've decided to stay anyway. I see. Silence prevailed again as they were drawn back into the boat to join the rest of their group. Besides Kaylee and her husband, Dalvin, 2 more had come along on this adventure. Vivian Emerson, who had recently moved to Walden Beach, and Beau Manning. Beau put his arm around Felicity's shoulder as soon as she was released from the harness. How was it? Jay looked their way for a moment and then walked over to lean against the boat railing. Did he think she and Beau were a couple? They never had been but were often mistaken for such. The two usually paired up together whenever they went out as a group. She had expected to be Beau's partner today, but ever since Vivian moved to town, his attention had been focused on her. Not that Felicity minded. She and Beau were always meant to be nothing more than friends. She smiled up at him, glad for the friendship he offered. It was great. Beau squeezed her shoulder and then moved away to take his turn at parasailing. Felicity doubted he was aware of her and Jalen's past relationship, unless Kaylee or Dalvin had mentioned it. She hadn't known Beau back then, and there was no use bringing it up now. She and Jay would never go back to what they were, 2 people so in tune with each other, so much in love, that the only next step should have been marriage. After all these years of separation, she still felt a connection to him somehow. But the bitterness he displayed today let her know that he didn't feel the same way. After everyone had gone up and the boat delivered them back to the shore, they discussed where they would go to eat later in the evening. Hidden behind a pair of sunglasses, it was easy to look her fill at Jay without anyone being the wiser. He wasn't the lanky teenager anymore. Muscles stretched the fabric of his blue t-shirt across his chest and upper arms. His hair was a darker shade of auburn. And the manly stubble on his face had filled out from the adolescent beard he'd tried to grow back in high school. "I'm afraid I'll have to miss out on dinner. I've already made plans." Jalen's declaration was unsurprising, and a relief. They had managed to avoid each other for the last 2 years since she'd been home. Kaylee usually mentioned an upcoming visit from her brother, making avoidance easy for Felicity. But that would no longer be necessary. The ice was broken, at least. The difficulty of seeing each other again had been lessened even if her regrets had not.
If possible, Felicity Sutton was even more beautiful at 36 than she had been at 18. He'd always loved the fact that her height nearly matched his. Time had filled her body out in all the right places. Wisps of light brown hair had come loose from her long ponytail, accentuating her flawless features. Only, her smile was missing, and the one glimpse he had gotten of her gray-green eyes revealed a sadness that he had only seen once, on the day she left him, bound for college. Kaylee glanced over her shoulder from the front passenger seat with her lips pressed together, making sure that he was aware of her displeasure. "So, what are these plans that you didn't mention before? I know the real reason you aren't going out to eat with us is because of her. I'm sorry the two of you can't let bygones be bygones. I thought you'd be over it now that you're engaged to someone else. Catherine and I broke up." Her jaw dropped open, and she turned further around in her seat. "What happened?" Jay looked out the side window, watching the world go by. "I'm not ready to talk about it. How can you drop a bomb like that and then refuse to give details? I just don't want to talk about it, okay?" Her lips pushed together in a pout just before she turned back to face the front of the van. "Whatever you've done, she'll forgive you. Catherine is a smart woman. She's not going to let someone like you get away. Wait and see, you'll get back together." No, they wouldn't. His recent breakup had only fueled the bitterness he felt for Felicity. The more time he had spent in her presence today, the more his resentment grew. It had taken a year after high school for him to decide which direction he wanted his life, their life together, to go. And that year of contemplation had cost him the woman he loved. The plan he'd come up with had been a good one. He'd go to work in his uncle's shipping business, starting at the bottom and working his way up. Money would have been tight at the beginning, but they would have gotten through it together. And he'd had no plans of staying at the bottom. He would learn everything there was to know about the shipping business until he became owner of his own shipping yard. Then Pappy had convinced Felicity that there was no future for a man without a college degree. She had accused him of having no ambition, no way to finance their future. It had all come down to money. His breakup with Catherine had been about money too. Ironically, this time because he now had too much of it. He worked too many hours, cared more about his business than about her. Said she was sick of coming second to his job. Women. The trip to Kaylee's this morning had been on impulse. A few days to reflect on what had happened between him and Catherine. He had planned to share the news with his sister as he was leaving. Now there would be no rest. She would bug him about it until he spilled the details. The last person he expected to see on this trip was Felicity. Well, that wasn't entirely true. They had managed to avoid each other in the past, but as soon as Kaylee said where they were going, he knew she would be there. What had he hoped to gain from seeing her again? Maybe it was closure he needed. Did she regret breaking up with him now that he owned a multi-million-dollar business? He certainly had no intention of ever asking her about it. With the instant bitterness that cropped up the minute he laid eyes on her, he decided it was best not to acknowledge her at all. Jay had tried keeping his mouth shut while trapped in the parasail seat next to Felicity, but the fact that she had given up her sought-after career in advertising to come back and run her father's old nothing shop stuck in his craw. It wasn't right. According to Kaylee, she wasn't even running the place. She had tried to bring the business out of the red by turning it into a coffee house, but Pappy wouldn't give up control. No surprise there. Without a doubt, the old man had been the one to get inside her head, making her think she could do better than Jay. If anyone was to blame for their breakup, Pappy Sutton carried that guilt. Jay held the 9mm handgun close to his chest. Stretching his arms out in front of him, he quickly focused on the target, fired a shot, and then brought the gun back to starting position. He repeated the practice 6 more times before stopping to reload another magazine. The shooting range had given him something to do while Kaylee and Dalvin were at work. Restlessness had set in after only one day to himself. The practice would do him good. It had been years since he took the training necessary to gain his concealed permit. Occasions for having the time to hone his skills were rare. He jerked at the unexpected tap on his shoulder. Who would be stupid enough to come up behind someone with a gun in his hand? It only took a moment's study of the man with the dark hair and beard standing behind him for recognition to set in. After carefully setting the gun down, he slid his noise-canceling headphones down to hang around his neck and held his hand out. "Jean Pinnell. Haven't seen you in forever. What have you been up to?" He and Jean went all the way back to grade school. They hadn't seen each other since Jay moved to Charleston. Jean's father used to take them both hunting, an experience he never would have had otherwise since his own dad had abandoned the family when Jay was 8 years old. To tell the truth, Easton Briggs hadn't been much of a father even before that. You know, the usual: work, married life, dealing with the kids. "You should see my 2 boys. Reminds me of us tagging along behind my old man." Jay laughed and slapped Jean's shoulder good-naturedly. "So, they like to hunt and tell tall tales about catching alligators, huh? Boy, those were the days. What I wouldn't give to go back and start over, knowing what I know today." It was a common sentiment. One Jay had thought over many times before. What could he have done differently that would have saved him from being alone for most of his adult life? Would anything have kept him from losing Felicity? He pushed the question aside. He was better off without her. "What about you? I hear you're making the big bucks. You must have a highfalutin wife and a passel of kids by now." He bumped against Jay's arm, a universal sign that he was half joking. "No. No wife, and no kids. Been too busy running a business." He didn't bother saying what the business was. Kaylee had obviously done an excellent job of spreading stories of his success without delving into his failures. Jean looked at him as if there was something wrong with him. "You mean some gal hasn't snatched you up yet? I would have thought someone like you would have caught some lady's attention way before now." He laughed. "I mean, you're not much to look at, but you're rolling in the dough, from what I hear. Time to move the attention away from himself and his money." This kind of talk always made Jay uncomfortable. "What about you? Who did you end up marrying? You may not remember her, she was a few grades behind us in school. Harmony Sutton." He rubbed his hand across his beard. "Oh man, I forgot you used to date her sister." Jay nodded. Definitely a subject he didn't want to get into. Best to move on to something else. "Do you still hunt?" "Every chance I get." Jean slapped him on the shoulder. "You mentioned catching alligators. I finally got to go gator hunting a few years back. I only got a 6-footer, but I'm hoping to do better next time. My name got picked in the lottery again this year. If you can free up some time in September, you should go with me." The laws for hunting alligator in South Carolina were fairly strict. You had to put your request in to have your name placed in the alligator lottery, and then you were restricted to 1 month and 1 district in which you could hunt. The two of them had always dreamed of going on this hunt together. Jean had fulfilled that dream. Jay had not. In fact, most of Jay's ambitions had fallen by the wayside as he pursued his career goals. He had planned to be a world traveler, learn how to ski, go dog sledding, climb mountains. The list was endless. He had the money, but hadn't taken the time. Maybe his ex-fiancée was right. He put his job above everything. Jay tugged his wallet out of his back pocket, pulled out a business card, and handed it to Jean. "You let me know when and where, and I'll be there." Jean studied the card and then slid it into his pocket. You know, we're not as far away from Charleston now as we used to be. The folks moved us all to Merrill's Inlet about 10 years ago. You should come for a visit the next time you're passing through. Merrill's Inlet was about an hour and a half away from Charleston. It was another 40 miles or so up the coast from there to get to Walden Beach. Sounds good. I'll let you know the next time I'm headed this way. Within a few more minutes, they said their goodbyes. After Jean left, Jay rented a shotgun and ordered another 30-minute session. He needed the practice if he was going to hunt alligator.
Felicity stopped her 6-year-old nephew's tracks with an arm around his chest. No running in the store. Okay. Isaiah's head tilted back so he could look up at his aunt as she stood behind him. Okay. He stretched the word out longer than it needed to be. The little rascal was always into something, but she dearly loved him and his brother, Levi. Pulling him closer, she kissed the top of his head. Go finish your pie. She swatted his behind as he headed to the table where his mom sat. They never listen to me. You and Jean are the only ones who can make them behave. You're always too busy to watch them so I can catch a break, and Jean is off either fishing or hunting when he isn't at work. Harmony's biggest complaint had always been that she wasn't given enough attention. No secret why Jean spends so much time away, she thought, to get a break from your constant complaining. Of course, she kept her sarcastic thoughts to herself. Felicity loved her sister, but she could be a real downer at times, making it hard not to think such things. While she half listened to Harmony expound on all the perceived injustices in her life, Felicity ran a damp rag across the storefront bar. Customers loved this spot. They could watch passers-by as they chatted while enjoying their coffee. She'd gotten the idea from a magazine and had used money saved from her advertising career to have it built right after moving back home. It had been the first of many improvements made since she began working here. These little pies you made are really good. We should sell them in the store. Harmony hadn't worked in the shop a day in her life. You know Pappy won't let me sell anything but muffins. She rolled her bottom lip out. But these are the size of muffins. That's why I thought he might go for it, but he said no. Again. This place had been barely holding on when Felicity first got here. Her improvements had them in the black, but Pappy still fought against her every effort. The building had been in their family for well over 100 years and had undergone many changes. Family tradition had them calling it a store when it hadn't been one for years. Pappy had changed it to a place to buy shaved ice when the treat first became popular, but that was no longer profitable, at least not in this location. Not when there were street carts closer to the beach selling the same thing. Oddly enough, they had always sold coffee and packages of muffins. Pappy loved the stuff. Felicity had been slowly turning the place into a coffee house, offering more modern flavors than just cream and sugar. She had made gradual improvements to the decor, starting at the front of the store, changing out the cheap plastic furniture with an eclectic selection of tables and chairs. Pappy had only protested a little each time something new was added until she mentioned offering something besides the prepackaged muffins. At one point in time, the store had housed a fully functioning bakery. Felicity envisioned bringing it back into operation. The baked goods would incorporate well with the coffee house idea and could be the very thing to turn the company back into a moneymaker. But Pappy had dug his heels in on the subject. He had his own set of dreams for Felicity, and they didn't involve running a shop or living back in Walden Beach with him. Truth be told, it was never her dream to live with him again either. She had only moved back to take care of him after his stroke. Once here, Felicity realized she didn't want to go back to advertising or living in Atlanta. She had already followed Pappy's dream for her, minus marrying into a prestigious family, and found out it wasn't for her. Ugh, why'd you have to make Cherry? I'll never get these stains out of his clothes. Harmony roughly swiped at her youngest child's face with a wad of wet wipes. Felicity ignored her sister as she continued straightening the shop. It being the Saturday before Independence Day, business had been practically non-existent, as she knew it would be. Most everyone else had taken the day off and would either be traveling or gearing up for a big celebration. She had tried to get Pappy to let her close for the day, but he refused. She loved him, but it was hard not to get irritated when some of the things he put her through was only about control and not about the betterment of the business. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. You'll never guess who Jean ran into the other day." She looked over her shoulder at Harmony to show that she was paying attention. "Your old beau, Jay Briggs. Can you believe it? Jean says it was just like old times. They talked about going hunting together. Jean invited him to come over the next time he's in town. Didn't even ask me if that was okay. He isn't the one who will have to cook and get the house ready. Did you know Jay lives in Charleston now?" Felicity nodded her head. She had turned away as soon as Jay's name was mentioned, going through the motions of washing a table. Her rag idly circled the same spot in front of her, but of course Harmony hadn't noticed. "Jean said he mentioned that he was married to me, thinking Jay would ask about you, but he didn't." Her motion with the rag stopped as her chest tightened. It was no surprise that he hadn't asked about her. The man hated her. Maybe hate was too strong of a word, but it was close. "We dated a long time ago. It's ancient history now. Why should he ask about me?" Felicity lifted the large bowl of apple and poppy seed slaw in her hand. "Do you want me to put this in the fridge outside?" She had come to help Beau with the block party he threw every year for the 4th. The man loved to cook and had an outdoor kitchen where most of the cooking would be done today. "Use the fridge in here. I have a feeling both of them will be packed before it's over." Beau set the bakery-sized sheet pan he had just carried in for her down on the counter. He lifted the foil back on the mixed berry slab pie she had made. Pale pastry stars dotted the top. "It's done, but I didn't let the pastry brown so I could stick it in the oven just before we eat. It'll be good with the ice cream Dalvin is making. It looks great." He leaned down and smelled the pie, then replaced the foil. Putting his arm around her, he pulled her in for a side hug and kissed her cheek. "Thanks for helping me with this. I really appreciate it." The hug and kiss were nothing new. Beau Manning was an affectionate man. It didn't mean anything, but sometimes she wished it did. Not that she'd ever had feelings for him. She just longed for someone to make her feel the way Jay had back when they were together. She'd gone out with a few guys while living in Atlanta, but no spark. As pointless as it may seem, she compared every relationship to that one, and they all came up short. "I got you an apron. I found these on clearance so it's no big deal if they get messed up. We can throw them away when we're done." Good idea since his was already stained with what she hoped was barbecue sauce. He and his son, Gabe, were cooking pork shoulders in the smoker outside. She'd smelled it as soon as she had gotten out of her car. Beau unfolded the apron from the counter beside them. "What do you think?" The white apron had a large set of lips printed on it along with the words, "Kiss the cook." "I'm thinking I can't wait for those kisses." "What did you just say?" "He probably thinks you mean him." She thought, then quickly spoke up to say, "I mean, somebody might decide to take it literally. I meant it as a joke." Heat flashed up the sides of her face. Backpedaling had only made things seem worse. Why didn't the floor just open up and swallow her whole? He laughed good-naturedly as he handed the apron to her. "I know what you meant. Gabe said the same thing when I handed him his." Her shoulders slumped in relief. Of course he hadn't taken it as a flirt. No, not Beau. The man was a little clueless when it came to women flirting with him. As she tied the apron on over her floral sundress, Felicity studied Beau. He was such a good man. Older than her but still good-looking. A business owner with a nice house right on the beach. What would happen if she attempted to be more than friends with him? She didn't have romantic feelings for him right now, but would those feelings blossom with effort? The rogue idea settled into her thoughts as she helped get everything ready for the cookout and grew from there. When Vivian showed up and Felicity caught sight of Beau following the woman's progress through the crowd, she had her first doubts that the plan would work. But Vivian had made it clear that she wasn't interested. While everyone else had mingled out in the yard and on the beach, Felicity stuck close to the outside kitchen area. She took charge of setting up the long food table, allowing her to interact with Beau more. Hoping he would notice what a great team they made. Just before nightfall, a makeshift dance floor was set up out on the beach. Beau went inside to clean himself up after a day of cooking. While she waited for him to come back outside, her mind traveled back to the high school prom, like she did every time the opportunity for dancing came up. Jay had looked so handsome in his tux, so grown up. Her excitement for the prom had been tangible. It felt like a precursor to the glamorous life she pictured them sharing together once they were married. But when she got there, the thought of getting up and dancing in front of everyone they saw on a daily basis had terrified her. She didn't know how to dance. What if she made a spectacle of herself? Instead, they had sat there watching everyone else have fun. Jay tried to convince her that he wasn't bothered by it, but he never had been one to sit on the sidelines. Now that she was older, it was easy to see how foolish she had really been. High school was only a blink in time. If she had looked like an idiot on the dance floor, no one would remember it now. It could have been a magical night, dancing with the man she loved. Instead, she was left with these disappointing memories of the many ways she had let Jalen down. Last year, her group of friends had decided to learn how to shag. Shag dancing had gotten its start in the Myrtle Beach region, and it was almost a sacrilege to live here and not know how. She and Beau had continued with the lessons, learning other dance steps. They never missed the opportunity to show off their moves. Because Felicity had paid more attention to Beau's back door than the dance floor, she knew the exact moment he exited his house. She glanced at Vivian sitting on the blanket spread out on the sand beside her to see if she was taking in his progress across the yard too. Vivian watched the dancers in front of them, no doubt with envy. She had already said she didn't know how to dance. As soon as Beau was within a few feet of them, Felicity jumped up, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out on the dance floor. They began stepping in sync with each other to the beach music piping from the DJ's speakers. Dancing with him was as natural as breathing now. Maybe marriage with Beau could be like that too. With a little effort, they could have a good life together. Maybe. As the song ended, he smiled at her and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The sun had begun its dip toward the horizon, but the summer heat still radiated from the sand all around them. In a mere glance, Felicity took in the familiar sight of wavy, salt and pepper hair, smoky brown eyes, and tan skin of the older man in front of her. A life spent with him would be easy. But she would have to put away her desire to feel the same type of excitement she had felt with Jay. Could she do it? As soon as their dance ended, Kaylee was there to take her turn. Even though they had all taken lessons, Beau was the best at it. Kaylee's gaze skimmed past Felicity. Neither of them had mentioned Jalen in the last week since they had gone parasailing, but there had been a cooling in their relationship. Kaylee still blamed her for breaking her brother's heart, and Felicity resented the fact that she had never completely let go of the grudge. Just after Felicity sat back down, Vivian leaned closer to her and spoke into her ear to be heard over the music. "I wish I could do that." "What, dance with Beau?" Felicity forced a smile as she watched for Vivian's reaction. "No, I mean dancing in general. You looked so carefree up there. I don't think my old bones could move like that." 45 isn't old, Vivian. Beau is a few years older than you and look at him move. Vivian turned to watch. Was that longing in her eyes really about the ability to dance, or was it for the man? Beau was still on the dance floor when a slow song finally came on. Felicity jumped up and caught him as he tried to leave the floor. He never protested as they began swaying. Pressing a little closer than their norm, she wrapped her arms around his neck with her cheek against his. "Come on. Feel something." But nothing came. Every time she closed her eyes, it was Jay's image she saw. Halfway through the song, she pulled back and looked up to find him staring off toward the edge of the dance floor. To where Vivian sat. She needed to get away before she revealed what a fool she had been. Was it too late? "I know you'd rather be dancing with Vivian," and I promise you'll be all hers after this dance since I'm going home when this one's done." Pulling back to look at her, he shook his head but didn't verbally refute it. She smiled with her lips pushed to one side. "Don't deny it. Everyone knows how you feel." She may say otherwise if asked, but deep down, I'm sure she knows it too. Beau didn't say anything. One hand moved up her back, and he pulled her closer to continue their dance. Had he guessed what she had been up to this afternoon? After saying her goodbyes, Felicity made her way to her Toyota Camry parked down at the end of the street. Having known she would need to leave early, she had made sure she wouldn't be blocked in. With Pappy's house only a few streets over from Beau's, she would normally ride her bike, but that wasn't safe in the dark. Plus, she'd been loaded down with a large sheet pan when she arrived which had been forgotten. She'd pick it up later. Felicity pulled into Pappy's drive and cut the engine. All the lights were out. Back when she and her sisters were teenagers, he used to leave the porch light on for them. Not anymore. The old clapboard house had seen better days. Pappy was proud of the fact that it had been here longer than most of the rest in Walden Beach, even if it was smaller and not in a prime, beachfront location. Exiting the car, she quietly shut the door and then bumped it with her hip to close it all the way. No doubt, Pappy was asleep, and it would be good if he stayed that way until morning. By then she'd already be at work, opening the shop for business. She slipped through the screen door, careful not to let it slap against the casing. At least it was unlocked this time. No use in trying to sneak in, girl. I see you. Felicity jerked around to face the direction of her father's voice. A creak sounded at the shifting of the porch swing, and the red ember from the end of his cigarette lit his features as he inhaled. A coughing fit interrupted his exhale. He shouldn't be smoking, but it did no good to reprimand him. Even a stroke hadn't slowed down that craving. His wife had been the only one able to talk sense to him, but she had been gone for going on 21 years. Felicity missed her mom more now than ever. She took the seat, which sat at an angle from the swing. I thought you'd be asleep by now. Humph. How am I supposed to sleep with all this noise? His words were accentuated by the popping sound of fireworks going off along the shore a few blocks away, far enough that the sound shouldn't have kept him awake. No doubt, he had just come outside for a smoke. Thankfully, her mother had never allowed him to smoke in the house, and he had kept the rule even after her death. When are you going to quit wasting your time with Beau Manning? He'll never be more than a workhorse of a mechanic. He took another draw from his cigarette. You could be living in a mansion by now if you'd played your cards right while you were in Atlanta. You still could someday, if you'd get your head out of the sand. You'll never find a decent man here. Luckily, he couldn't see her face. After her little experiment today, he was sure to be able to discern that something had happened, which would only lead to more questions. She had defended Beau in the past. He owned his own garage with more success than Pappy had ever had, but her father made him sound like a loser. As for the rest of his statement, she was perfectly content right here in Walden Beach. She didn't need a mansion or a man, but they'd had that argument before too. And she had no desire to go through it again. I have to open in the morning, so I'm heading on to bed. Do you need anything before I go? Humph. Good night, Pappy.
A splash of color suddenly lit up the sky outside the office window. Jalen stood and stretched his back before walking over for a better view. The sky had darkened while he worked, and now fireworks were going off across the bay from the shipyard. The streets of downtown Charleston were no doubt clogged with people. He didn't envy any of them when the fireworks display ended. Traffic would bottleneck as everyone tried to leave at once. Instead of being holed up in this office, he should be out there celebrating the holiday with everyone else. Or maybe just someone else. Loneliness crept in like a wolf after its prey as he watched the bursts of color reflect across the ocean below. If Catherine hadn't broken off their engagement, they'd be right there in the middle of the action. He'd be complaining about the crowd, and she'd probably say something sarcastic about how he'd rather be working. That's how it had been near the end. Complaints and sarcasm. So why was he standing here with regrets? The loneliness factor alone shouldn't be enough to make him want her back. Who was he kidding? If she hadn't broken up with him, they'd still be together. She was the first woman to come along since Felicity that he had been even remotely interested in. Right after Felicity dumped him, he had been too busy trying to get ahead to think about dating. Then the money finally started flowing in, along with an influx of women who had their sights set on his fortune. Money hadn't mattered to Catherine, or so he thought. Looking back, even at its best, his relationship with her hadn't been as good as it had been with Felicity. He ran both hands through his hair and let out a hard breath, fogging the window in front of him. Felicity. Why was she so heavy on his mind lately? Seeing her last week had brought it all back. Everything between them had been as great as anyone could hope for short of marriage, and she'd ruined it. The breakup had been brutal. Felicity had come to him sobbing so hard, she could barely speak. He worried that someone had died. It had taken a few tries for him to understand the issue at hand. She was putting an end to their relationship, to their future together. No amount of reasoning had convinced her otherwise. Jalen shook his head. He was done. Done thinking about either one of those women. Done with women in general. He was 37 years old, almost 40. Time to give it up and start living for himself. That's what had him here in his office instead of out celebrating. By the time he finished for the night, his whole business would be restructured. Ignoring the fireworks display, he turned back to his desk and lifted the small notepad from among the pile of papers and notebooks. He flipped through a few pages, then closed the notepad and slid it into the pocket of his dress shirt. No one else would see the plans he had written down concerning his future. But they would see him living them. With only one more day to work everything out, he had no time to waste. His executives would return to work on the 6th to unexpected promotions and raises in their salaries. Even the company's hourly paid employees would receive a pay increase. Unconsciously, he patted the notepad in his pocket. The whole point of this reconstruction was to free up more of his time in which he would finally start living. From where he stood on the stair landing, Jay looked down at the group gathered in the spacious lobby. To keep rumors from spreading, he wanted to give everyone the news at once, and this was the only space in the building big enough to accommodate everyone. The drone of chatter from his shipping supervisors and office employees as they waited for the meeting to begin fed the jittery feeling in the pit of his stomach. Unanticipated doubts had his nerves on edge. He had set about reaching his goals for this company almost 20 years ago, and his passion for the daily grind had never dissipated. Could he really slow down now? What if the business started to flounder once he handed the reins over to someone else? Well, he wasn't giving it all up. The business would still be his, and if things began to slip, he could always jump back in. Or give it up completely. He pushed the thought away as soon as it popped into his mind. It wasn't likely to ever come to that point, so there was no use worrying about it. Whispers had started as soon as the notice went out about the meeting, but as far as he could tell, the only one who knew for sure what was going on was his secretary. Zelma had worked for the company since before Jay owned it. After all this time, she could read him like a book. She'd taken one look at him and knew something was up. More than any of his other employees, he had worried about how his proposed changes would affect Zelma. Less hours for him would mean less of a need for her. Before he even named the problem, she had come up with a solution. At 68 years old, she decided it was past time for her to retire. She would work until all the changes were in place, and then her plan was to travel. Together they had worked up a severance package for her. Jay was satisfied that she was happy with the turn of events, but he would miss her. His gaze found Zelma's in the crowd below, her signature pink dress suit making her easy to find. As if recognizing his concerns, she smiled and nodded her encouragement. Jay held a hand up to gather everyone's attention. I hope all of you had a pleasant 4th. There's a lot of work to catch up on, so I'll try to make this brief. Let me start by saying I have decided to give company-wide raises. Before he could even finish, cheers rose up from the crowd of workers. He had known this would happen. By saying this first, it had instantly taken away the tension from everyone, including him. The decision to give everyone raises had come surprisingly easy. It made sense to extend some of his excess to his employees. Jay's family had never been rich, but after his father left, he had witnessed his mother's struggle. And he had also started out at the bottom of his uncle's business. He had been where they were now. The ones from the accounting department were the first to quieten down, no doubt realizing how much had just been added to their workload. The same was true for most of the ones present, but they didn't know it yet. As soon as the majority of the noise subsided, Jay lifted his hands to signal a recommencement of the meeting. There will be many changes coming about. I will meet with each of you sometime during the week. Check your email. Zelma has already scheduled appointments with all of those on salary. As for the hourly paid employees, everyone will be given a 10% raise, regardless of duties or length of employment, and that starts today. The murmurs started up again. Jay had to raise his voice to give the dismissal. Some obviously hadn't heard him but got the picture once people began clearing the space. He took a deep breath, relieved that part was over.
Felicity lifted the carafe of black coffee she held. "Pappy, do you need a refill?" He nodded. "I hope this is hotter than that last cup you poured me." She didn't comment. It could still be boiling and not be hot enough to suit him. "Ugh, I don't see how y'all can stand to drink coffee in this heat." Charity, the oldest of Pappy's 3 daughters, lifted her shaved ice in the air. "Oh boy, here goes another dig." Felicity turned and headed back to the front but not fast enough to miss the negative statement that came next. If this place didn't look so much like a coffee house out front, there would be a line out the door. "This is the time of year when our business should be booming, and look at the place." Yeah, look at the place. The front 2/3 of the shop was filled with coffee drinkers. No one ever sat in the cheap, plastic chairs in the back except for Pappy and Charity, and they only sat there to make a point. Occasionally, someone would come in with their kids asking for shaved ice, but for the most part, if anyone wanted a frozen treat, it was coffee-flavored. At the sound of someone coming through the door, she looked up. Harmony hurried past her as she headed toward Pappy and Charity. She stopped suddenly and turned back to Felicity. "Would you be a doll and fix me a mocha latte? I'll be at the back. I have some exciting news to share." She turned without waiting for a reply and continued to her destination. Felicity replaced the carafe, pulled a cup from the stack, and began making Harmony's drink. Knowing her younger sister, the exciting news probably wasn't all that thrilling. She added a generous amount of grated chocolate to the top of the drink the way she liked it, and then headed back to where her family sat. They have reserved a whole room at the country club. It's bound to be the biggest event of the summer. Harmony barely glanced at her as she set the latte down in front of her. "Y'all will come, won't you? Guess I missed the big news." No surprise there. Pappy was already shaking his head. Charity didn't answer as she studied her father. No doubt, she wanted to attend whatever event they were discussing, but didn't want to go against Pappy. As Felicity turned away, Harmony grabbed her wrist. "Don't you have anything better than these dried-up, prepackaged muffins?" Charity's mouth dropped open. "How can you say that? You know Pappy loves these things." Harmony tilted her head to the side and smiled at their father. "Sorry, Pappy, I'm just in the mood for something else today." She looked up at Felicity with her brows raised. "I'll be right back." She wanted to shake her head as she walked away. Harmony had always been clueless when it came to reading the mood of others. Using a napkin, she grabbed a triple chocolate muffin from the display case and carried it back to Harmony. "I thought Felicity could come the day before and spend the night. I'm going to need help getting ready. And you know how little support Jean gives. What am I about to be volunteered for now?" Charity smiled at Harmony. "That will be fine. She's scheduled to work that day, but I'll get someone else to take her place. We're a lot less busy when she's not here. Felicity brings more work on all of us." She swallowed back a retort. If it wasn't for her bringing in more business, this place would have folded before now. Harmony grabbed her arm and looked up at her. "You don't mind, do you, Felicity? Mind what? Haven't you been listening? She huffed and rolled her eyes. The Pinnells are throwing a big shindig next weekend, and you're all invited. I need your help that day and the day before. She turned, picked up her muffin, and took a bite, as if it had all been settled. Pappy took a sip of his coffee. She'll be there. A customer walked up to the counter, giving Felicity the excuse to walk away. Harmony's in-laws had always been nice to her. Going to their party wasn't an issue. Staying a couple of days with her sister's family didn't bother her either, for that matter. But why did they have to be so demanding? She managed to hide her feelings all through the transaction, smiling at their customer as if nothing was the matter, while fuming on the inside throughout the exchange. She stepped into the kitchen and pressed her palms hard against the edge of the sink as her teeth gritted together. The only advantage of living in Atlanta had been not having to put up with her family acting like her only purpose in life was to serve them. If it had only been her sisters, she would have said something. Maybe. Probably not. She hated confrontation. Still, when it came to Pappy's command over her life, she had never been one to go against him. It was one of the few things she had in common with her sisters. The need to cater to Pappy had only increased after the death of their mother. His wife had spoiled him worse than a baby. He had been so lost without her, it had only seemed natural for them to pick up where she left off. Lord, I want to honor my father, but he makes it so hard sometimes. Help him to see me as the woman I am. Help him to realize that I am following your will, or at least, I'm trying to. She searched her heart. It was God's will for her to be here, wasn't it? Pappy's stroke had brought her to Walden Beach, but there had been such peace at first in being back home. She had never liked the rat race, the striving to always get ahead. And for what? What good did it do to have money if you had no one to share it with? A year ago, she had thought sharing a life with her family would be enough, now she wasn't so sure. Straightening from where she leaned against the sink, Felicity headed back out to take care of her customers. Until God led her in another direction, she'd have to make the best of the life she had right now. That not only included serving her community, but her family too. And she would do it with as much dignity as she could conjure.
With his eyes still closed, Jay slapped his hand down on the big snooze button on his alarm clock. That extra 15 minutes of sleep he allowed himself every morning always seemed like the best 15 minutes of the day. His eyes popped open as he realized there would be no work today. He could sleep as long as he wanted. Suddenly extra sleep didn't sound as appealing as a moment ago. Turning over on his back, he stared up at the slow-turning ceiling fan above him. It's Friday, and I don't have to go to work, he thought. He hadn't made plans. This day didn't seem all that significant yesterday while he worked late to tie up loose ends. It wasn't like he hadn't had a day off before. There had been sick days and holidays, but this was different. This marked the first of many carefree days with no other purpose than to live. Didn't that deserve some special activity? The scent of dark roast permeated the air, courtesy of his automatic coffee maker. Jay left the comfort of his bed and pulled on a t-shirt and pair of shorts. Making a mental note to reprogram his alarm and coffee maker later, he headed for the kitchen in pursuit of his first dose of caffeine. He poured a cup and took it to his recliner. The chair had seen better days, as obvious from the tear on the arm and places with the brown fabric worn thin, but it was comfortable. Catherine had ragged him about it, saying it needed to be replaced but that Jay would probably hold onto it until it fell completely apart. He looked around him. The matching couch was in pretty good shape. Except, the tops of the cushions that made up the back were sagging. How could it be showing so much wear when no one ever sat there? Then again, the furniture was over 10 years old, along with just about everything else he owned. The whole place could use an update. Maybe he'd do some shopping today. That sounds about as exciting as an ingrown toenail, he thought. Grabbing the remote, he mindlessly flipped through the channels on his television. Nothing on at this time of day but the news. Boring. Jean had invited him to a party his parents were throwing. Jay had planned to leave home in time to arrive in Merrill's Inlet just before the party started. Maybe he'd leave this morning and spend the afternoon with his sister. No, that's what he did every time he had time off, head to Kaylee's. As soon as he took the last sip of coffee, Felicity invaded his thoughts uninvited. He pictured her in Pappy's shop serving coffee. Probably exactly what she was doing at this very moment. Jay looked into the adjoining kitchen, and he could picture her there with a smile on her face as she came toward him to refill his cup. He shook his head, turned the television off, and headed to the kitchen to get his own coffee. He didn't need thoughts of any woman here making his coffee, taking care of him. But he especially didn't want Felicity to be part of that domestic fantasy. Jay headed down the hallway and back to his bedroom with his second cup. He remembered why he had a day off to begin with. It all started because of his list, the one naming all the things he wanted to do but hadn't allowed time for. He slid the drawer open on his nightstand, pulled out the little notepad, and flipped it open. Jump from a plane. Learn to scuba dive. Climb Mount Everest. Most of this stuff would take time to learn or work up to. He needed something that could be done today. He skimmed the list, his gaze landing near the bottom. Ride a horse. It was a simple task compared to the others, but it was still something he'd always wanted to do. A local news segment that had aired a while back came to mind. There was a stable somewhere in Charleston that would let you pay by the hour to ride horses along the shore. They even gave lessons for beginners. Perfect.
Aunt Fifi. Felicity dropped her bags at the entrance and held out her arms to the two little boys running toward her. She grabbed them up, placing kisses all over their necks and faces as the boys erupted in giggles. As far as she was concerned, getting to spend time with Isaiah and Levi was the best part of her visits to her sister's house. "What did you bring me?" "Yeah, what did you bring us, Aunt Fifi?" She smiled at Isaiah and tweaked his nose, happy that he had said us instead of me. Felicity reminded them every chance she got to look out for each other. She didn't want her nephews to grow up self-centered. Not like, she nipped off the end of that thought. It wasn't her place to judge either one of her sisters. But sometimes it's so hard not to, she thought. Prepared for this very moment, she pulled two baggies from the side pocket of her purse and shook them in front of the boys. "How's this for starters?" Each bag contained 3 homemade chocolate chip cookies. Isaiah took them both and handed one to his brother. He cocked his head to one side and looked up at her. "But you have more of these for later. Right, Aunt Fifi? You know me so well." She smiled and tousled the brown curls on top of his head. Satisfied that there would be more cookies to look forward to, the boys ran into the family room to enjoy their treats in front of the television. Felicity followed at a slower pace. Still in her pajamas, Harmony sat sideways in one of the recliners with an arm wrapped around her knees and a cell phone to her ear. She only spared Felicity a glance as she continued her conversation. "They'll be there. No one in their right mind would miss your parents' party." Felicity sat down on the couch to wait for her sister to get off the phone. Knowing Harmony, it could be a while. "I know, right?" Sitting there listening to the one-sided conversation with the boys engrossed in cartoons, she might as well be invisible. "Why am I even here?" Harmony had said she needed help, but hadn't exactly said with what. Felicity stood to retrace her steps back to the front entrance where she had left her things. Might as well put them away now since she obviously wasn't needed. "Where are you going?" Judging by the change in her tone, Harmony was talking to her now. "I'll be back in a minute." As she walked away, Harmony went back to her conversation. "Starla, Felicity's here to look after the boys now. Let me get off of here. As soon as I get dressed, I'll be over and we can finish this conversation in person." Starla. She should have known it was Jean's sister on the other end. Harmony trailed after her sister-in-law with the same devotion as a lap dog to its owner. Nothing against Starla, but why couldn't Harmony show her sister just a portion of the respect she gave the other woman? Jean stepped out from the kitchen with a sandwich that took 2 hands to hold. "Oh, hey, Felicity. I didn't know you were here." "I didn't know you were here either." "I wasn't." I went fishing this morning and just came in for a snack. He took a big bite of his monstrous sandwich. She wondered how many slices of bread he used. Catch anything? She asked. He shook his head. Nothing worthy of the frying pan. You ready for the big shindig tomorrow? Being among a crowd of people, especially when she wouldn't know anyone there but the Pinnells, didn't interest her at all. But she couldn't say that to Jean. Not with his parents being the ones putting it on. As ready as I'll ever be. Did Harmony tell you that one of your old friends would be there? Jay. She hadn't even considered him being invited, but as soon as Jean said old friend, her mind automatically went to him. As she shook her head in answer, Felicity willed Jean to name someone else from her past. Anyone else? Jaylon Briggs is driving up from Charleston for the big event. We were like brothers at one time. I ran into him recently and now it's like no time has passed. That's great. Hopefully Jean wouldn't read anything behind the strained sound of her voice. I'm going to go unpack before Harmony leaves. She's going over to help your sister. He smirked. Going over there to gossip, more like it. He turned and went back into the kitchen. She closed her eyes and took a few soothing breaths. Jay would be there tomorrow. But he probably won't even speak to you, she thought. Why would he? It wasn't like she would be stuck by Jean and Harmony's side, which is likely where he would be. And without a doubt he'd bring a date, his fiancée. While she'd be there alone without even the familiarity of hanging out with her family. No, she had known from the beginning that she would not be part of the Pinnell clique. Harmony wouldn't have insisted she come if it wasn't for her desire for someone to watch the kids so she and her sister-in-law could gab uninterrupted between now and the party. So, Jay's going to be there. So, what? If he spoke, she would reply. Otherwise, Felicity would do what she planned to do before knowing he would be there, try to find someone to dance with and enjoy herself as much as possible. Is that what you're wearing? Felicity smoothed her hands down the front of her dress. Yes, don't you just love it? Harmony wrinkled her nose. You look like you stepped right out of the 50s. No one else will be wearing a dress like that. I sure hope not. That would be embarrassing. She knew what her sister meant. Harmony had gone on and on about how Starla had helped her pick out the shapeless pink dress she wore. It reminded her of dresses she had seen on little girls made from pillowcases. The layers of tulle in Felicity's skirt made a swishing sound as she turned to grab her purse. Harmony was right. The style had been more popular in the 50s. She didn't usually go for the vintage look but fell in love with the dress 2 years ago when she had purchased it for a company party. She had gotten plenty of compliments then, which admittedly made her love it all the more. The single layer of gray tulle over layers of white perfectly matched the color of her eyes. The sleeveless dress was form-fitting on top and flared out at the bottom. She loved the way the skirt moved and fanned out when she twirled. Hopefully, someone at the party would know how to dance. It was the only aspect of this gathering she looked forward to. Wow! Jean looked from her to his wife. He stepped closer to Harmony and kissed her on the cheek. You look beautiful, honey. You both do. I'll be the envy of every man there. Harmony seemed to glow at her husband's compliment. She claimed Jean didn't pay her enough attention. Felicity knew she had always thrived on it. They were happy enough together, but if he would just pay her compliments like that more often, it would probably go a long way toward making it better. Then again, Harmony seemed to enjoy complaining just as much as she loved attention.
Jay handed the keys to his Lexus to the valet and then tugged on the sleeves of his navy sport coat. After 5 years of wear, it had finally made it to the level of being comfortable. Which also meant the material tended to go where it wanted instead of staying stiffly in place as it should. His secretary had begged him to let her take him shopping for new clothes. Zelma even offered to send her husband. Like he wasn't perfectly capable of shopping for himself. Jaylon Briggs, is that you? His head jerked up at the sound of his name spoken from a feminine voice. It didn't take long to find the speaker. A beauty with raven hair and smoldering brown eyes smiled as she slowly walked toward him. He scrambled to put a name with the face but came up blank. She took his hand and rubbed unnerving circles on the back of it with her thumb. You don't remember me, do you? He smiled and dipped his head. Sorry, but I don't have a clue. Her bottom lip came out in an exaggerated pout. Glad to know I made an impression. It's me, Starla Pennell, Jean's sister. His jaw dropped. Jean's little sister. Sissy? Her lip went up on one side revealing a dimple. You and Jean are the only ones to ever call me that. He held his hand out beside him. You were about this tall the last time I saw you. Yeah, 9 years difference in age doesn't show as much now that we're both all grown up. And look at you, driving up in that fancy car, looking all spiffy. Still holding his hand, she took a step back and looked him up and down. You sure are a long way from Walden Beach now. He hoped his embarrassment wasn't showing in his face. Yeah, hard to believe a no-account like me could make something of himself. Her gaze connected with his. Whoever called you a no-account was a liar. I always knew you were someone special. And what about you? You sure don't look like Jean's bratty little sister anymore. A wrinkle formed across Starla's brow and her nose scrunched in a familiar way that disputed his statement. Thanks, I think. Let's go inside. I know Jean is anxious to see you again. And the folks. You know you were always a favorite of theirs. She looped her arm through his and led him through the entrance of the country club. Jalen had never cared about fashion. Most of the time he didn't even notice what other people were wearing, but when they stepped into the lobby, it became obvious that his clothes were outdated. Maybe Zelma was right. He should have gone shopping for this party. His gaze moved down to the pants clinging to the legs of the man standing closest to him. How did he even get them over his feet? Are they made of spandex? A glance around the room showed that every man there wore the ridiculously skinny pants. On second thought, he was glad he had stuck with his outdated look. In contrast, most of the women wore sack-like dresses that did nothing for their figure other than show off their legs. We're in the Pelican Room. Starla's statement meant nothing to him since he'd never been here before. He followed along as she led him through the archway to the left of the lobby. He glanced down at the black sack dress she wore. Same as everyone else. What had she meant when she'd called him spiffy before? Why did he care? His gaze moved up to her face, and she smiled brightly at him. The tension drained from his shoulders as he returned the smile. It was nice to be around friends again. Once inside the Pelican Room, they seemed to pick up speed as Starla led him around the perimeter of the spacious room. She suddenly pulled him forward, placing her hand on his back. Mama, Daddy, look at who I found. Jalen. Mrs. Pennell pulled him into a hug. You haven't changed a bit. As soon as he pulled away, Mr. Pennell slapped him on the back. Son, it's good to see you again. It's been entirely too long since we saw you last. Mrs. Pennell lightly slapped his arm. Yeah, why haven't you been by for a visit? He grinned at her, now wondering the same thing. The Pennells had been like family. Why had he stayed away? Oh yeah, Felicity. But she lived on the opposite side of Myrtle Beach from here, still in Walden Beach. I didn't realize you had moved to Merrill's Inlet until I ran into Jean. Plus, my shipping business has kept me busy for a while. That's right. We heard you've made a name for yourself down in Charleston. We're proud of you, son. Mr. Pennell made his point by slapping Jay on the back again. Had Kaylee been spreading the news of his fortune here in Merrill's Inlet too? He pursed his lips together, remembering that Jean had married Felicity's sister. No doubt that's where the trail of gossip led to. Good. He couldn't help but hope Felicity felt regretful every time the subject of his wealth came up. Starla looped her arm back around his. We're going to find Jean now. I know he's looking forward to seeing Jay again. Mrs. Pennell smiled at her daughter. Okay. You kids have fun tonight. With that, they were off again. They found Gene standing at the very back of the room with a glass of punch in his hand. He slapped Jay on the back, much like his father had. "Hey, buddy, glad you decided to come. This is some shindig the folks have put on." He shook his head as he looked out at the people dancing by them. "But I have to admit, I'd rather be fishing. What about you?" He didn't get a chance to reply. Starla huffed out a breath loud enough to be heard over the music and crowd of people around them. "Jean Pinnell, what a thing to say. The folks put a lot into this party. You should show more appreciation than that. Besides, you can go fishing every day of your life, but how often do you get to spend time with your friends and family, dancing and having a good time?" "Oh, calm down, sissy. I didn't mean anything by it, and I am grateful it brought Jay here." Jean turned away from his sister to face Jalen. "You must go to these things all the time. I bet you rub elbows with the rich and famous down in Charleston regular like, now that you're rolling in money." There he goes again. Was that all people thought about when they thought of him? Jean would be surprised to know how wrong he was. Since leaving Walden Beach, his life had been pretty much filled with nothing more than work. The woman standing beside Jean saved him from replying. "Honey, are you not going to introduce us?" "Introduce us?" He would recognize Felicity's younger sister anywhere, even with her dark hair dyed a light reddish color. Ironic, since she used to give disparaging remarks about his own red hair when they were teenagers. Jean put his arm around his wife's back and pulled her closer. "Sorry, darling, this is my good friend, Jaylon Briggs. We grew up together in Walden Beach. He now owns Briggs Transport, a big shipping company down in Charleston. Jay, this lovely lady is my wife, Harmony." Surreal. They were both acting as if he hadn't almost ended up in Harmony's family. "So be it." He held his hand out to her. "Nice to meet you." Starla squeezed his arm, drawing his attention. She leaned her cheek against his shoulder and looked up at him through dark lashes. "Are you ready to twirl me around the dance floor?" "Yeah, we can do that." He turned to look at the dancers, and the earth stopped spinning. Felicity danced with an older gentleman not 10 feet away. Her partner spun her around, causing the bottom of her dress to flare out and show off a little more of her long, shapely legs. She threw her head back and laughed. Just as the dance ended, her gray eyes connected with his and the laughter died suddenly. She nodded her head in acknowledgement, and then she walked away on the arm of the man. He took a deep breath as his surroundings came back into focus. Starla still clung to his arm, looking up at him like an adoring younger sister would. She seemed oblivious to the stopping of time. He forced his mouth into a smile and tugged her out onto the dance floor. Barely conscious of Starla's head laying against his chest as a slow song played over the speakers, Jalen scanned the crowd for another glimpse of Felicity. Was that her on the other side of the room? He casually moved in that direction. Yep, she had a different partner than before. He forced his gaze away. Why had he sought her out in the first place? A faster-paced song came on after that, and Starla led them back to the edge of the dance floor. He grabbed a glass of punch for each of them. They stood next to Gene and his wife, reminiscing over old times. All the while, Jay searched the room, telling himself the whole time that he wasn't looking for Felicity, but his heart jumped every time he got a glimpse of her. He and Felicity had been at a dance together years ago, her senior prom. He had begged her to dance with him, but she refused. Looked like she had conquered her fear of making a fool of herself, as she had referred to it back then. What would her answer be if he walked up to her tonight and asked her to dance? Earth to Jay. Gene waved his hand in front of Jalen's face. "I asked if you wanted to go fishing with me in the morning. Sounds good, as long as you have an extra pole. I didn't happen to bring any equipment with me this trip." He laughed, but it sounded fake even to his own ears. "Sure, buddy. You know, if I don't have one to your liking, Dad will. Hey, do you remember?" As Gene went off down memory lane, Jay paid enough attention to respond while giving himself a mental pep talk. He needed to forget about Felicity. From now on, he would think of her as Gene's sister-in-law and nothing more.
Mommy, I want jam on mine. Harmony rolled her eyes and blew out a breath. Ask Aunt Fifi to do it, Levi. She's closer. Anticipating the request, Felicity smeared strawberry jam on 2/2 of a piece of toast and handed them to each of the boys. She smiled at the youngest before biting into her own piece. Harmony tugged on the end of Felicity's braid. You're looking a little rough there, sister. No doubt. Unlike Harmony, who was already dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, Felicity arrived at the table in her comfy pajamas with no makeup and her messy, slept-in braid. As dog-tired as she had been last night after the party, it was a wonder she'd made it that far in her nightly preparations. Does it matter? There's no one here but you, me, and the boys, and I'm sure they don't care how I look. Are you expecting someone? You never know, Starla sometimes comes over from the big house unexpectedly. The family always referred to Jean's parents' place as the big house. Jean and Harmony lived on the same property in what was probably once considered the guest house. It was plenty spacious enough for their little family, but Harmony constantly complained about it not being big enough. I don't think Starla will much care what I look like either. Where's Jean? Fishing. Felicity nodded as she finished off her eggs. The image of Starla hanging on to Jalen's arm the whole night before suddenly popped into her mind. She pushed the image, as well as her plate, away and took up her coffee mug in both hands. It would do no good to dwell on it. Last she had heard, he was engaged to someone else. Where had his fiancée been last night, and what would she think about Starla's attachment? Looking at Harmony, she purposely shuffled her thoughts around to her next worry. I wonder how things have been going at the store. I don't understand why you even care. Pappy should have closed the place down years ago. I don't mean that he should get rid of the building. It's been in the family almost since Walden Beach came into existence and should be passed down. Who knows what Isaiah could do with it in another 20 years from now. She smiled at her oldest son, who had looked up from his meal when his name was spoken. She then returned her attention back to Felicity. Pappy could rent it out until then. You know, to pay for the taxes and upkeep. I don't think you understand Pappy's financial situation. He was about to go broke before I turned it into a coffee house. Harmony sat forward, her brow bunched together. Surely, he has a nest egg put back for his retirement. He could live off that. He shouldn't have too many expenses. I mean, the house is paid for, isn't it? Felicity slowly shook her head. He took out a loan against it when he started selling shaved ice. It's almost paid off now, but still. Pappy was a private person. It felt weird sharing his business, but Harmony had just as much right to know about his situation as she and Charity did. She said nothing of her own investment in the business. The cost of the improvements she'd made had never been mentioned, but surely her family had to guess it hadn't come from profits. Harmony leaned back in her seat and crossed her arms. Charity is probably to blame. If he hadn't had to support her all these years, he'd be okay. I don't know why he hasn't kicked her out already. She wouldn't even take care of him when he got sick. She couldn't argue with Harmony's assessment, but this part of the conversation didn't sit well either. Both of them turned at the sound of someone entering the back door. Jean stepped inside and then held the door open for Jalen to enter, followed by Starla. Look at who I found to go fishing with me. The folks talked Jay into spending the night at the big house. Realizing her eyes were stretched wide from the shock of seeing him and him seeing her, Felicity took a deep breath and forced her face to relax. Taking a mental inventory of her own appearance, she crossed her arms over her chest, wishing she could shrink away to nothing. And worse, he kept staring at her. Seconds felt like minutes before she could finally pull her gaze away from his. Her view dropped down to the slender hand wrapped around his arm and then back up to its owner, Starla. How is it fair for anybody to look that gorgeous this early in the morning? Even in a pair of cut-off jeans, a t-shirt, and a straw hat, Starla looked like a model. And she was also staring back at her. Felicity looked down at the coffee cup in front of her. It seemed the only safe place for her gaze to land. Harmony, I'm going fishing with the guys. You should come with us. I'm sure Felicity wouldn't mind watching the kids for you. She glanced up at Starla once more. A pleasant-looking smile graced her face, but it didn't match the calculated look in her eyes. Why don't we take the boys with us? Jay made the suggestion, but she refused to look at him again. Felicity glanced beside her expecting the children to chime in at any moment, but their chairs sat empty. At the sound of cartoons coming from the television in the living room, it became clear that they had left the table at some point before without her noticing. Probably while you were gawking at Jay, she thought. What he must think of her now, looking like a hot mess. He was no doubt comparing her to Starla and glad he hadn't ended up with Felicity. Harmony smiled at Jay. That's probably not the best idea. We won't catch a thing with the kids along. She then placed her hand on Felicity's arm. You don't mind, do you, sis? She shook her head. Not at all. I'll be glad to watch them. Let me get my hat, and I'll be ready. Hurry. Her mortification would be best if suffered alone.
Jay thought the image of Felicity dancing would haunt him forever, but it had been replaced by one much more painful. Seeing her sitting at the table still in her PJs with her hair coming loose from her braid had brought up an emotion so powerful, it couldn't be named. It was like anger, hurt, and longing all rolled into one. This scene should have been his view every morning for the last 18 years. Okay, I'm ready. It wasn't until Harmony made her announcement that he realized he had been staring at Felicity. Thankfully, she was unaware of his perusal since she had been peering into her coffee cup for the last few minutes. At the tug on his arm, he looked down at Jean's little sister. Well, handsome, are you ready to bait all of my hooks and hear me squeal like a girl if I happen to catch anything? 'Cause you know I'm only going for your benefit. Starla closed in the small gap between them as she smiled adoringly up at him. He smiled back at her. That's what I fully expect to happen. Jean opened the door for the four of them to file through. It wasn't until they were headed down the path toward the docked boat that he realized no one had told Felicity goodbye. Not that he thought anyone would expect him to, but Harmony was her sister and Jean, related through marriage. She was looking after their children so they could go fishing and no one had acknowledged her or even thanked her. After all these years, Felicity's family still treated her as an afterthought. It had always bothered him. He reminded himself that she was no longer his concern. Besides, at her age, if she hadn't demanded better treatment by now, it would never come. Jean's parents' boat was made more for pleasure than fishing. As soon as they were on board, Starla and Harmony moved to the sun deck at the bow of the vessel and prepared themselves for sunbathing rather than fishing. Both removed their outerwear to reveal bathing suits. It would seem there had been more planning done for this spontaneous fishing trip than he thought, at least by the women. They hadn't gone far when Jean cut the engine and took up his fishing gear. Jean, take us out further than this. Starla chimed in to add to Harmony's complaint. Yes, Jean, I thought we were going for a ride. You could have just walked down the shore from the house to get to this spot. Jean seemed undeterred as he began baiting a large hook. This is no joy ride. I told y'all we were going fishing, and this is the best spot. Jay couldn't help but agree with the women but kept his opinion to himself as he began baiting his own hook. Jay, what kind of boat do you have? I bet it's bigger than this one. Propped up on her elbows, Starla smiled at him as she awaited his answer. Why would she think I have a boat? He wondered. As he cast his line, he shuffled through his memory in search of what he could have said to give her this idea and came up blank. The only boats I have are the ships used to haul cargo from one place to another. Oh. She sounded disappointed. He glanced her way to find that she had laid back down on her back. Jean leaned closer and spoke in a low voice. I think my sister likes you. Jay drew back and then turned to look out at the gray, choppy water, his mind reeling. Is Jean right? He hadn't taken any of Starla's attentions last night or this morning as flirting. She had always hung on him and her brother when they were younger. They were just picking up where they left off. Weren't they? He shook his head. Jean didn't know what he was talking about. And how did he get the feeling that Starla liked him just because she asked what kind of boat he had? It didn't make sense. Jean was off his rocker.
Felicity shook her head as she stared at the pages in front of her. The zeros seemed to grow bigger the longer she looked. How could there have been no customers the whole time I was gone? When she'd asked her sister about the lack of income during her absence, Charity had gone off on a rant and somehow made it out to be Felicity's fault. Sure, she expected sales to drop while she was gone, but not bottom out completely. She would never say it, but she had a feeling Charity had found a way to not open the shop without Pappy finding out about it. The sound of the high-pitched laughter coming from the back of the room drew her attention away from the paperwork. Charity's friend, Darlene, was flirting with Pappy again. She and her dad, Ben, had shown up right in the middle of the morning rush along with Charity and Pappy. The four of them had been talking and laughing all morning. Honestly, Felicity was thankful not to be included. The fake flirtation didn't mean anything. At least, Felicity hoped it didn't mean anything. Pappy was about 25 years older than Darlene. If the woman thought he had anything to offer, she was mistaken. He liked to brag about owning the store and about his house being one of the original ones built in Walden Beach, but the shop wasn't bringing in any money and the mortgaged house wasn't in the best of shape. The bell over the door sounded, alerting her to an incoming customer. She turned just as Harmony's two boys ran through the shop to where their grandfather sat, loudly calling out to him as they went. Luckily, there were no customers right now. Instead of going straight to the back as usual, Harmony headed her way. She plopped down in the seat across from Felicity as if already exhausted, and it wasn't even lunchtime yet. "I need to ask you something." Felicity stacked the paperwork she had been studying in a pile in front of her. They had just seen each other the day before. What could have possibly come up since then? What's up? Is Jaylon Briggs really as rich as people say he is? Her chest tightened. Why are you asking me? Aren't you friends with his sister? She nodded. According to Kaylee, he is pretty well off. Does it really matter how much money he has? It does if you don't want to marry a pauper. Her hand shot up to her chest. Me? What made her sister think she planned to marry Jay? No, not you, silly. I'm talking about Starla. We talked about it yesterday after you left. Jean and I think they'd make a great match, but Starla isn't sure if he's husband material. He doesn't act like someone who has money. So, do you think Kaylee's telling the truth? Felicity leaned against the back of her seat as she studied her sister's inquisitive look. Absolutely no sensitivity for her feelings shone there. Only greed and the excitement of gaining this information to take back to her beloved sister-in-law. Kaylee wouldn't lie, but besides that, his company has been listed in the newspaper as a top-earning business. So, yes, I believe he is as rich as people say he is. The existence of a box beneath her bed with newspaper clippings and articles printed from the web about Jay would not be discussed with her sister, or anyone else for that matter. Not to mention the magazine from a few years back, preserved in plastic, with the picture and article touting him as one of South Carolina's most eligible bachelors. No one needed to know how closely she had followed his career, or how many times she'd cried over the fact that he had once been hers and she let him go, and it had nothing to do with his money. Harmony clasped her hands together under her chin as a dream-filled smile lit her face. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they ended up together? He's so handsome and rich too, exactly the kind of man Starla deserves. Deserves? Starla was a nice enough person, but to say she deserved someone like Jay based solely on his looks and money seemed irrational and absurd. Shouldn't he be warned that the woman was after him only because of his money? Maybe she should drop a hint to his sister. No, it wasn't her place, wasn't her business. Images from the weekend of Starla hanging onto Jay's arm had haunted her for the last couple of days, and she had pushed them away every time. Unfair, deprecating thoughts about Starla had begun to creep in. It wasn't like Felicity to think the worst of anyone without reason, and the bitter feelings had made her jittery. But perhaps she hadn't been too far off base if Starla planned to go after him just for his money. Harmony slapped her hand against the table. "Thanks for the talk, sis." She jumped up and hurried back to where the rest of the family sat, leaving Felicity behind. Felicity scrubbed at a spot on the counter with more force than necessary. Tension radiated across her shoulders. She had been like this for the last 5 days, ever since Harmony's visit. The grating sound of laughter amplified as Pappy's party of 4 made their way through the empty room, causing her to grit her teeth. He had been entertaining Ben again, along with Darlene and Charity all afternoon, adding more work to the busiest day of the week. Apparently they were heading out for a father-daughter supper tonight. Not that she wanted to join them, but it wasn't right. Sometimes it seemed as if Pappy thought of Charity as his only child. "Some choice you made there, Pappy," she thought. "The one you picked can't be depended on for anything." Still working on the counter, Felicity looked up to see the object of her thoughts headed her way. Charity adjusted the strap on her purse, not even looking at her when she spoke. "I locked the back door." Whoop-de-doo. It was probably the most strenuous thing she'd done all day. It had been Charity's turn to take the morning shift. She had called Felicity in after the first 30 minutes, claiming it was too much for her and Darlene to handle. They needed her help until it eased up. After she arrived, they spent most of their time sitting at a corner table gossiping. Felicity ended up working both shifts. "Be sure to get rid of those muffins you made, and don't bring them home with you. After dealing with them all day here, we don't need them smelling up the house." Felicity stared into her sister's dark eyes, telling herself to relax a wrinkled brow and clenched jaw, but her body wasn't taking orders at the moment. Charity stared back at her defiantly, no doubt guessing Felicity's thoughts but knowing she wouldn't say anything. "Are you coming?" Darlene stood with the door open, waiting for Charity to join her. Charity tapped the countertop a few times with her fingertips. "Be sure to lock the door when you leave." Offending someone without it seeming like an insult was an art form the eldest Sutton sister had mastered from an early age. After the door clicked into place behind them, Felicity covered her face with her hands. "Lord, why is my life such a mess?" She slid her fingers back, smoothing loose hair away from her face and blew out a breath. At least the work week was almost over. She would have 2 days to relax and regroup. She pulled the 2 leftover muffins from the display case and tossed them into the trash. Yeah, 2 muffins were going to smell up the whole house. She tied up the garbage bag and took it to the dump out back, her last chore of the day. After one final inspection, she locked up the store and headed for her bicycle. Felicity lovingly ran her hand over the handlebar of the vintage bike, missing her mama so much it hurt. Mama had ridden this same bicycle all over Walden Beach. When Felicity returned home, she'd had the bike restored to its former splendor with the same mint green paint and tan leather seat. She had even been able to find a reproduction basket to replace the one destroyed long ago. If only Mama was still here. The Sutton family dynamics would look much different than the dysfunctional one that now existed. Instead of turning toward home, she took off in the opposite direction. Her fatigue lessened with every pump of the pedals. As the breeze blew over her skin, she imagined her worries floating out behind her like ribbons, elevated, yet still attached. If only she could cut them loose and let them go completely. Short of moving away from her beloved beach, she saw no way for that to happen. Miles stretched out behind her until she soon reached the border of the next coastal town of Cherry Grove. A loud hissing sounded from her front tire and the bike began to wobble out of control. Felicity held her breath and gripped the handlebars until she came to a complete stop. She hopped off the bike to check the damage, already knowing what this little freedom ride would cost her. The liberty from moments ago evaporated like steam from a kettle. Pappy wouldn't be happy that he or Charity would have to come after her. Felicity dug around in the pocket of her dress for her cell phone. Empty. Knowing she wouldn't find anything there either, she searched her left pocket. She ran the toe of her canvas sneakers through the grass, hoping it had fallen out of her pocket when she'd gotten off the bike. Gone. She was on her own now. Nothing left to do but walk back the way she came. Shading her eyes, she looked at the sun trying to gauge the time. If the tire hadn't blown, there would have been plenty of time to make it back before dark, but walking, not a chance. Grabbing the handlebars, she turned the bike toward Walden Beach.
Sorry, I suggested coming here. I used to think of dining at this restaurant as a defining moment in becoming an adult, but it really isn't all that grand, is it? Jalen only nodded to Starla's remark as he made a point of looking around the room. He knew what she meant. It had been a rite of passage for those living in Walden Beach to dine at Willikers. He had saved up for a whole year to be able to bring Felicity here for her senior prom. A friend of his who worked here at the time had placed his name on the reservation list 3 months in advance. He could still picture the pale lavender dress with sparkly swirls Felicity had worn. How she had cheesed the whole time they were here, to the point that she claimed her jaws ached from smiling so much. Sure, it had turned awkward later when she refused to dance with him, but their time spent at this restaurant had been perfect. Pushing the memories away, he took another bite of his steak. At least the food's still good. But not as good as Logan's in Merrill's Inlet. Right, Starla? Harmony's negative remarks and constant complaining really got under his skin. He didn't know how Jean could stand it. He had to keep reminding himself that they were a package deal. If he wanted to hang out with Jean and Starla, he would have to put up with her. I don't know about that. The seafood is better at Logan's, but the steak here is superb. Starla placed her hand on top of Jay's. Thanks for bringing us. I had always wanted to come, but we moved away before I graduated from high school. Please don't take my comment to heart. The food is delicious. The decor just wasn't the same as what I had built up in my head. I understand. It hasn't changed much since the last time I was here, and that was right after high school. Jean slapped him on the back. I bet you dine at restaurants a lot fancier than this. You probably feast on lobster and steak several times a week. Jay smiled while he cringed on the inside. Why was Jean always so hung up on his wealth? Is that all Jay's worth amounted to? How many dollars in his bank account? I'm not really a fan of lobster. Give me a good old-fashioned fish camp any day. He noticed the wrinkling of Starla's nose, but she didn't say anything as she continued eating. She looked up suddenly and grabbed Jalen's arm. Her eyes rounded as if she just thought of something. You should have seen the boat that came by the dock near our place the other day. Sissy, that wasn't just any old boat. It was a yacht. Jean turned his gaze from his sister to Jay. You wouldn't believe the crowd of people on that craft. Partying so loud, we could hear it all the way to the house. Of course, these two had to see what all the commotion was about. He shook his head. Biggest boat I've ever seen around our way, and not a fishing pole to be seen. Starla glared across the table at him. Is that all you think about, fishing or hunting? So barbaric. Jay, don't mind him. My brother is a Neanderthal. I would love to have a boat like that. Cruising up and down the coast with your friends sounds like never-ending fun to me. She turned to Harmony. Just think, we could get off at different places, go shopping, out to eat, and then come back to our own room on board the yacht. It would be nice not to have to stay in crummy hotels the next time we took a trip to Charleston. Harmony opened her mouth as if to add something, but Jean cut her off. No need to stay in a hotel next time. Just let Jay know you're coming, and I'm sure he'll put you up. I bet he has a house bigger than the folks with servants and everything. He slapped Jay on the back and laughed, causing him to nearly choke on his sip of tea. I live in a 2-bedroom condo. You're more than welcome to come over as long as you're willing to share a room or sleep on the couch. Jean's face bunched as if trying to figure out a difficult equation. Son, I thought you were loaded. How pretentious would it be to admit he was loaded? This conversation was uncomfortable in a twofold way. On one hand, he did not care for discussions centered on his wealth. On the other, should he still be living in a condo he bought 15 years ago? It was nicer than average, and at the time when he purchased it, he felt like he had finally made it. Jay had been proud of the fact that he could afford his own home, a big step up from the rented hovel he'd been raised in. But this wasn't the first time living there had caused him embarrassment in the last couple of years. Maybe it was time to embrace his wealth. Gene, he's a bachelor. Single men don't think about stuff like that. Wait till he's married. His wife will have him buying things he's never even thought of before. It was the first time Harmony had been able to get a word in for a while, and surprisingly, it was positive and in his defense. Sort of. Ain't that the truth? Don't get married, Jay. You'll be saying goodbye to your money faster than you can blink. Gene. Harmony slapped him on the arm, and Starla threw her wadded-up napkin at him as his laughter rang out. Not the kind of behavior expected in a place like Willikers, but at least it had lightened the mood and the conversation turned to other things. While Jay was relieved, the subject still played out in the back of his mind. He had already embarked on some changes, but maybe more were needed. With the meal finally over, they were back in his Lexus discussing where they would go next. Jay still had at least a 2-hour drive back to Charleston, unless he stayed with Kaylee or got a hotel for the night. Maybe a better idea would be to head back to Gene's place now. They could spend a little more time together there, and then it would be time for him to hit the road toward home. Harmony, isn't that your sister? It looks like her, and I think I've seen Felicity wearing that same dress before. Starla pointed to the woman pushing a bike alongside the dark highway. Every nerve ending seemed to jump to attention every time he saw her. He wished he could squelch the feeling but seemed to have no control over it. It is her. What is she doing out here in the dark? That girl, sometimes I just don't understand her. Felicity turned their way as he crossed the road and pulled in behind her, fear evident in her wide-open eyes. Anger warred with panic in his gut. Didn't she know the kind of lunatics that could be out looking for people in situations such as this? The Myrtle Beach area had seen its share of crime, including young women going missing, never to be seen or heard from again. Surely she knew this. He stepped out of his car and the rest piled out with him. Before he could approach Felicity, Harmony stomped her way around him to get to her first. Are you stupid or something? What are you doing out here in the dark? You're just asking to be picked up by some sex-crazed criminal, that's what. His thoughts were along the same lines, but he wouldn't have been so harsh about it. Felicity glanced at him and then focused back on her sister. I would have had plenty of time to get back before dark set in if I hadn't blown a tire. Harmony propped a fist on her hip. Why didn't you call Pappy? He would have come and picked you up. Another glance his way before answering in a faint voice like a scolded child. I lost my cell phone. She placed the hand not holding the vintage bike up in the pocket of her simple dress as if to demonstrate where it had been stored. No wonder she lost it. Who wears a dress to go bike riding? Starla placed her hand on Harmony's arm to quieten her, while addressing Felicity. Leave the bike here. I'm sure Jay won't mind dropping you off, and your father can bring you back to get it. Yeah, throw that old thing down and get in the car. Harmony couldn't seem to help but chime back in, spewing her negativity. In all fairness, her worry for her sister's safety was most likely real. Felicity gripped both handlebars. I am not leaving Mama's bike behind. It's only about 3 more miles. I can make it. He wanted to ask how many miles she had already pushed that bike. She looked beyond exhausted, and even a 1/4 of a mile in the dark was too much to risk. Jay felt helpless. If only he had a truck. He didn't but knew someone who did. Stepping to the back of his car, he dug out his cell phone and called his brother-in-law. Dalvin and Kaylee only lived a couple of miles from here, and he knew they would be more than happy to help. In fact, they were already on their way before he even ended the call. The bickering going on at the front of his car still raged on, making him hesitant to rejoin them. Maybe he could defuse the situation for Felicity's sake. He tried to convince himself that he would do the same for a stranger as he headed their way. He had to wait for Harmony to take a breath before he spoke. Problem solved. Dalvin is on his way with his truck, and he'll take her and the bike home. Felicity's shoulders sagged in relief. Thanks, Jay. Starla placed her hand on his arm. Jay and I will wait here with her. Gene, you and Harmony can wait in the car if you'd like. It isn't necessary for all of us to stand here. Felicity's gaze dropped to where Starla's hand rested and then she looked away. I'll be fine here by myself. I'm sure you'd all like to continue with your date. Dalvin will be here shortly, and I should be fine until then. Her voice sounded stretched thin, as if her exhaustion stemmed from more than this night's ordeal. Dalvin's truck pulled in just ahead of where they stood. Felicity took a step in that direction before Jay caught up with her. He placed his hands over hers on the handlebars. I've got it. Big mistake. The soft feel of her hands beneath his caused his already alert nerve endings to do a dance. It wouldn't be right to jerk away. He could only pray she would let go of the bike. Quickly. It seemed an eternity, standing there, his hands holding hers while they stared at each other, their faces half lit by his car's headlights. She finally slid her hands from beneath his and stepped away. Thanks, Jay, for everything. He rolled the bike the few feet it took to get to the truck and then lifted it into the bed. He watched as Felicity got in beside Kaylee and then returned Dalvin's wave. As the truck turned at the next intersection, he felt Starla's arm slip around his. So, are you up for a round of miniature golf, or is that too mundane?
True marriage is more than a legal contract between two people. It's a lifetime commitment to place someone else's needs above your own, to honor that person above all others, and to be faithful only to them. Felicity listened to the words, knowing chances were slim that anyone would ever commit themselves to her with such devotion. At 36 years of age, she was too old to still believe in fairy tale endings. Then again, the bride and groom standing at the front of the church were older than her. She wasn't close to the couple, but when her friends decided to stay after Sunday morning services for the wedding, she went along with it. Macon Doyle had been coming to Coastal Revival since before she moved back to Walden Beach. The awkward man had asked her out before, as well as just about every other single woman to enter through the doors of the church. And he had finally met his match. Macon's bride wore a long wedding dress covered in lace. It would have been beautiful if not for the fact that it was a glaring shade of yellow. Felicity had only met Opal a couple of weeks ago, but this seemed to be her color of choice. The woman was just as gangly and awkward as Macon, and yet, the two of them had found each other, while she still had no one. Movement from the pew beside her drew Felicity's attention. Vivian dabbed her eyes with a tissue. She leaned toward Beau and whispered something to him. He smiled and pulled her closer. They were a couple now. No surprise there, and Felicity truly was happy for them. But still sad for herself. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to shake off these depressing thoughts and enjoy the life God had given her. She had been happy up until Jay made a reappearance. Well, maybe not happy, but at least content. Maybe content wasn't the right word either. Seeing him out on a date with Starla had been like a punch to the gut. It was bound to happen. She'd known it would, but that hadn't prepared her. Still, he had seen her need, and he had taken care of her. Jay's love for Felicity died years ago, but there seemed to be some small part of him that still cared about her. She hugged her arms across her stomach, as if to hold on to that thought for just a little bit longer. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride. Her wool gathering had caused her to miss most of the ceremony. She fell in line with those offering congratulations to the newly married couple. Whenever she was free on Sundays, Felicity normally joined her group of friends for lunch. But now she would be an outcast, the only single person in the group. None of them put up too much of a fuss when she begged out this time and headed home, making her feel more of a pariah. Charity had gone off somewhere with Darlene the day before and probably wouldn't be seen again until Monday or Tuesday. And Pappy was most likely just now making it out of bed. His first meal of the day always consisted of coffee, cigarettes, and maybe a muffin, so she'd probably end up eating a PB&J sandwich alone in her room. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Go home and fix a nice meal for you and Pappy. Though, he probably won't appreciate it. Grr. Even when she tried to give herself a pep talk, negativity crept in. What was wrong with her? She didn't used to be this way. While living in Atlanta, she had been more outgoing. She'd had friends who were single and liked doing the same things she did, like visiting museums and going to the theater. But her job hadn't been satisfying, and she absolutely hated living there. Give her a place at the beach any day. So, she had moved back home, back to her family and back to her old ways of being the underdog. Maybe she should find another job. One that would allow her to stay near the ocean but afford her a way to move out of Pappy's house. He and Charity could finish running the family business into the ground without her. Sometimes, she wondered if she had too much of the family pride. The thought of losing the store made her heartsick. Who's in control, you or God? Good question. One she knew the answer to. She wanted to believe God had put it in her heart to stay in Walden Beach to save the business. But sometimes it felt like a losing battle. If she wasn't here to save the store, what was her purpose in staying here? Felicity shook the questions off as she entered the house. Pappy sat in his recliner, right where she knew he would be, reading the Sunday paper and drinking his coffee. A crumpled-up cellophane muffin wrapper sat on the table beside him. She felt better now about coming home. A decent meal would do them both good. Leaning over, she kissed his cheek. "Hey, Pappy. How are you feeling this morning?" Technically morning was over, but since she knew he hadn't been awake long, it was morning for him. Fair to middling. "You're home early." She knelt down beside his chair. "I'm in the mood to cook. I remember Mama cooking a big meal on Sundays." She also remembered a time when they all went to church as a family, but that became a thing of the past right after her death 20 years ago. Gray stubble folded into the creases on his face as he gave one of his rare smiles. "Your mama was a fine woman. I miss her so much." He turned and focused on her face as if really looking at her for the first time in a long time. "You look so much like her." His smile disappeared, and he looked back down at his paper. Not for the first time, Felicity wondered if that was the reason behind the lack of connection between her and her father. Charity and Harmony had inherited his dark hair and eyes, but she really did look more like their mother with her pale eyes and lighter brown hair. Was it painful for him to look at her? Could that be the reason behind the differences he made between her and his other two daughters?
Sweat rolled off Jay's face and dripped from his chin. For some reason, he had tried to hide it from the salesman showing him around the yacht by wiping his hand across his face when the man's back was turned. He finally gave up the pretense and pulled out his handkerchief. It wasn't so much the heat as the multi-million-dollar price tag attached to this luxury vehicle. Sure, he could afford it, but the thought of dropping that much cash on anything purely for his own personal use gave him a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. He had worked too hard to earn what he had to waste it on this monstrosity. These next two levels are perfect for entertaining your guests. The salesman swung his arm around, reminding Jay of one of the women from The Price is Right. "And in this showcase, we have..." He stopped just short of shaking his head. What guests could he possibly entertain? The man had just showed him the 5 bedrooms, or cabins as they were called, to house all these imaginary people. And that didn't include the master suite or the ones for the crew. Granted, the description Starla had given about the party on board the yacht she had described sounded exciting, but he didn't know enough people for anything like that. Unless he wanted to invite folks who were only after a good time at someone else's expense. That didn't sound too appealing to him when he would be the one footing the bill. Besides Kaylee and her husband, there was no one else unless he counted his employees, and he wouldn't feel right flaunting his wealth in front of them. He counted Jean's family among his friends, but that still didn't validate the need for a yacht of this size. The salesman continued with his spiel, describing the merits of the furnishings and pushing the spaciousness of the living room, dining area, and kitchen. Jay nodded without revealing his thoughts. His whole condo would fit on this one floor of the craft. Without a plan or reason, he had chosen a simple life. One that put him just above the level of his need but not much more than that. He wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor more than he had been, but this took things too far. As he mentally planned out his rejection to come at the end of this pitch, he followed the man up another set of stairs. "And up here we have the spa area, complete with a hot tub that sits 9 people in ample space for sunbathing. His arm swung out to the side again. So, the yacht accommodated sleeping quarters for 10 guests, but the hot tub only held 9? Just to see what he would say, Jay wanted to ask what happened when everyone wanted in the hot tub at the same time. He turned away to hide his facetious grin. It was past time to end this tour and stop wasting both of their time. He didn't need or want a yacht this size, and surely this man had better things to do than show a boat that he wasn't going to sell. Not today anyway. Look, this is nice, but there's only me, no wife, no kids. I might invite a few guests on board, but never enough people to warrant all this space. I only need 1, maybe 2 cabins. The other areas are fine, but I'm looking for something with half the space. Do you have anything like that to show me? I do, but I'd think someone of your caliber would want something a little more prestigious. Why don't you let me show you one with just a little less space than this model? I guarantee you'll fill it up with new friends in no time at all, and you'll be wishing for something bigger. Jay looked around the upper deck one more time and then back at the salesman. People who would come running just because I bought a new boat wouldn't be the kind of friends I'd want. The man cringed at the word boat. After the first time Jay had called it that, he had been corrected and the word yacht emphasized every time it had been said to him since. He had never been in the business of trying to impress anyone. What about Starla? He thought. Isn't that what brought you here in the first place? He tried telling himself it wasn't true. Even before meeting up with her again, he had already started his mission of less work and more enjoyment. That's all this purchase would be, another way to enjoy life. Jay refocused his thoughts on the task at hand. He hadn't made it so far in his business by allowing himself to be swayed against his better judgment, and paying millions for a yacht he didn't plan to live on was out of the question. I appreciate the time you have taken in showing me this one, but if you don't have a yacht like I described, then I can always look elsewhere. I do have a couple I know will be more to your liking. If you'll follow me, I'll be more than happy to show them to you, Mr. Briggs. His hands had shaken as he scribbled his signature on the paperwork, but 2 hours and several hundreds of thousands of dollars later, he was the proud owner of a new yacht.
Please. Harmony clasped her hands together beneath her chin as she displayed her signature pout. Felicity folded her arms over her chest. You don't need me. Starla will be with you and Jean. Harmony scoffed. Starla has been acting too uppity lately. She acts like she's better than me, and I hate it. And you know Jean never pays me any attention. Starla's attitude most likely had something to do with the fact that she had landed herself a rich boyfriend. No doubt, she was already working her way up to the title of wife. Did Jay not realize by now that she was only after his money? Then again, what did she know? Sure, money was a factor according to Harmony, but maybe Starla's intentions included more than that. Who did you say owned this yacht? Harmony picked a loose thread from Felicity's sleeve, breaking eye contact. Just a friend of the family. A bunch of us were invited to go up the coast to Charleston. No one will notice one more person. Most of our meals will be provided, but whatever you need beyond that, I'll pay for it. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked back up at her sister. Come on. The boys have been taken care of. Jean's mom said she'd watch them. And you're already here. I'll let you borrow whatever clothing you didn't bring with you. Please. Felicity took a deep breath and let it out with a huff. Harmony was hiding something. Probably, Jay would be on this boat. If he wasn't, they would be seeing him once they got to Charleston. But she said there would be a crowd going, making it easier to blend in, and it had been so long since she had visited outside the Myrtle Beach area. Let's go see what you have in your closet. Yay! Harmony clapped her hands and bounced on the balls of her feet, reminding Felicity of her younger years. Later, they climbed into the back of Jean's car and headed to the larger dock in the area, the one near their house being too small for a yacht to dock. In mere minutes, she stepped out of the car with a different kind of view of the Atlantic. Instead of sand, pavement. Instead of sunbathers, boats lined rows of docks, big and small alike. The sun still gleamed on the crest of ocean waves, but it competed with the shine of chrome from the aligned vessels. Seagulls were always present, yet there seemed to be more here than in other places, loudly making their presence known. Different view, but an exciting one. Already there ahead of them, Starla bent to retrieve the last of her bags from her trunk as they walked over. Felicity only had one duffel, the other two with her had a small roll-behind suitcase each, but this girl came with 5 suitcases ranging from massive to the one with a shoulder strap for carrying, all of them with bulging sides. How long did she expect this trip to last? Good. Y'all are here just in time to help me. Starla glanced up. Oh, hey, Felicity. Mom said you might be coming too. I wasn't sure if you would. She rolled one of the larger suitcases to her as she spoke and aimed the handle toward Felicity's hand, giving her no choice but to grab it. Not that she minded helping. Once everyone was in possession of 2 bags each, Starla led the way down the wooden walkway with Felicity taking up the rear. If not for the fact that all of them were struggling, she probably would have fallen behind as she carefully maneuvered the wheels of the heavy case over the wooden planks. It wouldn't do for Starla's luggage to break under her watch. Here, let me help you with that. Felicity's attention snapped to the front of the line with the sound of the familiar deep voice. Jalen took the handle of the largest suitcase of the 2 Starla had been in possession of. Starla smiled at Jay, squeezing his arm as she thanked him. No hug and no kiss. Were they in a relationship or not? Even after only one date, she would expect a warmer greeting than this. Hope blossomed in her chest and died just as quickly. She couldn't have him. If not Starla, it'd be someone else. Would that make it any easier? Here, Starla, you can have this back. Harmony deposited the extra bag in front of her sister-in-law. I can barely keep up with my own, let alone yours. Jalen took the opportunity to greet Harmony and then Jean. Finally, his eyes connected with hers. Undoubtedly, he had already been aware of her presence. He nodded his head in recognition of her. Welcome. The smile he offered had no effect on the rest of his face. He turned and headed down the walkway with Starla's bag in hand. It's just a little bit further. My captain says everything is ready to go as soon as we get on board. He's going to take us out away from the shore a bit. We'll be going nice and slow, arriving in Charleston in time for supper. The cook will prepare most of our meals, but there's this restaurant in downtown Charleston I wanted y'all to try. Wait a minute. She thought. This yacht belongs to him. She shivered. Heat flowed through her veins like lava, temporarily giving a cooling sensation to her skin. Why hadn't she heard about this before? His sister loved to brag about his wealth. Then again, Kaylee had retracted her claws a little once Starla showed up in his life. Harmony should have told her, but it was no surprise why she'd kept it to herself. If she had spilled this information before now, she knew Felicity never would have come. Felicity had a sudden urge to slip her flip-flop off and chuck it at the back of her sister's head. Starla stopped Jay with a touch of her hand on his elbow. You have a captain. And a cook. The smile he turned her way tore into Felicity's very core. The measly lifting of his lips when they first greeted one another was nothing compared to this. Jealousy warred with disappointment. I'm not a very good cook, and I know even less about piloting a yacht. But I'm learning. The salesman I bought the yacht from put me in contact with this man and his wife who do this kind of thing. I can accommodate a couple of more crew members, but since it's just us, I thought 2 was enough. We'll be responsible for our own stuff, but I think we can handle it for 2 nights. Don't you think? Wait a minute. Where were all these other people Harmony had told her about? Oh, this was bad. Really bad. She was an extra, an outsider. One single person among 2 couples, 3, if you counted the captain and his wife. What would happen if she just turned and walked back to the car? Jean wouldn't mind if she took it as long as she came back for them on Sunday. Or she could call for a rental. For that matter, she'd be willing to walk back to her car and then hightail it back to Walden Beach where she belonged.
Felicity was the last person Jay thought he might see today. Sure, he had told them they were welcome to invite another couple if they wanted, but he never imagined she'd come along. She had to have known whose yacht they would be taking this trip on. Why was she here? He leaned to one side to counter the weight of Starla's suitcase as he carried it across the gangplank. What's in this thing, Briggs? This trip would only last 3 days, not even that considering today and Sunday were only partial days. He set it to the side of the walkway once he was across. We should just leave these here so maybe a few of Sissy's bags will slide off into the Atlantic and save us from having to haul them back to the car after this trip is over. Jean dropped one of his cases against the one Jay had set down. Starla placed the one still in her possession on the pile and the larger of the two Felicity carried joined them. She kept a grip on the strap of the duffel bag on her shoulder as her wide eyes scanned the deck. Jay looked down at the stack of 5 cases and then at the 2 off to the side that must belong to Jean and Harmony. 5 cases for one woman on a 3-day trip? Talk about high maintenance. Starla eyed the same pile of luggage. Jay, you don't really think they'll slide off, do you? He shook his head. We'll carry them down to your room before we get going. I thought we'd take a breather first. Welcome aboard Jay's Folly. He turned, along with everyone else, at the sound of the heavily accented voice behind him. Everyone, meet Captain Nate. He will be the one piloting the yacht and I promise, you are in good hands. Nate gave an almost bow-like nod. We will be underway within the next 10 minutes. Enjoy your trip. He turned and walked away. Jay's Folly? At Jean's laughter, heat crept up Jay's neck. He turned to look at his guests, but instead of Jean, his gaze connected with Felicity's. I named it after my favorite beach. She looked down to the side as the corners of her lips slightly lifted. Did her mind automatically skip to past events just like his did every time he thought about Folly Beach? It used to be their favorite place. He would borrow a car and they would drive the hour and a half to get there. The waves at Walden Beach were tame in comparison. At Folly, he would surf, or try to, and she would lay out on the beach reading a book and working on her tan. Realizing he had been staring, he dismissed the memories and looked away. He caught Starla glancing back and forth between him and Felicity with a pensive look on her face. He cleared his throat. Why don't I give y'all the grand tour? We'll head downstairs first so we can unload your luggage.
Folly Beach. Their beach. She hadn't been there since the last time they were there together. The image of his arms wrapped around her while sitting by a fire on the moonlit beach was the first to pop into her head. Even before he began speaking, his gaze had locked with hers, causing her skin to heat. Surely, he had been thinking of the same thing. She trailed behind the others as they headed downstairs. The space was tight, so she waited as the other 3 entered one of the cabins. She stared at Jay standing just outside the door, almost willing him to look at her. Of course, if he did, she would most likely turn away. Jean and Harmony came out sans Starla's luggage. It would be a relief to let go of the one she carried. Jalen glanced at her and swept his hand toward the cabin door in invitation for her to enter. Twin beds with charcoal gray spreads and plum accent pillows flanked each side with barely enough space to walk between them. Felicity set Starla's suitcase on the floor at her feet. Starla, you and Felicity can share this room if you'd like, or there is an identical cabin right next door. You can each take your own if that's more suitable. Despite the fact that Jay addressed Starla as if the choice was all up to her, a thrill went through Felicity when he said her name. It happened so infrequently, she wondered if he avoided saying it. If that's the case, he must really hate me, she thought. I think this space might be too small for the 2 of us. Besides, I value my privacy, and I'm sure Felicity does as well. So I'll take this one, and she can have the other to herself. Should she be insulted? She didn't care to share a room with the girl anyway. Felicity noticed the tightening of Jay's jaw and wondered if Starla noticed. Felicity, I'd say she's doing you a favor. Her luggage is bound to explode any minute now, and you don't want to be around for that. Jean laughed at his own joke. Jean. Starla's voice echoed through the small chamber. Well, let me show you the rest of the rooms down here so you can at least store your bags. Jay took a step away from the wall he had been leaning against. Starla stopped him with a touch of her hand on his arm. Jay, I'd like to put my things away and get into something more comfortable. Would it be all right if you gave me a private tour later? Sure. Felicity told herself to look away, but she stared as Starla lifted up on her toes and kissed him. At least it landed on his cheek. Her heart wrenched at the thought that she might be around to witness the day when another woman's lips would press against his. She needed to stop letting Harmony talk her into, well, anything. It seemed no matter how innocent her request, lately they all turned into torture. Her eyes widened as Jay walked toward her. For a few seconds worth of her vivid imaginations, she pictured him taking her into his arms and kissing her senseless. His lips pursed in amusement as if he could read her mind. Stop staring at his lips. She took a step back, and he turned and opened the door next to where she stood. Your room is right here. He was close enough that she could see the sienna highlights in his brown eyes. He smelled manlier than he had back in high school. No doubt, he could afford higher quality cologne now. She reined in her thoughts and entered the cabin, one identical to Starla's. She tossed her duffel bag on one of the beds. Good thing she'd brought a book with her. She had planned to reread her favorite Jane Austen classic while Harmony's boys were otherwise occupied. It would suit her just as well here since she would probably spend a good portion of the weekend alone. But for now, she'd continue with the tour. They entered Jean and Harmony's cabin next. The decor matched the others, but this one was slightly larger with a full-sized bed and its own bathroom. For the first time that day, Harmony wore a big grin. Felicity easily read her sister's thoughts. Her glee over the fact that she had been offered the better room was evident. Felicity just hoped she didn't share her thoughts with Jay. Harmony had picked up Pappy's uncouth ways as a child and had never thought to leave them behind. Next, they headed back up to the main salon. Amazingly, the craft sported a full kitchen and dining area, plus a lounge with plush leather seating and a drop-down flat-screen television. The interior here matched the deep plum and charcoal gray of the bedrooms. A small woman with a bright yellow cloth wrapped around her head like a turban entered the kitchen behind where they now stood. Felicity had seen gullah basket weavers in downtown Charleston wearing the same headwear. The woman nodded in greeting before speaking to Jalen, her voice thickly accented but articulate. I made some crab dip with homemade pita chips earlier. Would you like for me to set them out now? Give us about 30 minutes. That should give me enough time to finish showing them around and for everyone to change clothes, if they want to. He wrapped his arm around her slight shoulders and turned to face them. Let me introduce you to our guests. This is Jean, and his wife Harmony. And Harmony's sister, Felicity. Jean's sister, Starla, is downstairs settling in. Everyone, this is Ophelia, Captain Nate's wife and our cook. How long had he known this woman? It didn't really matter. Jay had always been the type to fit right in with everyone he met, acting as if he had known them for years. He greeted people he hadn't seen in forever like no time had passed at all. Except for her. He had seen her on several different occasions lately, and no easement existed between them, nor was it likely to ever be so again.
After the tour, everyone agreed to change into swimsuits and meet up on the sundeck next to the hot tub. Jay had more exciting plans for the group scheduled for the next day, but on this first part of the trip, he thought it'd be nice for them to just relax and enjoy the scenery. Starla already sat in one of the lounge chairs next to the hot tub rubbing sunscreen into her skin when he got there. No doubt, the rest were doing some unpacking and would take a while to join them. He turned the switch to start the water churning in the hot tub and was about to step in when Starla interrupted his descent. Honey, would you rub some of this sunscreen on my back? Honey? It was a common southern endearment, but he had never heard her use it before. He had mixed emotions about Starla. On one hand, she was fun to be around, and he wanted to impress her. On the other, she sometimes made him feel uncomfortable, like she maybe wanted more than friendship, something he didn't feel free to give. And why is that, he thought. Must be leftover feelings of attachment from Catherine. Even though she had broken their engagement, leaving him free to date whomever he wanted, he had a tough time convincing himself of the fact. He sorted through these thoughts as he rubbed circles on Starla's back. He turned at the sound of someone coming up the stairs. Felicity stopped mid-tread and stared back at him. Her gaze moved to Starla and then back to him. He fought against the urge to jerk his hand away from her back. Ridiculous. It wasn't like Felicity had any feelings for him. And he didn't have any for her either. You're getting a little rough back there. Are you done? Jay jerked his hand back and looked down at the red marks he'd left behind on Starla's skin. Sorry. She turned and patted his hand. I'm fine. I know a man like you probably doesn't know his own strength. Starla went back to her sunbathing, and his attention automatically went back to Felicity. She had skirted around the hot tub to the bow of the yacht. He really should go speak to her. After all, he was the host. With one deep, fortifying breath, he stood and headed her way. He leaned against the railing next to her, trying to think of what to say. So, what do you think? About the yacht? If you are going to make awkward conversation with her, he thought, can you not at least make yourself clear? And he should have given the subject more thought before opening his mouth. The question made it seem like he was pointing out his wealth. Was he? Jay nodded his head in answer to her question. Felicity looked back behind them as if assessing the craft and then focused her gray-green eyes on him. Look away. But he couldn't. He stared, transfixed, holding his breath for her answer like no one else's opinion mattered. How pathetic. She jerked her head around to face the ocean as if she had been stuck there with him and had finally broken free. It isn't something I ever expected to see you with, but it is gorgeous. I'm sure no one who knew me as a kid ever expected me to amount to anything. Jay, that isn't what I meant. She reached out as if she wanted to touch his hand, but quickly drew it back. What I meant was, I just always pictured you with a speedboat or something like that. You used to talk about owning one and how we, I mean you, would learn how to ski and stuff like that. She bit her lip, and her gaze dropped to his chest. But I guess things change once you grow up. The yacht really is beautiful. You are right, of course. Some things do change once you grow up, but some things never should have. She gave a curt nod and then slid her sunglasses down over her eyes. Why had he said that? It was nothing but a bitter reminder of what they had lost. Nothing good could come of rehashing it. So why couldn't he let it go? He knew that scent. Sweet pea. It was the same scent Felicity had worn in high school. The fragrance had taunted him when he'd been in the hot tub, at lunch, and now as he talked to Jean while she stood next to them. And it was driving him crazy. He tried to concentrate on Jean's description of his last hunting expedition, but memories invaded his thoughts instead. The picture of him and Felicity standing on the beach with him holding her close, his face against her neck, running his fingers through the silky strands of her brown hair while whispering promises of forever remained vivid in his mind. Hadn't she whispered the same things back to him? For her graduation, Jay had bought her the whole collection of sweet pea-scented lotion, shampoo, body wash, and spray. After they broke up, he bought the same collection for the first girl he'd dated after Felicity. He had been wrong in thinking it would bring him comfort or a connection. It didn't smell the same on anyone else as it did on her. He should step away and end the torture. Instead, he turned to look at her. Their gazes locked for a moment before she began fiddling with the knot on her sarong. What is she thinking? Does her mind travel back to a time when we were together as often as mine does? Sissy, what are you doing? Jay turned to find Starla coming over the rail from the level above them. It didn't seem like the smartest thing to do on a moving boat. Just having a little fun. She carefully turned to face them while holding onto the rail behind her. Jay, catch me. I'm not sure this is such a good idea. He had no sooner gotten the last word out when she jumped. Her body slammed against his, causing him to have to take a step back. Fortunately, he was able to stop her momentum without them both tumbling to the deck floor. Look, the stairs work just fine. Harmony lifted her hands in front of her as she stepped on each tread with emphasis. Oh, lighten up, Harmony. I was only having fun, and I knew Jay was strong enough to catch me. Starla's hands slid slowly down from his shoulders to his biceps. She gently squeezed the muscles in his arms and looked up at him. Jay took a step back and dropped his hands to the side. He wanted to warn her against pulling that stunt again, but didn't want to sour her mood. Hopefully, Harmony's chiding would do the trick. Hey look! Dolphins! Felicity's exclamation brought his attention around to where she stood next to the railing, looking over the side of the yacht. When had she moved over there? He walked over and stood beside her. Two dark fins came up out of the glassy surface before dipping back out of sight. Do you remember that time we were at Folly Beach and those 3 dolphins came right up to us? Her grin put him right back there, back before everything turned gray. He laughed. I remember. I thought you were going to learn to walk on water to get away from them. He had pulled her to him, reassuring her that there was nothing to fear. Then had taken her hand and held it out to touch one of the large mammals as it swam next to them. Please tell me you have fishing gear on this fancy boat of yours. He turned to look at Jean standing at the rail on the other side of him and grinned. As a matter of fact, I do. I thought we'd wait until Sunday to fish so you could take whatever you catch home with you. Just wait till you see the fishing gear I got us. He had to hold back his laughter as he headed to the narrow closet where his gear was stored. Jay reached in and pulled out 2 poles to show to Jean. You have got to be kidding me. Jay did laugh then. He had planned this little joke out ahead of time in anticipation of the moment Jean would mention them going fishing. The look on his face was priceless as he took in the sight of the 2 simple bamboo poles Jay held out to him. You can't be serious. Don't you remember? We used to use these all the time. Yeah, when we were 5. Jay laughed as he placed the cane poles back into the closet and pulled out a nicer set of fishing rods. As he half listened to Jean go on about the merits of the new poles, he glanced over to find the 2 sisters talking quietly as they looked out over the water, with Starla nowhere in sight. No doubt the high-maintenance woman had headed on downstairs to get ready for dinner without them. As mundane as it was to hear his friend go on and on about fishing, it was a nice break from Felicity. Jay had needed the chance to step away and get his head straight. It wouldn't do to spend too much time reminiscing on their past together. Especially since they had no future.
Felicity tugged at the hem of her dress. It didn't help. Why hadn't she tried it on before they left? It had looked decent on the hanger. A modest neckline graced the top, and it hadn't looked too short when she held it up in front of her, but trying it on told a different story. For one thing, she was taller than Harmony. And even though her height made her appear thinner, she was actually a little more filled out than her sister, which only added to the dilemma of the dress being too short. Her feet were bigger than Harmony's too. The high-heeled sandals that matched the navy dress were the only ones she could borrow. She had not planned for this trip. Right about now, she had expected to already be wearing her comfy PJs with a little boy curled up on each side of her while she read them a bedtime story. Adrenaline kicked in at the muffled sound of her sister and brother-in-law leaving their cabin. Surprisingly, Starla was the first one to head downstairs. Felicity had been ready 30 minutes ago, but she had been holed up in her room trying to find her backbone. Maybe she should stay on the boat. It would be more comfortable for everyone if it was just the 4 of them going. She hurried from her cabin, hoping to catch Jean and Harmony before they made it upstairs. Unfortunately, she didn't make it in time. Only barely conscious of them turning back to her from the top of the stairs, her sight locked onto Jalen. The heat of his slow perusal moved up through her body as his gaze traveled up her bare legs, finally making it to her dress and then her face. His mouth opened and then closed. Felicity fought the urge to tug on the hem once more. Starla looped her arm through his, drawing his attention away. With his gaze averted, she could finally take in a slow, calming breath. Felicity, you look fabulous in that dress. Harmony should give it to you. It looks like it was made for you. Starla smiled as her calculated gaze focused on Felicity's hemline. Harmony's jaw dropped as she glared at her sister-in-law. Starla wouldn't win any points with comments like that. Felicity finally gave in and pulled on the hem. It still didn't help, but at least now the urge had been quenched for the moment. It's too short. I think I'll just stay on board the yacht and catch up on my reading, if that's okay. Starla smiled at her. Nonsense. That's the length everyone wears. No offense, but this is a more modern, sophisticated style than you're used to wearing. Felicity looked at Jay, hoping he would give her some signal of reassurance. After all their years apart, she still trusted his opinion above the others. He nodded his head. You look nice. His simple compliment sent warmth through her chest. It was the first positive thing he had said to her since the breakup. Without another word of protest, she followed them off the boat and out to where Jay's car waited to take them downtown.
Okay, so he'd seen her in a bathing suit earlier. He knew what her legs looked like. But seeing her in that dress, with her light brown hair hanging in waves and a little bit of makeup to highlight her features, took his breath away. And those legs? After that first overly long perusal, Jay had tried not to look at her for the rest of the night. It wasn't working. Getting in and out of the car, standing in line to enter the restaurant, when she got up to use the restroom, and now as he held the door and she was the last to exit, his gaze dropped down to her long, shapely, tan legs. Get a grip, Jay, he thought to himself, they are just legs. Almost everyone has a set of them. Felicity, I didn't expect to see you here. Jay's head came up with a jerk as he watched two men approach her on the sidewalk. The other three in his group had moved on and were window shopping a couple of stores down from the restaurant. He let the door close behind him and stepped closer to Felicity. Abe, I haven't seen you in a long time. Harmony and I are visiting Charleston along with some, friends. She hesitated over more than just the word friends. Was this an old boyfriend of hers? Jay studied Abe, noting his dark features and thin build. The guy looked familiar, but he couldn't place him. The man standing next to Abe had roaming eyes, and they were looking up and down Felicity like he just saw something delicious on a dessert menu. It was all Jay could do not to put a possessive arm around her and pull her closer to him. But she didn't belong to him. How's the store doing? I heard you turned it into a coffee shop. It's all right. How's your wife? The man's lips turned down at the edges. You didn't hear? She passed away almost a year ago. A massive heart attack. It was so unexpected. Something about his expression didn't convey grief. Or maybe Jay was only looking for a problem. He could already tell he didn't like the man. Neither of them. Oh. I hate to hear that. Felicity's answer seemed just as off as the man's expression. The blonde with the wandering eyes nudged Felicity's friend. Abe, aren't you going to introduce me to the lady? Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? He gestured to the man standing next to him. Felicity, this is Quentin Wright, a close friend of mine. Quinn, this is Felicity Sutton, my cousin. Cousin. Some of the tension left Jay's shoulders. A look passed between the two men across from him before the blonde took Felicity by the hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Abe has spoken of his cousins, but he never mentioned one so beautiful hiding in his family tree. He brought her hand up to his lips and kissed the back of it. Creep. She didn't react to the gesture, but Jay could feel her tension. Or, at least he thought he could. She took a step back and looked up at him. This is Jaylon Briggs, a friend. Abe looked at him with raised brows. Of Briggs Transport? He nodded and then looked down when he felt an arm wrap around his own. Starla had joined them. He glanced down the street to see Harmony making fast tracks their way with Jean trailing behind her. Abe followed his gaze and then turned to Quentin. Well, we should get in. We're already late for our reservations. He nodded to Felicity. It was good seeing you again. We'll have to get together and catch up on old times. With that, he stepped around them and entered the restaurant with his friend dogging his heels. Jay got the feeling that he hadn't been anxious to catch up with his cousin, Harmony. He would admit that she wasn't the most pleasant person to be around, but what harm could a casual greeting cause? Harmony was out of breath by the time she got to them. She propped her hand on her hip and glared at Felicity. "Was that Abe Sutton you were talking to?" After receiving a nod from her sister, she continued. "Pappy will have a fit when he finds out. You know he turned his back on us after he went and married that Yankee. He only married the snooty woman for her money." Felicity wrapped her arms around her middle. "What was I supposed to do? He spoke to me. We practically ran into each other when I came out the door." She looked down at the pavement in front of her. "And you shouldn't say anything about his wife anymore. He told me that she passed away. That's the only reason he spoke to you. If she had been with him, they would have walked over the top of you and never looked back. I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but that woman was a piece of work. Harmony, just calm down. Now Jay has put out a lot of money for this trip. Let's not ruin it with any more bickering." Starla's words caused a twisting sensation in his stomach. Why couldn't he provide a nice time for his friends without the subject of money coming up? He almost missed the times when he and a group of friends could spend an entire day at the beach on nothing but a loaf of bread and some peanut butter without anyone taking notice of who brought it.
Felicity leaned against the railing of the yacht, looking out over the smooth surface of the water. The July sun had already heated the atmosphere to an almost unbearable level, and it wasn't even 10 in the morning yet. She couldn't wait to get into the water. She turned at the sound of someone coming down the steps. Jay looked weary as he made his way downstairs, and her sister was most likely the cause of his distress. Harmony had pitched a royal fit at the breakfast table when he announced his morning plans for the group. Everyone else had seemed excited at the prospect of going snorkeling. Harmony wanting to stay on board the yacht wasn't the problem. The tantrum began when no one volunteered to stay with her. Jean had finally conceded, but not before an argument ensued. Even with it settled, Felicity still battled the guilt. She had agreed to come along on this trip as her sister's companion but had since decided to no longer allow herself to be manipulated by her family. If Harmony's whining had gone on a minute longer, she probably would have given in. She'd always wanted to go snorkeling, but if she was honest with herself, she really wanted to experience it with Jay. It was something they had talked about when they were together. Jay came and stood beside her, leaning his forearms against the top rail. "So tell me, are you just going along to be a good sport, or do you really want to go snorkeling?" Her first thought was that he didn't want her to go, but one look at his bowed head and slumped shoulders gave her the feeling that Harmony's complaining this morning was what fueled his doubts. "I'm looking forward to it. I've always wanted to try snorkeling. I didn't think there was anywhere around here to do it, though. Does he remember our conversations about it?" She almost brought it up, but thought better of it. "It would be too painful. You'd be surprised. I did some research and there are several places near the barrier islands. I asked one of my employees who likes to dive about it, and he gave me some coordinates. It won't be like the ones in the tropics, but this was the best I could do on this trip. Like the ones She could easily fill in the blanks of what he almost said. When they had dreamed this adventure together, their plans had involved traveling to exotic locations. He does remember. A heavy thump sounded on the deck behind them, causing them both to look. Starla had dropped a large beach bag from the level above. She giggled and then began climbing over the rail like she had the night before. Jay stepped closer to the side of the stairs. "You really shouldn't do that. You're going to get hurt. You won't let that happen. Catch me." Instead of turning to face him, this time she dropped backward into his arms. His legs buckled slightly, but he was able to stop her from falling to the deck below. Felicity willed him to hurry up and set Starla down, but they stayed there looking like two newlyweds about to cross the threshold for the first time. She couldn't see his expression, but Starla had her arms around his neck as she threw her head back and laughed. Then she kissed him on the cheek. Red splotches ran up the sides of his neck. Not a good sign. On some, this may signal embarrassment, but Felicity knew all too well that for him, it showed anger. Or in this case it may be annoyance. He set Starla down on her feet and then flexed his fingers. She had seen him do that before too. Felicity quickly turned back to the railing before anyone noticed the instant smile on her face. It was probably wrong for her to feel giddy over his frustration towards Starla, but she couldn't help herself. Starla came up beside her and peered over the rail. "Can you see anything from up here?" Jay called out before she could answer. "Come on, ladies. Our ride is back this way." "Ride? You have jet skis." Starla practically bounced after him, and Felicity followed. "Jet skis take up too much space." He glanced back at Starla and then his gaze lingered on Felicity. "Hopefully, you'll be duly impressed even without the jet skis." Is he talking to me? An inflatable speedboat waited at the back of the yacht. Starla grabbed his arm when she got to him. "Where have you had this thing hidden?" He tapped his foot on the floor beneath where he stood. "There's a storage compartment here for the motor and the deflated boat. Captain Nate got it ready for us early this morning." He took Starla's bag and then held her hand while she boarded the watercraft. Jay took Felicity's hand next. She sucked in a breath at the unexpected contact. Just as she stepped one foot onto the boat, he ran his thumb across her wrist. "Is this more like what you expected from me?" Frozen in place with one foot on the yacht and one on the boat, she studied his features, trying to discern the meaning behind the question. He referred to her comment that she had thought he was more of the type to own a speedboat than a yacht. Was he still upset with her? His lips turned up on each side as he looked at her in that same flirty way he had when they dated. Either the boat rocked or her knees had given out at that very moment because she almost went down. His free hand instantly found her waist. It did nothing to offer her stability, yet she still somehow made it into the boat without falling. On shaky legs, she stepped over to the bench seat near the back of the boat and sat down. Starla had made herself comfortable on the sundeck at the front of the boat. She looked at Felicity with her lips pressed together. "Are you all right?" That is not a look of concern. Felicity thought. She probably wishes I had fallen out of the boat. But then knowing Jay, he would have jumped in and rescued me. You wouldn't have liked that, would you, Starla? She kept her thoughts to herself and said, "I'm fine now that I'm sitting." Starla pulled her glasses down over her eyes and laid back on the beach towel beneath her. The woman loved the sun. Her already dark skin had turned almost black on this trip. The stuff she kept slathering on must not be sunscreen. It was none of her business what Starla did to herself. Felicity turned to watch Jalen untie the boat from the yacht. The muscles in his arms rippled with the effort. She took the opportunity to check out his physique. He had said that he mostly worked in an office, so he must hit the gym to stay in shape. A lot. She remembered the strong feel of his arm wrapped around her waist a few minutes before, and her mouth went dry. As if aware of her perusal, he suddenly jerked around to look at her, a barely held back smile lighting his face. She quickly looked away and brought her own sunglasses down over her eyes. A slow, deep breath in helped to steady her nerves. "Stop thinking about him. He is not interested in you." She would do well to remember that. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave her heart behind when this trip was over.
Jay sat down behind the control panel on the bench beside Felicity. She scooted away, leaving more of a gap than he wanted, but one that was probably needed if he wanted to keep his sanity. The coordinates had already been entered into the GPS, and he had gotten instructions from Nate, so he felt somewhat confident as he maneuvered the boat out into the open sea. He pushed the throttle for more speed. Soon the yacht was a speck on the horizon behind them. This trip wasn't what he had expected. Harmony's constant whining, Jean's incessant talk about hunting and fishing, and Starla's flirting were grating on his nerves. And then there was Felicity. He hadn't planned on her, or on how she made him want to rekindle what they'd had. She was still that same sweet girl he had been in love with. He was having a difficult time hanging on to his bitterness over their breakup. Maybe they could start over. But not on this trip. He'd heard the barb in Starla's voice when she'd asked if Felicity was okay. The last thing he needed was a rift between these two with nowhere to go until he returned them to Merrill's Inlet tomorrow. No, he could bide his time. It was probably best to be away from Felicity's presence before deciding if this really was something he wanted to pursue. Sooner than expected, they came in sight of one of Charleston's islands. He slowed the boat down until they were barely making a wake and then cut the engine. Still in her horizontal position, Starla leaned up just enough to look over the edge. "This is it? What did you expect?" She sat up and lifted her sunglasses to look at him. "I don't know. I guess I thought there'd be people around. I figured we were going to a place roped off just for snorkelers. You know, like those places where you can pay to swim with the dolphins I've seen advertised. They do have tours where you can pay for a boat to bring you out to this very spot, but I already have a boat." She smiled up at him. "No, this is fine. Better even. This way we won't have to share." He stood, turned to Felicity, and pointed to the bench where she still sat. "The snorkeling gear is in here. The fins are back behind the seat along with life jackets, if you need them. You girls help yourselves." Felicity stood, and he lifted the seat to reveal the gear. She grabbed a pink set and began strapping the mask around her head. He pressed his lips together to keep from smiling over how cute she looked. Without looking back, he called over his shoulder to Starla, who hadn't moved from the sundeck. "Starla, you want to come pick out a set?" "Nah, y'all go ahead. I think I'll stay here and work on my tan." "Work on her?" He barely kept from shaking his head. Why'd she even come? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She could have stayed with Harmony and let Jean come instead. He would have talked about how he'd rather be fishing, but at least he would have participated. So be it. They were here now. This was something he had wanted to try, and he would enjoy himself even if no one else did. He grabbed a black snorkeling set and closed the lid. After everything was in place, he sat on the side of the boat and pushed back into the ocean. He waited for Felicity to do the same. Neither of them spoke before stretching out with their faces just below the surface. The green water around them looked murky. He was disappointed in the view. Deep below, he could barely make out some type of man-made structure that he knew from his friend's description was a collection of objects that had been submerged for the purpose of making a reef. Movement from marine life could be seen, but not enough to make out what they were. Just when he thought to cut their losses for the day and head back to the yacht, the clouds moved and the sun beamed down, illuminating the breathtaking depths beneath them. Orange contrasted with purple in a green-tinted world like nothing he'd seen before. Fish in a variety of sizes, some striped and some spotted, swam at different depths between them and the reef. Too bad he hadn't thought to bring an underwater camera. A huge sea turtle swam into his peripheral vision. Without thinking, he reached for Felicity's hand and used his other to point. She made a muffled noise that he suspected was her laughing into the snorkel. Knowing her, she was just as delighted as he was at the sight. The dread he had felt about this little adventure instantly vanished. As the turtle veered away from them, he pulled her closer to his side and kicked his fins to propel them after it. Their pursuit quickly ended at the sound of something splashing down into the water behind them. Or someone. Had Starla chosen to join them? He lifted his head from the water to find Starla flailing her arms with the look of panic coloring her features. She called for help just before going under. His own panic rose to match what she undoubtedly felt. He had no idea she didn't know how to swim. Come to think of it, she hadn't even been in the hot tub since the trip began. Just as he got to her, her head bobbed above the surface again, and he reached out and grabbed her. She wrapped her body around his, and he had to kick to keep them above the water. Felicity came alongside of them and wrapped her hand around Starla's arm to try and help hold her up. This only caused Starla to tighten her hold on him. He kicked to move them closer to the boat. Felicity let go of Starla and pushed into his back to help get him there faster. Funny how he was more keenly aware of the two hands touching his back than of the entire body wrapped around his front. He chided himself at the thought. Now was definitely not the time. After getting everyone back into the boat and making sure Starla was going to be okay, he turned the boat around and headed back in the direction of the yacht.
Don't tell anyone that I almost drowned. It would be too embarrassing. Starla's words beat a rhythm in Felicity's head all the way back to the yacht. There was a reason she would be embarrassed for Jean and Harmony to hear the tale. Because it would reveal her as a liar. Because they knew the same thing Felicity did. Starla knew how to swim. So why the act? How'd she end up in the water to begin with? It wasn't really that much of a mystery. She'd obviously seen Jay grab Felicity's hand. Had seen him pull her to his side with his arm around her waist. And she had effectively put an end to whatever might be happening between them. Not that Felicity thought there had been anything to it. Oh, she'd been thrilled at the contact, but he was probably only caught up in the moment. After tying off at the back of the yacht, Jay stepped out of the boat first and then reached to give her and Starla a hand up. He pulled a lever and a shower head dropped down from overhead. Felicity rubbed her hand over her mouth when he stepped into the stream of water. The man had no idea what effect he had on her insides. Water ran off from him as he stepped away. He gestured with his hand for one of them to go next. I thought you might like to rinse the salt water off. Starla tightened the beach towel that was wrapped around her. There's no way plain water will rid my hair of the effects of ocean water. I'm heading to my cabin for a real shower and some dry clothing. She hesitated for a moment, looking first at Felicity and then at Jalen before making her way to the stairs. Jay pulled a towel from the cabinet beside him and began drying off. A heavy sigh accentuated the dejected look on his face. There was no mistaking that this day had not gone as he had probably expected. Felicity stepped into the stream of the shower, rubbing her fingers through her hair and over her arms. She would need a full shower also, but this would suffice for now. She'd have to wait for Starla to finish anyway. Besides, something about Jay's demeanor held her back. So far, she'd been the only one compliant with today's plans. It seemed wrong not to accept this offering. She flipped the switch, halting the flow of water and causing the showerhead to retract. Jay handed her a dry towel, and she patted it against her skin. She looked up to find him studying her. I thought maybe we could grab lunch and then spend the rest of the day in Charleston. Maybe see some sights or take a tour or something like that. He hesitated for a moment, and she wondered if it was the sound of her pounding heart that had halted his speech. Do you think the rest of the crowd would like that? Oh. For a minute, she'd thought he was asking her out. Her heart seemed to stutter before abruptly returning to normal. She nodded. I think they might like that. You can always ask and see what they say. He tilted his head back and looked up at the sky before his gaze returned to hers. Good idea. Letting them decide would have saved us a wasted trip today. Not to mention the fact that Starla could have drowned. I should have asked if she could swim before we left. She probably would have protested, but I would have insisted she wear a life jacket if I had known. He raked his fingers through his wet, auburn hair. Felicity cleared her throat and looked down at the deck. She'd had no intention of tattling, but it felt like a lie to not tell him now. I believe that was a ruse to gain your attention. What are you saying? He took a step closer and lowered his voice. Are you saying she knows how to swim? She nodded. He rubbed his hand across his jaw, but it did nothing to hide the fire in his eyes. His gaze moved down to her hand that had somehow found its way to his arm. If she finds out that I told you, she couldn't finish the sentence. There was no telling what Starla would do, but it wouldn't be anything good. Her breath sucked in when he touched her cheek before letting his hand drop to his side. It'll be our little secret. Thanks for telling me. What is happening? He was no longer touching her, but his gaze moved over her face like a caress. They were standing close enough now that she could feel his warm breath. Had he moved closer or had she? Her palm tingled with the urge to stroke the stubble covering his chin. His face had been much smoother at 19 than it was now. She longed to get to know this more mature version of Jaylon Briggs. One minute he was close enough to kiss and the next, he was several feet away from her, rubbing his towel against his head. She blinked rapidly a few times trying to reorient herself. It took a moment to realize someone had joined them on the back deck. "How was your adventure? Did you see anything unusual lurking in the depths below?" Captain Nate's brown lips were stretched in a smile as he awaited her reply. "I had a wonderful time. Maybe I didn't see anything unusual, but it is an adventure I'll never forget." She glanced at Jay and then back at the captain. "I think I'll head to my cabin for now." After one more glance at Jay, she headed downstairs. Before they came together again as a group, she would need time to rescoll her thoughts and seemingly uncontrollable glances at the man who still held her heart.
Jay couldn't take another second of that knowing smirk on Nate's face. He pressed his lips together as he grabbed another bundle of snorkeling gear that was passed up from the boat. A friendship had formed between them in the brief time they'd known one another. At the next pass of equipment between them, he made eye contact with the man. "What's on your mind? You might as well spill it." Nate's laughter came out muffled, as if he tried holding it back and failed. "You have the look of a man in love. What do you think will happen when Miss Starla notices?" What he felt for Starla had never been anything resembling love. And after the stunt she'd pulled out on the ocean today, any friendly feelings he may have had for the woman had turned to anger. He scowled down at Nate. "Trust me, I am not in love with Starla." The captain's features turned serious as he propped his foot on the side of the boat and looked at Jalen. "I don't mean to overstep, but you may want to make that clear to the young lady. And I was not speaking of Miss Starla. Felicity is the one who holds your heart, is she not?" "At one time, yes. But now? We used to date, but that was a long time ago." Nate chuckled as he turned to grab the bag Starla had left behind. "Haven't you heard? There is no time limit on love." They worked in silence for a while as they disassembled the boat for storage. One of Nate's crews would come on board after this trip ended and clean everything from bow to stern, but for now the motor and deflated boat would go back into its compartment. When he'd asked what was on Nate's mind, Jay had expected it would have to do with Felicity. She'd had no clue how close he had been to pulling her in for a kiss before they were interrupted, which would have surely been a mistake. He'd known by the look on Nate's face that he hadn't been as oblivious. But love? Jay still wasn't sure if he wanted to head down that road with Felicity again. A worry for another day. For now, he had to get through the weekend. With the task complete, he had Nate set a course for the harbor in Charleston. He then went in search of the others to see what they thought of the plan to visit some of the sites. They should have time to eat lunch and change before they docked. He found Jean leaning against the rail just off from the salon, looking forlorn as he stared out over the ocean. It seemed to take him a moment to realize Jay had joined him, but his face lit in a smile when he turned his way. "So, how was the water? Did you see anything down there worthy of the frying pan?" Jay tried to remember if he'd seen the type of fish you'd find on a seafood menu, but most were more appropriate in a fish tank rather than a frying pan. "The most interesting thing I saw was a sea turtle, but I don't think you'd want to eat that." "Are you kidding me? Haven't you ever tried turtle soup?" "Jean, I believe sea turtles are on the endangered list. I'm afraid that meal would cost more than it's worth." Not that he could imagine ever wanting to eat one. The creature had looked so majestic as it glided through the water beneath them. He could still feel the silky sensation of Felicity's hand in his. And then when he had pulled her to his side. "Let it go, Jay." "Oh, I was only joking with you, man. I just like to talk big." "Yeah, as long as it's about hunting or fishing." Maybe the man didn't know what else to say. Jay had come to realize that no matter how much Harmony must aggravate him, Jean never talked about his wife. He might mention his boys or his parents, but that was about the extent of it. Jay turned and leaned his elbows on the rail next to them. "I was thinking maybe we'd grab an early lunch and then head into Charleston for some sightseeing. What do you think?" Jean slapped him on the back and grinned. "Sounds good to me, but you might want to ask the women what they think about it first. I'll help you round them up. I think Harmony is up by the hot tub." I'll check there if you'll look downstairs. Felicity headed that way a while ago. I'm not sure where Sissy is, but one of us is bound to find her. As they made the short trip to the stairs, Jean began reminiscing about their first hunting trip together. Jay, catch me. Dread gripped his chest at those familiar words. Everything seemed to move in slow motion and speed up all at the same time as he turned in time to see Starla let loose of the stair rail and fall to the deck below in a crumbled heap. She let out a blood-curdling scream before going completely still.
Felicity ran her fingers through the back of her hair, separating the strands to help it dry faster. She'd had to wait for Starla to clear out of the small bathroom they shared. By the time she had showered and donned a pair of capris and a t-shirt, it was already time for lunch. Had they started without her? She hoped the rest had been agreeable to Jay's sightseeing suggestion. He'd seemed a little downtrodden after the snorkeling fiasco. Adding some pep to her steps, she began to climb the stairs. A heavy thump sounded from above, followed by a scream. What in the world? She ran the rest of the way up and stopped short. Starla lay unconscious by the stairway leading to the top deck. Jean knelt beside her, and Jay stood over her, his face devoid of color. Harmony came running down the stairs from above. The hysterics started as soon as she saw Starla. Felicity knelt down and gently ran her hand over Starla's head, looking for injury. No knots or dents presented themselves. She looked up at Jay. Did she hit her head? I don't think so. I think she just passed out. Her leg. She followed his gaze down the length of Starla's body. No bones protruded, but about mid-thigh, her leg lay at an odd angle. Her leg is broken. We need to get her to a hospital. Get us to Charleston as soon as you can. Call ahead and have an ambulance waiting for us. She hadn't even been aware of the captain's presence until Jay gave the order. Ophelia had an arm around Harmony's shoulder and spoke softly to her, trying to calm her down. Felicity focused on Jay's face. As if sensing her stare, his gaze locked with hers. At some point, she is going to come to, and she'll be in a lot of pain. Stabilizing her leg will help, especially when they go to move her. If we had something stiff and straight to tie it to, that might help. He seemed frozen in place for a moment before springing into action. Jay opened a narrow closet and pulled out the 2 bamboo poles he had used to trick Jean. With his foot pressing down on the middle of one, he jerked the thicker end of the pole up until it snapped in 2. After handing the shortened pole down to her, he repeated the process with the second pole. Then without a word, he ran out of sight. Jean, I need you to come around here to her head and hold her shoulders down. She might come to, and we don't want her to thrash around. Felicity hoped her brother-in-law had the constitution for this. Harmony certainly didn't. Her whimpering grew louder with Felicity's instructions to Jean. So far, Ophelia had been unsuccessful in trying to lead her into the salon. Jay returned with a bedsheet and began slicing and tearing it into long strips. As Jean held his sister by the shoulders, Felicity gently straightened her leg. Starla came to with another scream.
This was all his fault. If only he had insisted that Starla stop jumping from the stair rail after the first time she did it, this wouldn't have happened. Jay tried telling himself that he had asked her to stop, that she was a grown woman capable of making her own choices. Hadn't he done things just for the thrill of it before, knowing there was a chance of injury? Except that didn't stop the guilt from crashing over him in waves. Starla had injured herself on his yacht and was his responsibility. He caught himself looking at Felicity again. While the rest of them had fallen apart, she had held them together, offering her quiet strength and comfort from the very beginning of this ordeal. She had known what to do when he and Jean had stood helpless. She had been the one to finally calm Harmony on the ride to the hospital. And once they arrived and the waiting began, she had sneaked off to the cafeteria and bought food and drinks for all of them. Jay set his untouched sandwich on the table beside him and stood as the surgeon entered the room. The man's gray eyes focused on Jean, but everyone moved in closer to hear the news. Your sister has a comminuted fracture to the femoral shaft. What that means is, her thigh bone has broken into 3 pieces. I will be inserting a rod through the center of the bone. A metal plate will be screwed to the outside of the bone to hold it in place." Harmony cried out, practically drowning out the last part of what was said. Gene wrapped his arms around his wife and pulled her closer, but his worried gaze never left the doctor's face. "Will she be able to walk after this is over?" The surgeon nodded his head. "Your sister is young. She'll need time to heal and most likely some physical therapy, but I expect her to make a full recovery. We'll talk more about that after the surgery. If there are no more questions, I need to get back there." It felt like there should be more questions, but no one said anything. The thoughts that came to Jay's mind were superficial, but he figured they'd be of foremost importance to Starla as soon as she came to after the surgery. She would be scarred for life. Even her insides would be permanently marred by pieces of metal. And she would blame him, the one she had trusted to catch her. If only she had listened to his feeble warnings. If only. After the surgeon left, Felicity pulled Harmony to the side to try and calm her once again. Jay wanted to offer Jean reassurance that it would all work out but had none to give. "I wish there was something I could do. Actually, it would be a huge help if you could take Felicity and Harmony back home so someone can get word back to Mom and Dad. I just can't tell them something like this over the phone." Despite the fact that Harmony had been standing a couple of feet away, she cried out all the louder at Jean's request. "How could you suggest such a thing? I am not leaving until you do." "Harmony," Felicity's words were cut short by her sister's protest. "You've never been married, so I don't expect you to understand. But I'm too upset to be without my husband." Harmony crossed her arms. "And what if Starla needs me when she wakes up? Someone will need to be here to take care of her. Jean can't do everything, and you know the nurses can't be depended on to do it." Jay had no doubt that the hospital staff was more capable of taking care of Starla's needs than Harmony ever would be, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Jean took Harmony by the arm. "Who will take care of the children? You know Mom will want to drop everything and come here. You can't expect her to have to keep up with the boys in the state of mind she'll be in once she hears about this." "I'll take care of them." Felicity's voice added calm to the situation while piling on to Jay's guilt. She would again be inconvenienced because of his negligence. Jean looked past his wife to focus on his sister-in-law. "But what if we don't make it back in time for you to go to work on Tuesday? Then, I'll take the boys back home with me. Between me, Pappy, and Charity, they will be taken care of. Don't worry any more about it." That seemed to settle the matter. Jean and Harmony would stay put, and he and Felicity would spend the next couple of hours alone together, driving to Merrill's Inlet to let the Pinnells know what happened to their daughter.
If only I had insisted she stop after that first time. Felicity wanted to offer comfort, but that seemed outside of the realm of their current relationship. She had assured Jay that it wasn't his fault the first 2 times he'd said it since the drive back to Merrill's Inlet began. This time she said nothing, only stared straight ahead at the Pinnells' mansion, dreading what was to come. "I should be the one to tell them." He turned to face her, his features hidden in the darkness of the night. "If the kids are still up, will you distract them?" "That's a good idea. I'll take them with me over to Harmony's." He made no move to leave the car and neither did she. Jean should have just called them. Felicity understood the seriousness of the situation, but it was a broken leg, not death. Granted, most broken limbs didn't require surgery, and Starla had weeks of recovery ahead, but still. It didn't matter. Jean knew his parents better than she did and they were here now. "Jay, as soon as we come in without the others, they'll suspect something is wrong. My advice, I wouldn't drag it out. After the kids are distracted, just start with the fact that Starla fell and broke her leg and had to have surgery. You can go into the details of how it came about afterwards. Like ripping off a band-aid." "Exactly." Light illuminated the inside of the car when he opened the door. "Okay, let's get this over with." As it turned out, the boys were already in bed. Felicity had been right about the suspicions of Starla's parents when they realized their children were not present. Panic had Lane Pennell's eyes stretched wide as she studied Jay's face. Marlowe wore more of a pensive look as he placed his hands on his wife's shoulders and awaited an explanation. Felicity held back and allowed Jay to take the lead. Lane's reaction to the news was much like Harmony's had been. She cried out and then turned, burying her face in her husband's chest. Marlowe continued to listen to the details of what happened as he rubbed circles on his wife's back with his hand. After the initial panic, everything flew into motion as the Pennells packed their bags and prepared to leave. Lane insisted that Felicity spend the night at the big house so the kids wouldn't have to be moved, since they were already asleep. They loaded their bags and themselves into their car and took off for Charleston, leaving Jay and Felicity standing in the yard. Jay opened the trunk of his car and pulled out her duffel bag. He ignored her outstretched hand and carried it into the house. She followed behind him with her heart warmed by the thoughtful gesture. Saying goodbye in the house would be more awkward, though. Why couldn't things be easy between them again? He set the bag down just inside the door and turned to her. "I want to thank you for everything. You knew just what to do, splinting Starla's leg and keeping a calm head when everything was in chaos. And your advice about what to tell the Pennells was sound. You made everything easier to handle, and I appreciate it." At a loss for words, she could only nod. Then she remembered writing her number down in anticipation of this moment. She pulled the scrap of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. "Harmony is not the best to remember to call. Could you call or text me if anything happens? Or if you just want to talk, or ask me out, or rekindle what we had before," she thought. None of that would happen, of course, but fantasizing about it would hurt no one. Except maybe herself. Taking the paper from her, Jay nodded and slipped it into his pocket. He stepped around her as if to leave, and she grabbed his arm. He looked down at her hand and then directly into her eyes. Her knees weakened, and her mouth went dry. What had she been about to say? "Oh yeah. Be careful driving back tonight." That wasn't exactly what she had wanted to say, but how could she think clearly with him this close? She took a step back. Felicity wished he would stay put for the night. It had been a long day. He must feel as exhausted as she did. "I think I'll get a hotel and start again in the morning. Visiting hours are over, and Starla needs only her family for now." Yeah, he would be thinking of Starla's needs. Despite her earlier deception about not being able to swim, her accident would probably endear Jay to Starla more so than before. Whatever scrap of hope that existed that Felicity and Jalen could start over slipped out the door with him as he left.
Jay slipped his credit card from his wallet and held it out to the clerk, who was momentarily distracted by Jean's two boys who seemed bent on dismantling the hotel's lobby. Thankfully, the Pennells had refused his offer to allow them to stay on the yacht. Harmony said she couldn't bear to go back to the scene of the accident. As far as he was concerned, she'd done him a favor. He could only imagine the destruction these two unchecked kids could do to his high-dollar investment. Investment or midlife crisis? Pushing the thought aside, he waved his credit card to gain the clerk's attention. "Sorry, sir. How long will the Pennells be staying with us?" "1 week. Whatever the Pennells need during their stay can be added to my bill." He had no doubt that they'd use it to the fullest advantage. Jay had been surprised to find out that the whole family planned to remain in Charleston for the duration of Starla's recovery. After a couple of days in the hospital, she would be sent to a rehab facility where she would stay for 2 to 3 weeks until her leg could bear weight and she'd be able to take care of her own needs. 1 week. That's how long he would indulge them. After that, they were on their own. Some of his guilt seemed to have abated overnight. Or maybe the feeling that Starla's family was taking advantage of the situation had done it. She had broken her leg, which was unfortunate, but she wasn't anywhere close to dying. The callous thought made him cringe on the inside until he heard a crash behind him. He didn't have to look to know that Jean's two boys had caused the calamity. At least this finally put Jean into motion. Felicity was fortunate to have escaped having to keep them with her. Thinking of her put a smile on his face. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the scrap of paper with her name and number. Jay had already programmed it into his phone, but had held on to the note as a memento. He couldn't use an update on Starla's condition as an excuse to call. Jean had no doubt taken care of that when he'd picked his kids up this morning. Calling would be awkward anyway, but maybe he could find an excuse to text her in a couple of days. Who knew, it might lead to something. You know, Jay, it does my heart good knowing that my sister is with a man who will take good care of her. I know the folks feel the same. We look forward to the day you are officially part of the family. What? He turned to stare at Jean as a sick feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. We aren't even dating. Surely he knew this. When Jay had given the invitation for this weekend, he had gone through Jean and had been sure to word it so he'd know that the invitation was to them as a group. Hadn't he? Jean threw his head back and laughed. Yeah, but Sissy has you in her sights, and she's going in for the kill, so to speak. You've seen how stubborn she can be. When Starla sets her mind to something, she usually gets what she wants, and her mind is set on you. He grinned and slapped Jay on the back. You may as well stop fighting the hook and let her reel you in. Jay could roll his eyes at the fact that Jean had managed to use a hunting reference and a fishing reference all in the same little speech, but he couldn't wrap his mind around the part about him ending up as part of the Pennell family. As in, married to Starla. Maybe it was time for a business-related trip, something that would take him away from town while Starla recuperated well enough to return to Merrill's Inlet. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he had been rubbing the slip of paper with Felicity's name and number between his thumb and forefinger to the point that the ink had begun to fade. He slipped it back into his pocket. His hope of rekindling the relationship with Felicity would have to wait until expectations of him and Starla getting together died down.
Felicity savored the taste of the cherry cheesecake lush. So many memories in that one bite. She hadn't had it in over 20 years, not since her mama died. The dish had been forgotten until she came across the recipe written out in that still familiar script on an index card tucked inside an old cookbook. Her mama used to make it any time there was a church function or a family gathering. Felicity had made it today to share with her friends. This is so good. And it goes great with the white chocolate latte. You really know how to pair just the right coffee with any dessert. Vivian smiled at her from across the table. I love it, but what if your customers want it to go? You'll have to buy some of those plastic containers. Won't that cut into your profits? Kaylee owned a trinket shop, so it wasn't unusual for her to think of the bottom line. This isn't for the customers. I just felt like making it and wanted to share it with y'all. Felicity had been inviting them to the shop almost every week to taste test different recipes she'd considered selling to the public and hoping Pappy would give in to the idea. I might as well give up on Pappy ever allowing me to sell anything else. Even the muffins I make myself seem like a waste. The customers love them, but they aren't very profitable since he won't let me charge what they're worth. I hate to hear that because I know how much this business means to you, and also because I'll miss these opportunities to hang out with you too and taste these yummy desserts. Vivian shrugged one shoulder. Then again, it'll help me not to pack on any extra padding to my behind. Kaylee smiled and bumped her shoulder against Vivian's. Especially not now that Beau's in the picture. How are things going between you two? Any negative feelings Felicity had at the beginning of Beau and Vivian's relationship had disappeared. She really hoped things worked out between them. They both deserved happiness. Serenity showed in Vivian's green eyes. Better than I ever thought possible. And also, a little scary. What do you mean scary? I've known Beau since before Dalvin and I got married. Trust me, he's a great guy. Kaylee shook her head. You have nothing to fear from him. Vivian swirled her spoon through her dessert. We've only been dating a couple of weeks, and he's already talking about marriage. Kaylee choked on her sip of coffee. Marriage? The man has been alone for over 14 years. Why the rush now? Felicity thought Kaylee may have answered her own question, but she didn't say anything. After being single for all of her life, she didn't think she'd want to wait too long either if the right man ever came along. She expelled a long breath as thoughts of Jay entered her mind. She couldn't help it. He was the only man she'd ever considered spending her life with. He says he loves me and doesn't want to waste time with us apart. I think he enjoyed being married before, so there's nothing for him to fear, but you both know that was not the case for me. Her brows were bunched over rounded green eyes, making her concern easy to read. Vivian's deceased husband had cheated on her for most of their marriage. In my heart, I know Beau is nothing like Craig, but my mind likes to play out worst-case scenarios. Reaching across the table, Felicity placed her hand over Vivian's. Beau has the patience of Job. He'll wait for you to come around. Kaylee chimed in. And we know you'll eventually marry the man. How could you resist? Girl, he might be my brother-in-law, but the man's a saint and good-looking to boot. She wiggled her eyebrows, causing Vivian to laugh. Just then, the door to the shop opened and Pappy hobbled in, followed by her cousin, Abe. Felicity sat back in her seat and followed their progression through the store. Pappy ignored her as he headed for his usual spot in the back. Abe's gaze roamed the shop, no doubt taking in the changes since his last visit 11 years ago, before he finally looked at her. He nodded his head in greeting but continued to follow Pappy. Who's that with Pappy? Kaylee never hesitated to be nosy. My cousin, Abe. He hasn't been on speaking terms with Pappy in years. I guess he's here to reconcile. Why now? Sure, most of the problems had stemmed from Abe's wife, who was now deceased, but she couldn't help but wonder what he hoped to gain by reconnecting with Pappy. It wasn't like they were that close to begin with. The sound of laughter drew their attention back to the front door. Abe's friend, Quentin, held the door open for Charity. His hand lingered on the lower part of her back as he ushered her in. After stepping through the door, he pulled her to his side and whispered in her ear, which resulted in a giggle from Felicity's sister. To someone who didn't know better, it would seem they knew each other, but they couldn't have possibly met before that morning. His steps faltered as his gaze locked with Felicity's from across the room. For a moment, she thought he might head her way, but he only waved and continued toward the back to where Pappy and Abe now sat. Charity turned to stare at Felicity as she continued at his side, all humor gone from her features. There would be questions later. That's Abe's friend, Quentin, right? I just met him when we ran into them this weekend in Charleston. It's so strange seeing the two of them here now. Yeah, I heard you made the trip on Jay's new yacht. Have you heard how Starla's doing? I know he was shaken up over her accident. He's out of town on business, so I haven't talked to him since Sunday. Felicity looked at Kaylee, expecting to see evidence of some hidden barb, but she only looked concerned. I talked to Harmony this morning. She said Starla had been moved to a facility where she will receive physical therapy until she can walk again. They don't want her putting weight on her leg yet. I didn't realize Jay was out of town. She hoped tagging her statement about Jay at the end had come out sounding nonchalant. Kaylee shook her head. I don't understand how he could leave town while his girlfriend is in the hospital. You'd think he'd be right there by her side. She studied Felicity over the rim of her cup as she took a sip of coffee, as if waiting for a reaction. And there it is. If Kaylee was referring to Starla as his girlfriend, she must have heard it from Jalen first. Even though a little part of Felicity died in that moment, she smiled. It would have to be something important, or I'm sure Jay would be right there with her. Felicity dabbed a darker shade of blue into small sections of the canvas in front of her with her paintbrush. Most of her paintings depicted views of various spots in and around Walden Beach. This was the first time she had focused on the landscape beneath the ocean waves. I didn't realize you were an artist. Her whole body shuddered at the sound of the deep, unfamiliar voice. She jerked around to view the intruder. It took a moment for it to register that the dusky blue eyes looking back at her belonged to Quentin Wright. What is he doing here? She thought. Aside from the oddity of him being in her house, how had he made it past Pappy and Charity into her space? The enclosed porch to the side of the house had become her little sanctuary. No one had ever bothered to come back here before. Her family took no interest in her paintings. He had to have come with Abe, but considering how tightly her sister had hung on to Quentin the day before at the store, it was a surprise that Charity had let him out of her sight. He stepped further into her space and studied the paintings on easels lining the room, all in various stages of completion. "You do excellent work. Which gallery do you use to sell your pieces?" He flipped through the stack of completed paintings in the corner of the room. "These look like the ones hanging in your little coffee shop." I wondered who had painted them. Quentin turned to look at her, and she realized he was waiting for a response. "You flatter me, but I know these aren't good enough for a gallery. This is only a hobby. It helps me relax." And she had only hung her best ones in the shop to brighten the place up on the cheap. No artist ever thinks their works are as good as they actually are, but trust me, your paintings would go quickly with the right venue. He came up beside her, close enough for her to feel his breath on her face. "This sea turtle is different, I mean as opposed to your landscapes. Have you ever been scuba diving?" Felicity looked back at her painting. A smear of blue marred the section she had been working on when he'd startled her. With a sigh, she dropped her brush into the waiting jar of water as she answered. "No, I've never been diving. I recently snorkeled while in Charleston, and I suppose that was my inspiration." "With your boyfriend this past weekend?" She looked up at him. He was close enough for her to see the variations in his deep blue eyes. If he thought she had a boyfriend, why was he invading her personal space? "Jay isn't my boyfriend. He belonged to Starla now." Felicity couldn't help but wonder again if this had come about before or after Starla's accident. "I'm not dating anyone." "Good. I'm glad to hear that." He swept the hair away from her neck with his hand and a shiver ran through her. "As murky as the water is, Charleston can't be the best place to snorkel. I'm heading to the Cayman Islands next month. You should go with me. The water there is as clear as glass." Whoa. She didn't even know this guy, and he was already inviting her to take a vacation together. "There you are." They turned at the sound of Charity's overly cheerful announcement. She smiled at Quentin and then flashed a look at Felicity. She had questioned her about their encounter in Charleston when they first met. Felicity had downplayed the whole exchange, leaving out the part about his roaming gaze. He wouldn't have given her another look if she hadn't been wearing that too-short dress. Charity had seemed satisfied with her description, but after the look she'd just sent her way, Felicity expected a reprimand later. It wasn't like she had invited him in. Charity looped her arm through Quentin's and turned them toward the door. "If I'd known you were here, I would have gotten off the phone sooner and come to your rescue." Felicity rolled her eyes as she turned back to clean up her work area. She too wished Charity had been aware of his arrival. It would have saved her from the awkwardness that had just happened. She had met some flirty men in her lifetime, but Quentin Wright easily came in ahead of the rest of the creepos. The very idea that she would go on a trip with him. Now was a good time to get out of the house. At the moment, a bike ride down the beach seemed like the best idea ever. The air suddenly felt thicker in the house with him in it. No doubt, Charity would keep Quentin occupied for the rest of his time here, but why take the chance of another encounter? Just the way he looked at her was bothersome. She cleaned herself up in the bathroom and brushed her hair back into a ponytail before donning a baseball cap. Grabbing her sunglasses, she quietly made her way to the kitchen hoping to sneak out through the back door without anyone noticing. She came up short at the sight of her father sitting at the kitchen table alone. "I thought Abe was here." Surely Quentin hadn't shown up at their house by himself. "He was here, but he's gone now. He only wanted to drop off this invitation from Tabby to come for a visit to her fancy house in Charleston." He took a sip from his ever-present cup of coffee. Don't know why she didn't call. Just another excuse for Sonny Boy to come around again, I suppose. Pappy and his nicknames. His sister, Tabitha, hated being called Tabby, and she could only imagine what Abe thought about being called Sonny Boy. Aunt Tabitha's first husband had left without a word when she was 4 months pregnant with Abe, so she had given him Pappy's name, including the last name of Sutton. Pappy used to say that Abe was as good as being his own son, but that was before they parted ways. Does it not seem weird to you that Abe would come back around suddenly, like nothing ever happened? Not really. I knew his marriage wouldn't last, and after that ended, it was only a matter of time before he came to his senses. The woman had died, but it was no surprise to Felicity that her family would treat the situation with as much empathy as they would for a wart removal. Pappy took another sip of coffee and then looked toward the back door. Besides, he stands to inherit the shop. It's only right that he make amends before I leave this world. Felicity gripped the back of the chair in front of her. Her mind raced as she tried to recall ever hearing of this before now. She took a shaky step around the chair and sat down. When did you decide to give the shop to him? Why did her voice have to sound so hoarse? It wouldn't do to show emotion in front of Pappy if she wanted to get to the bottom of this. His brows practically met in the middle of his wrinkled forehead as he studied her for a moment. Who did you think would get it? Me. Rang out in her head while her lips stayed quiet. She balled her fist, wishing she could slam it down, pitch a fit, yell, anything to get him to notice her, to see her as someone worthy. But of course she couldn't do that. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. She had tried to relax her jaw before answering, but her reply had still come out stilted. I thought it would go to one or all of your daughters. Honestly, after all the effort she had put into the place, her name should be at the top of the list. Charity had no interest in it and Harmony certainly didn't. And Abe? How could he even be a consideration after turning his back on the family? Before this week, he hadn't even stepped foot in the shop in years. Pappy shook a finger at her. Humph, you hit the nail on the head with that statement. First of all, I'd never split ownership of the shop between you three. It'd never work out. And secondly, all I have are daughters. The shop has never and hopefully will never be owned by a woman. Felicity sucked in a breath. If he'd had any problems with the fact that God had only given him daughters, he'd kept it to himself before now. Don't look at me like that. I have no problem with women. He leaned forward. This is about tradition. No woman has ever had her name on the title of that building, and I know for a fact that's how my ancestors intended for it to be. My own Pappy told me so. I'm pretty sure women weren't even allowed to own property when the store was built, but times have changed. She threw her hands up. What have I been doing for the last couple of years? The truth of the question echoed back to her. What have I been doing? She had poured her time and money into a shop that would never be hers. It was suddenly clear just how futile her efforts had truly been. Any scrap of security she'd felt about her future had just been snatched away. Pappy leaned across the table and looked her in the eyes. Yes, what have you been doing? I appreciate why you came home, but I don't know why you stayed. He threw a hand out to the side. You should be back in Atlanta using that fancy degree. Or better yet, why haven't you found yourself a rich husband by now? She pressed her lips together, holding back her response. The lid she used to secure her bottled-up emotions was about to blow. If he hadn't interfered back when Jay asked to marry her, she'd have a rich husband by now, not that marrying for money had ever been her objective. And the fancy degree had been his idea. Why should she stick with a career that made her miserable? And why are you staying here when living in this house has never brought you happiness? But where could she go from here? Not back to Atlanta. There was nothing to start over with. She had spent most of her savings on building up the business. A business that doesn't belong to you. How stupid can you get? I'm going for a ride. You do that. And think about what I've said while you're out there.
Jalen hadn't called to check on Starla in a week. Not since he left Charleston right after the accident. Sure, guilt washed over him at times, but not enough to make him pick up the phone. He would be heading back home in the morning, so the call needed to be made now. It wasn't until he scrolled through the contacts on his phone that he realized he didn't have her number. Somewhat relieved, he called Jean instead. Hello? Hey, I was calling to see how Starla's doing. There was a long pause before Jean spoke again. It's going slow, but she'll get there. Starla didn't like the therapist at the center, so Dad hired a personal one for her. At least she's doing what this one tells her to. A loud commotion broke through the line. Boys! Cut it out, I'm on the phone. Jay held the phone away from his ear until the scolding ended. Tell your dad to send me the bill. I'll be glad to pay for whatever the insurance doesn't cover. I'll be back in Charleston tomorrow. What time do you plan to visit with Starla? I'll try to come by at the same time. Gene would make a good buffer. If he brought the rest of his family, that would be even better. She said if I talk to you, to tell you not to come by. He huffed out a nervous-sounding laugh. You know how women are. She doesn't want you seeing her not looking her best. You know, hair and makeup, stuff like that. He didn't know what to say. This request didn't sound like Starla. A busted-up leg wouldn't keep her from doing her hair and makeup. Unless... Is this a test? If this was a test of his infatuation, he would end up failing miserably. If that's what she wants. Let me know if anything changes. Okay, I'll let her know you called. Boys. How many times have I told you not to climb on that? Jay winced. Hey, I need to go. Maybe we can get together this weekend. Since Starla doesn't want to see me, I might just go to my sister's instead, but we'll catch up later. Phew. Jay hung up the phone, feeling like he had been freed in more ways than one. He leaned against the headboard of his hotel bed and loosened his tie. If it wouldn't mean arriving so late, he'd head to Walden Beach tonight. There was a woman there he couldn't wait to see, and it wasn't his sister. He picked up the velvety box on the table beside the bed and flipped the lid up to reveal a sterling silver chain with a sea turtle pendant. The blue opal inlay on the turtle's back gleamed in the light of the lamp next to him. It hadn't cost much at all, but knowing Felicity, she would cherish the gift. Did he have the nerve to give it to her? Jay told himself that he did. Snapping the box closed, he stared straight ahead as he imagined how it would go. He was determined to let her know exactly what he wanted, to pick up where they left off 18 years ago. Well, to a point. They were engaged then. It might be a little too soon to talk about forever. On the other hand, it felt like he had been waiting forever to be with her already.
Felicity's bike came to a stop, and she placed both feet on the sandy path beneath her feet. Just breathe. With jerky motions, she swiped at the angry tears streaming down her face while trying to force her emotions to come under control. Usually, the sight of the vast ocean with the sound of its crashing waves had a way of calming her spirit. God, this isn't working. I thought I was meant to stay here in Walden Beach, but this just isn't working out. Pappy acts like he hates me sometimes. My whole family has a way of making me feel worthless. Her eyes squeezed shut, but it did nothing to stop the flow of tears. And I'm lonely. After the conversation that had just happened between her and her father, loneliness should be the least of what was on her mind. But it felt like the center of everything. Felicity. Sucking in a breath, she jerked around to face Beau while wiping her hand across both cheeks, trying to rid her face from the evidence of tears. A ridiculous thought since it actually drew attention to the fact that she was crying. She should have used a different beach access besides the one next to his house but had arrived here on autopilot, and this was the one she always used. Her mind certainly hadn't been on her surroundings on the way over. Beau opened the gate leading to the beach from his backyard and took the few steps over to her. What happened? Why are you crying? Panic laced his voice as he looked her up and down as if he expected to find a physical injury. Felicity swung her leg over the bike and stood beside it, holding onto the handlebars. Pappy and I just had words, that's all. He put his arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Come on up to the back porch and let's talk about it. Felicity wanted to tell him it wasn't necessary, that what happened between her and Pappy was nothing, but it would be a lie. She hadn't been able to process the things he'd said. She needed a friend and one had been provided. Thank you, Lord. Beau grabbed the handlebars of her bike. Here, let me take that. He pushed the bike to the gate, and she held it open for him. When they got to his back steps, he pushed the kickstand down and left it on the walkway. He opened the door to the screened-in section of the porch and motioned for her to go through. A coffee cup and his laptop sat on the table between two lounge chairs. He had interrupted his evening's relaxation to come rescue her. Guilt weighed Felicity's shoulders. She always seemed to be the extra, the one who didn't belong, even when it was only her and one other person. "Have a seat, and I'll be back in a minute." Beau grabbed his cup as he headed into the house. Instead of sitting in the lounge chair next to his, she grabbed one of the straight-backed chairs from the other side of the porch and brought it over to sit catty-corner from where he would be sitting. This didn't seem like a kick-your-feet-up-and-relax sort of time. While he was gone, she lifted the edge of her blouse up to dry her face, wishing she had worn a more absorbent t-shirt instead. Beau came back out carrying 2 mugs of steaming coffee and a box of tissues trapped between his side and elbow. After setting his cup down, he handed her the other one along with the tissues. "You can thank Vivian for these. She left them here. If it had been up to me, you would have ended up with a roll of toilet paper." Despite how low she felt, laughter bubbled up. She held the coffee mug between her knees to free her hands and made use of the tissues. The tears had stopped, but all the crying on the way over had her nose stopped up. Beau grabbed the small table from the other side of the porch and set it next to her. "Thanks. Not a problem." He took his seat and reached for his cup of coffee. "Now tell me what happened." "I just found out that Pappy plans to leave the shop to my cousin. Abe hasn't even been on speaking terms with Pappy until recently, but he's a man and that seems to be the only qualifying factor in who inherits the shop." Her teeth gritted together. After raising 3 daughters, how could Pappy stick to this archaic notion? She took a deep breath and tried to relax the tightened muscles in her jaw. "I can see how that would upset you." Her shoulders slumped. "Honestly, I'm more upset with myself than I am with Pappy. I mean, I guess deep down I figured that at best, the most I would end up with would be a third of the shop, but I had hoped." The back door to Beau's house opened, and Vivian stepped out on the porch. A sinking feeling landed in the pit of Felicity's stomach. She and Beau weren't doing anything that they hadn't done countless times before, having a conversation between 2 friends, but he hadn't been in a relationship before, and Vivian carried insecurities from her past because of an unfaithful husband. And now she was also hindering the 2 of them from time they would be spending together as a couple. Always the extra. Even so, Felicity was stuck. If she left now, it would perhaps look suspicious to Vivian. Beau got up and met Vivian with a hug. Despite her uneasiness over the situation, Felicity was glad to see the smile on her friend's face. Beau had always seemed like a happy person, but it was nothing compared to the look of contentment he now wore. On the other hand, Vivian's smile was short-lived. A look of uncertainty crossed her face as she looked at Felicity. "Honey, do you want some coffee?" "It's too late for me to be drinking coffee. I'm fine." Vivian offered Beau another brief smile before she refocused on Felicity. "Say something before this gets any more awkward. You're just in time to hear how screwed up my life is. I can leave if you 2 need to finish your talk." "No," Felicity and Beau spoke in unison. "If only I could be the one to leave. But that wouldn't help. There's nothing I would say to Beau that I wouldn't want you to hear. Besides, you might have some insight to the situation that Beau wouldn't see." Seeming to finally realize Vivian's concern, Beau spoke up to explain. "I saw Felicity down on the beach. She was crying, and I invited her up here to talk." He rubbed her arm and whispered. "She's just a friend. We have been friends for a long time, nothing more." His hand moved up to lovingly stroke the side of her face as he spoke. "Don't go, Viv. Come sit and talk with us." Vivian nodded and allowed him to lead her over to the group of chairs. He reclaimed his seat, and she perched on the end of his lounge chair, facing Felicity. She seemed to have come to some resolved conclusion on the short trip, but the tension still felt thick where Felicity was concerned. "So what's going on?" Felicity caught her up on Pappy's decision about the shop while keeping her gaze focused on Vivian instead of Beau. The thing that bothers me the most is my own stupidity. I may have dreamed of the shop one day becoming all mine, but deep down I knew that would never happen. Yet, I put all of my efforts and savings into fixing the place up. She leaned forward, placing her elbows on her knees. Pappy wants me to move back to Atlanta, back to my old life. I don't belong here, but I don't belong there either. I just don't know what to do. Vivian reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze. Being rejected by your father must hurt too. She nodded, her eyes burning with more unshed tears. I don't understand why, but he has always pushed me to go to college, make something of myself, and marry well. She couldn't bring herself to say rich. It would be too embarrassing. But he seems perfectly content to leave my sisters to do whatever they want. Pappy never pressured either of them to go to college. Charity is the oldest, and she's never held down a job or gotten married, and nothing is said about it. And Harmony, Felicity studied the woman sitting across from her. How did you explain Harmony? Well, you just have to meet her. Pappy has never pressured either of them to do anything they didn't want to do. Maybe he expects more from you because he knows you're capable of more. Both women turned to look at Beau. He could be right, but that wasn't how it felt to Felicity. Vivian turned back toward Felicity and straightened her spine. Now that you realize you won't be inheriting the shop, where do you go from here? Is there any way to recoup the money you put into it? Do you think your father would pay you the money back? An unexpected snort slipped out. Her hand flew up to momentarily cover her mouth. No, she shook her head at the very idea. Not many people know this, but the store was in trouble before I came here. Even if I sold the fixtures I paid for and put things back the way they were, it would only bring back a portion of my money while bringing financial ruin to my father. I couldn't do that. I'm upset over the way Pappy has done me, but I still love him. Are you going to continue working in the shop? Felicity took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I still need to work. Now that I have a clear picture of the situation, maybe I can stop thinking of it as anything more than a job. It will at least do until I can find something else because I need to move out of Pappy's house. We got along better when I didn't live there. She had turned into more of a doormat than ever before. She needed her own place if for no other reason than to gain her self-respect back. 2 years of living with Pappy again and she had reverted back to herself as a teenager. That had to stop. You could move in with me. Rent would be cheap because I don't have a mortgage. All I'd ask is for you to split the cost of food and utilities. Vivian smirked. And you can do the cooking since I never took up the habit. As she thought over the unanticipated offer, Felicity looked at Beau. He was staring at Vivian with his brows slightly bunched. Felicity knew he planned to marry the woman. He would win her over to the idea too. Felicity would surely be expected to pay full rent when that happened. Then she would be out of a home again, because she definitely couldn't afford Vivian's beach house by herself. But it could be a solution, even if a temporary one. Let me pray about it. I'll let you know, but in the meantime, I need to head back home. It had turned dark while they talked. Riding her bike at night was never a good idea. The sooner she got going, the better. Vivian and I will take you in the truck. You're not riding that bike in the dark on my watch. I'd appreciate that. I didn't mean to be out this late. The last time she had been caught out late, Pappy had fussed at her. She'd taken it as a sign that he cared. But they had parted in anger tonight, so she didn't think he'd bother worrying this time. No, he's probably hoping you don't return.
Jalen took a deep breath to try and settle the almost giddy excitement that had settled over him. He hadn't been inside Cool Joe's since he was a teenager. Felicity had been foremost on his mind when he woke this morning. She may not even be working today, but it was the most logical place to start. The smell of coffee and muffins greeted him when he pushed through the door of the shop. Astonished at the changes the place had undergone since his last visit, Jay stopped just inside the door to orient himself. The back of the store remained unchanged from his high school days with the shaved ice counter and plastic chairs, but eclectic groupings of tables and chairs now occupied the front two-thirds of the open room. Whether by design or due to natural progression, the brick walls that had at one time been painted white sported the now popular distressed look. Large watercolor canvases depicting familiar scenes around Walden Beach added pops of interest. Felicity's back was to him as she stood with a coffee carafe in hand speaking to the customers at one of the tables next to the wall. He couldn't help but appreciate the way the apron she wore accentuated her curves. His smile broke into a grin when she turned to head his way and her eyes stretched wide at the sight of him. No doubt, she was more than surprised to see him there, but she quickly schooled her features. Jay took a table in the corner of the room, and she met him there. "Good morning." "Morning." Her voice had sounded cheerful, but his sounded husky due to the nervous energy she invoked. He swallowed hard, hoping the next time he spoke it wouldn't sound so strained. Felicity stared down at him with her hand over her heart for a few seconds before a clipped giggle escaped. Her lips rolled in as if she was trying to hold back her smile. What can I get you?" He glanced at the menu board on the wall behind the counter, but he couldn't focus. "Just coffee with cream and sugar." His gaze instantly dropped to her lips and then quickly back up to her eyes. "Do you have anything sweet? Get it together, man. You're not in high school." She glanced at the tables on each side of him and then leaned closer, bringing her sweet pea scent with her. "I have something I think you'll like, but it isn't on the menu. You can try it out and tell me what you think." "Mercy." He nodded, hoping he'd be able to form words again once she returned. "You can do this. Just get to the point and ask her out on a date." Jay still didn't feel ready when she returned, setting a cup of coffee and a dessert plate down in front of him. "It's German chocolate cheesecake. Tell me what you think." He'd never had this version before, but German chocolate cake was his favorite. Felicity used to bake him one every year for his birthday. It was almost as if she had expected him. He took a bite and groaned. This would be his new favorite. "So, do you like it?" "It's the best thing I've ever tasted." "Why isn't this on the menu?" Her smile faded slightly. "It isn't Pappy approved. I made it for homecoming at church tomorrow." "Miss, could I get a refill?" The man at the next table held his coffee cup out toward her. "Oh, yes, sorry." Felicity hurried to pick up the carafe. After pouring the man's refill, she went around the room, offering refills to everyone else. Jalen turned at the sound of another customer entering the store. His stomach soured when he saw who it was. As if he could feel Jay's gaze, that cretin with the wandering eyes they had run into in Charleston looked his way and nodded his head in acknowledgement. "You ready for a refill?" He jerked at the sound of Felicity's voice next to him. She smiled and held up the carafe. Jay slid his cup across the table, and she added more coffee. "I know Kaylee has already invited you, but you should come to church tomorrow. There'll be music and food. You can get another taste of that cheesecake." "Morning, gorgeous." Felicity jumped at the intrusion. "Quentin. I thought you'd be in Charleston." Jay studied the two, trying to pick up on the nuances of their relationship. The idiot's hand was on her shoulder like it was his right, but the look on Felicity's face didn't look all that welcoming. Her smile had slipped, and she had a white-knuckled grip on the handle of the carafe now. "There's nothing exciting going on in Charleston. My interest is focused here in Walden Beach for the moment. Do you know what you want to drink? Can you make an espresso?" "Of course, have a seat anywhere you'd like, and I'll get one for you." She tapped her fingers on the table and looked at Jay. "I'll check on you again in a minute." Jay tucked one of the cups of coffee between his arm and chest so he could open the door to Kaylee's shop. His sister had become infatuated with mermaids right after their father disappeared, and the obsession had never gone away. She had always dreamed of owning a trinket shop, and about 10 years ago, he had helped make her dream a reality. The clever mermaid sold everything from cement lawn ornaments to tiny hair bows with glued-on seashells. Although most of her merchandise centered around mermaids, there were other items available within the nautical theme. The business had done well, proving that Kaylee wasn't the only one with the same obsession. He maneuvered through early morning shoppers and merchandise to get to the back corner where he was most likely to find his sister. When he got to her, Jay held a cup of coffee out to her. "I brought you something. It's a cinnamon hazelnut cappuccino. Someone told me it was your favorite." She looked at the cup without reaching for it and then back at him. "You went by Pappy's store?" It came out more statement than question. Jay nodded, realizing he'd just announced his intentions to her without saying a word. She folded her arms across her stomach and pressed her lips together before speaking. "To see Felicity. Is that so bad? I thought she was your friend." He extended his offer to her again, and this time she accepted the cup. Kaylee took the lid off, sniffed the coffee, and then replaced the lid. "She is my friend, but you're my brother and blood is thicker than friendship. Felicity hurt you. I don't think I'd be able to forgive her if she does it a second time. Besides, I thought you were seeing Starla." Jay leaned back against the counter behind him and studied his sister. "Sounds to me like you haven't forgiven her for the first time. Not to judge, but that doesn't sound much like a Christ-like move to me, sis. Not to shine light on my tarnished halo, but I'm a long shot from perfect." She pulled the tab back on the lid of her cappuccino and took a sip. "Besides Dalvin, you are the most important person to me. I just don't want to see you get hurt again." In some ways, Kaylee had been more like a mother to him than a sister. The 6 years difference in their ages gave her a reason for bossing him around. But after their father left and their mother withdrew into herself, Jay started spending more time with his sister and her husband. Mama died just after he turned 20, so now Kaylee and Dalvin were the only family he had left. "You are the most important person in my life. I'm ready to find a Dalvin of my own." One side of his mouth turned up. "Well, you know what I mean." She turned and leaned against the counter next to him. "And what about Starla?" "Starla was never an option for me, so you can forget about that. We have never been more than friends." He blew out a breath. "For that matter, there's nothing between me and Felicity either. But you'd like for there to be." He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "I think about her all the time. I'm pretty sure there's a part of me that has never stopped loving her. I wouldn't get my hopes up. She hasn't dated anyone since she moved back home." Kaylee's comment had the opposite of its intended effect on him. If Felicity hadn't dated anyone else, maybe there was a part of her still reserved for him too. "What about Quentin? Do you think she's interested in him?" "Who?" He smiled. "If she hasn't mentioned Quentin to you, I'll take that as a good thing. I heard you are having homecoming at church tomorrow. Is it okay if I come?" Kaylee turned to look at him. "Are you kidding me? You haven't stepped foot in my church in almost 2 years, not since." Her lips pressed together and she looked at him through squinted eyes. "I see how it is. You want to go now for the same reason you've stayed away in the past, because of Felicity. If you want to pursue a relationship with her, you have my blessing." "But Jay," she reached for his upper arm and squeezed. "Please be careful. Don't rush into anything, okay?" He nodded. Jay was all for being cautious. If Felicity rejected him for a second time, he didn't think he'd ever be ready to give love another chance.
Felicity lifted up on her toes, trying to look past Beau and everyone else standing between them and the entrance of the church. Looking for someone. She dropped down to flat feet and focused on Beau. As far as she knew, the only ones who knew anything about her and Jay's former relationship was his sister and brother-in-law, and they weren't here yet. "I thought Kaylee would be here by now." Vivian looped her arm through Beau's and looked at Felicity. "Did you ever ask her about your paintings?" "I did. She came by after closing yesterday and helped me price the ones hanging at the store. Kaylee said she may even be able to sell some at the Clever Mermaid. She's coming by the house tomorrow to have a look at what's there. You should come too. We could have lunch at the house. Pappy and Charity are in Charleston visiting my aunt." Felicity had never invited her friends over before. She still hadn't decided if she'd continue living there. Pappy acted like the blow-up between them had never happened, and she had followed his example. It was easier that way, but it made her decision harder. Maybe she had overreacted by talking about moving out. There's Kaylee and Dalvin now. Looks like her brother decided to join them. That's good. Excitement surged through her as soon as Beau mentioned Kaylee's brother. This time when she looked toward the back of the church, her eyes locked with Jay's sienna ones. Without thinking about how it would look, she made a beeline straight for him. The royal blue dress shirt he wore seemed to enhance the russet color of his hair. He knew this was her favorite color on him. Had he worn it on purpose? You came. His grin grew wider, and he took a step closer. You invited me, didn't you? Yes, but you didn't say one way or the other about whether you planned to come, so I wasn't sure. She was suddenly aware of his thumbs rubbing across her knuckles and looked down at their joined hands. Did I grab his hands, or did he grab mine? As if he had become aware of her touch at the same time she had, Jay let go but didn't step away from her. Kaylee went on and on about the singers and the food. He cleared his throat. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. His voice had turned low and intimate as he looked into her eyes. The way he spoke hinted at a deeper meaning. She continued on as if tension didn't crackle the air. We do have some good cooks around here. And the singing, one of the groups here today, are a favorite of mine. Have you ever heard of the Silvermans? No, I haven't, but if they're one of your favorites, then I look forward to hearing them sing. The slow grin he gave her sent a heat wave through her chest. Felicity, there you are. I was hoping I'd get here before the show started. A sick feeling settled in her stomach as soon as Felicity heard Quentin's syrupy-sounding voice. What was he doing here? She certainly hadn't invited him. And did he seriously just refer to church services as the show? She cringed inwardly. No, an invitation hadn't been given, but she should have asked him. It would have been the Christian thing to do. I'm glad you made it. She looked to where his hand rested on her shoulder, telling herself not to jerk away. But he's ruining everything. Hoping to assess what Jay thought of the intrusion, her eyes slowly lifted toward him, but he no longer stood there. She frantically looked around in every direction, but it was as if he had disappeared. If we want a good spot, we should probably find a seat. Felicity nodded and allowed Quentin to lead her to the front of the church. If she opened her mouth, she'd most likely say something she'd regret.
Before today, Jaylon Briggs would have sworn he didn't possess a jealous nature. Growing up, he'd been friends with one of the richest kids in school, and he had never been jealous of Jean. Oh, at times he'd wished for more for his family, but he'd never compared their status with anyone else's. Some of the women he had dated had turned their attentions to other men right after breaking up with him. He'd always marked it up to they weren't meant to be together. He wasn't the jealous type. But now he knew better. Every time Quentin leaned in closer to Felicity, Jay wanted to jump across the two pews between them and knock the man upside his blonde pretty boy head. Jay rubbed his aching jaw. If he didn't stop grinding his teeth, it would mean a trip to the dentist. He was overdue for a visit anyway, and it couldn't be more excruciating than watching the two of them together. Felicity turned one of her smiles toward the doofus beside her. It was like a punch to his gut. Did she like him? She must. She'd invited the womanizer to church. When she had invited Jay, he thought it meant something special. Apparently not. We're going to do one more song for you and then the Silvermans are up next. At the word Silvermans, Jay focused on the group at the front of the church. He had been anticipating hearing them after Felicity said they were one of her favorites, but now there would be no enjoyment for him as long as the show Felicity and her boyfriend were putting on in front of him was going on. Just then, Felicity leaned toward Quentin and whispered something to him. That's it. I can't sit here and watch any more of this. He whispered to Kaylee. I'm going to head out. I just realized I have something I need to do that can't wait. She grabbed his arm. Don't go. Preaching hasn't even started yet. I have to. She didn't protest further when he got up to leave. No doubt, his sister knew the real reason behind his leaving. Knowing Kaylee, Felicity would suffer the consequences of his early departure, but right now he didn't care.
Despite the fact that the man beside her used every opportunity to whisper in her ear, Felicity was more keenly aware of the one sitting 3 pews back from them. Her mama had taught her better. You didn't get up during church service unless it was an emergency, but when Jay stood and headed toward the exit, she practically ran to catch up with him. It wasn't until she was 3/4 of the way down the aisle that she thought he could be headed to the restroom. But he wasn't. When he got to the vestibule, Jay went left toward the parking lot. He turned when she breathlessly whispered his name. "You're not leaving, are you? I need to get back to Charleston." His smile from earlier was missing. She wanted to reach out and touch his arm or hold his hand, but he wouldn't even look at her. Can it not wait at least until after the Silvermans sing? I really think you'll like them. Jay combed his fingers through his hair. I haven't seen Starla in a week. I need to go check on her. Right now. Felicity hadn't even asked about her. When he had been in the store the day before, she had hoped, honestly, she hoped it was over between him and Starla. She couldn't say what she wanted to. Was it selfish of her to want Jay back? If only the last 18 years of separation could somehow be erased. Tell her I said hey, and I hope she's better soon. Unable to hold back the tears any longer, she made quick steps to the ladies' room. Lord, why? After rolling off a wad of toilet paper from one of the stalls, she sat on the bench next to the door. Before he mentioned Starla, Felicity had wondered if Jay was leaving because he was upset over Quentin being there. It was wrong of her to hope for jealousy. Why is Quentin even here? That was wrong too. She should be rejoicing and praying that the service touched him in some way. But that would be hard to believe considering the flirty things he had been whispering in her ear. No, Quentin hadn't come here to be blessed. All the more proof that church is where he needs to be. Who was she to decide what he needed, what any of them needed? That was up to God, and she took a few minutes to pray, placing it in his hands. But her emotions were still a wreck when she made her way back to the sanctuary. Felicity lifted the avocado toward Vivian. Would you like some for your sandwich? Yes, please. Sliding her knife into the soft flesh of the avocado, she added a couple of slices to each sandwich. After washing her hands, Felicity sat down next to Vivian at Pappy's table and said a blessing. This is the best chicken salad I've ever had. She smiled at Vivian. There's nothing to it. I used rotisserie chicken bought from the store. The rest is just chopping and mixing. I'll write down the recipe before you leave. Too bad Kaylee couldn't make it. Yeah, too bad. She had sent word through Vivian that she wasn't coming. Weird that she hadn't called Felicity herself. Lately, Kaylee had been hot one minute and cold the next. Have you thought any more about my offer to move in? I'm still praying about it. Honestly, with Pappy and Charity gone, it's easy to forget why I need to move. Plus, I have no doubt that you and Beau will marry, and where will that leave me? Vivian set her sandwich back on her plate and reached for her napkin. Can I ask you something? Sure. Felicity had nothing to hide, but still, her mind raced through scenarios of what the question could be. What kept you from dating Beau? I mean, I know he's older, but the two of you have so much in common. And it's obvious that you think highly of each other. He never asked me. Felicity placed her hand over Vivian's. Beau is not the type to go for a casual relationship. If he had ever felt for me what he feels for you, he would have asked me out. Who knows, maybe I would have fallen in love, but I doubt it. My heart belongs to someone else. Always has. Hopefully, that would put her mind at ease. Felicity had never admitted to still loving Jay to any of her other friends, but somehow Vivian felt like a safe person to share what was in her heart. For one thing, she didn't really know Jalen. She didn't know about their past together. Is it Kaylee's brother? Thankfully, she hadn't taken another bite, or Felicity would have choked. How did you know? Vivian winked at her. I've had my suspicions, but after seeing you with him yesterday before church, and then when you followed him out, it became obvious. So why aren't you together? If Vivian noticed, who else did? Had Kaylee? Was that the reason for her not coming over today for lunch? We dated in high school. Jay graduated a year before me. He had this dream of going to work at his uncle's shipping yard but hadn't put it into action yet. She tore her napkin into bits, placing them on her plate. In her mind, she was right back there, with Pappy pointing out Jay's weak points while planning her future. Pappy convinced me that it was highly likely that Jay would never take the job, and that I should go to college. So I did. I broke Jay's heart, and he's never gotten over it. Vivian patted her arm but didn't say anything. It was nice to be able to talk about it to a friend. I've wasted half of my life, time that I could have spent with him. I wish I had never listened to Pappy. Your father was only trying to look out for you. I may have given my daughter the same advice in the same situation. Maybe she was right, but it didn't stop Felicity from thinking of what could have been. Her adult life had been one of unnecessary loneliness. She could have a family of her own by now. There was still time, but it was running out fast.
Jay sat on the sofa in the cabin of his yacht with his elbows propped on his knees and his head resting against his joined hands. The TV was on but none of it registered. Instead, the image of Felicity and Quentin leaning toward each other whispering sweet nothings played over and over in his mind. It was torturous, but he couldn't make it stop. She should be mine. He wanted to make it so. What's the worst that could happen if he just went to her and told her that there had never been anyone else for him? That he loved her and wanted her back? What if he told her that the thought of her with another man drove him crazy? Before their breakup, Jay would have sworn that she loved him. He never would have guessed that the thought of no money in their future was enough to sever her feelings. And look how things had turned out. His focus had been on nothing more than proving her and Pappy wrong, to the point that the rest of his existence had been put on hold. At 37 years of age, his only friend was one he'd made as a child. One he no longer had anything in common with. He had no family other than his sister and brother-in-law. No heir to the fortune he had built. And this yacht was proof that nothing had changed. God, what was I thinking? He lifted his head and took in the luxury around him. Just as he had been working himself into oblivion in order to prove his worth, he had bought this yacht for the same reason. Except it wasn't the same. He didn't even care for Starla. Maybe it was himself that he had tried to prove something to. Proof that he could have a life outside of his shipping yard. His visit to Felicity's church wasn't a total loss. He had missed out on the preaching that day and he had barely paid attention to the singing, but he had nonetheless come away with a message. Too much had been wasted on worrying about what Felicity thought, or his friends, or society, or even what he thought about himself. His sights reached higher now. Jay lifted his head at the sound of someone entering the cabin. He muted the TV and then offered his hand in greeting. "Captain Nate, thanks for meeting me here." Nate grinned at him. "I have to say, you have my curiosity up. I figure if it was only a matter of you wanting another trip, you'd have told me so over the phone." It had been a surprise to find out that Nate and Ophelia ran their business from their home. Jay had opted to meet on the yacht instead. "No, I'm not ready for another trip so soon. Especially not after the way the last one ended. I have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you. Please, have a seat. Now you really have my curiosity up. I remember you telling me that you sometimes go weeks in between jobs. I thought of a way for you to fill in the gaps. I hope you don't mind me sharing it with you." "Not at all, my friend. It is true that there are times when I don't have a boat to navigate, but our cleaning crew keeps us afloat, so to speak. How would you like to have a yacht of your own that you could rent out?" Nate looked at the cabin around them. "Sounds like a dream, but I could never afford anything such as this. What I have in mind is me giving you the use of my yacht. We can draw up a plan for pricing and whatnot. The cost of your crew and cleanup would come first. Then we split whatever profit is made. I'll take care of the cost for drawing up the contract and for advertising, maintenance, and of course, insurance, but the scheduling and crew will still be up to you. Nate studied his face for a moment before responding. Why would you do that? It seems that there isn't much in it for you. He rubbed his hand across his cleanly shaved chin. I mean, your part of the profits would be nothing compared to what you put into the cost of this yacht. And you plan to pay for advertising and maintenance too? He shook his head. Jay leaned forward and propped his elbows on his knees. Nate, I started out with nothing. My uncle generously gave me a start in the shipping business. I want to spread that same generosity out and help others. Pay it forward, so to speak. He had always paid his tithes and supported several charities, but being recently reminded of his own beginnings, he felt led to do the same for others. Nate had been the first to come to mind. What if you should like to take the yacht out for yourself? We'll set it up where we each have 2 weeks per year to use the yacht for personal vacations. On my weeks, I'll pay you for your services just as I did the last time. He wouldn't be making any more trips with Jean's family, and he couldn't imagine going out alone, but maybe Kaylee and her friends would like the use of it for a couple of weeks per year. Nate laughed and shook his head. I can think of no reason to turn down your offer, but you know I'll have to discuss this with Ophelia before giving my answer. And we will both spend time in prayer about it. This came as no surprise. Jay had known before making the offer that Nate and his wife were both fellow Christians. He had seen how they worked together as a team, not making decisions without discussing it first. He envied them. They shook hands and Jay walked him to the dock. Nate turned back just as they reached the boat's gangplank. How is your lady friend doing, the one who fell? Starla's doing great. She'll be heading home in another week or two. Against her wishes, he had gone by the rehabilitation center but hadn't seen her. He'd made it no further than the front counter where they had informed him that she was in therapy and could not be interrupted. He took it as a good sign that she was doing what was necessary to get well. The corner of Nate's lips lifted in a smile. And Miss Felicity, how is she faring? Same as ever. Nate laughed. So, still just as sweet. Without answering, Jay placed his hands in his pockets and looked down at the deck. His heart agreed with that sentiment even as his mind again conjured up the image of her and Quentin together. But he couldn't say anything. Nate was fishing for information that he wasn't obliged to offer. The sea captain laughed again as if reading the longing in Jay's heart, took a few steps away, and then turned back. I'll be in touch. Jay nodded and then watched him walk fully out of sight before heading back to the cabin, his thoughts completely on Felicity the entire time.
Felicity leaned closer to the windshield to get a fuller view of her aunt's mansion. The houses in this part of Charleston were so big and close together that it was impossible to get more than a glimpse of the ocean beyond. She hadn't visited Tabitha in years, not since the rift between Pappy and Abe began. Apparently, they were all completely over it now. Pappy and Charity had only planned to stay for 2 days and that had turned into 5. Then yesterday, he had summoned Felicity here saying he had something important to discuss with her that could not wait. She had a bad feeling about it, but what choice did she have but to show up? Charity's friend, Darlene, would be running the shop for the rest of the week. In the past, she'd helped out on Charity's shifts or filled in when someone came up sick but had never run the place before. Pappy's plan seemed like a horrible idea. As she packed for this unanticipated trip to Charleston, Felicity had to remind herself again that she wasn't the owner. What could be so important that Pappy would insist I come here? What is he going to tell me? Why is he even still here? The answers to her questions wouldn't be found while sitting in her car. She pulled the release on her trunk and got out to retrieve her duffel, then made her way up the steps to the front door. Tabitha answered before the peal of the doorbell had completely quieted. Felicity noticed that not much had changed with Pappy's sister. More gray-colored her hair now, but she still wore it in a straight bob. Even though she didn't work outside of the house, she always wore business attire. Her pink skirt and matching blazer were perfectly wrinkle-free. And her back was still just as ramrod straight, her nose slightly lifted in the air as always. Felicity, welcome." Her aunt gestured for her to enter. "It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Tabitha." The awkwardness of visiting after so long apart was unnerving. Tension stiffened every muscle in Felicity's body. Even before the separation, their relationship had seemed stilted. "You can drop your bag here by the door, and I'll have it sent to the guest house where your father is staying. I don't know if you noticed, but there is a drive to the left of the main circle in front of the house that leads back to the guest house. You can use that entrance from now on." She touched the pearls at her throat as she smiled at Felicity. "In fact, if you hand me your keys, I'll make sure your car is moved there for you." "Yeah, you wouldn't want anyone seeing my 10-year-old Toyota sitting in front of your mansion." Felicity managed to smile at her aunt as she handed over the keys. "Thanks. Follow me. I'm sure you will want to visit with your father first thing. He was sitting out on the deck of the guest house the last account I had of him." Tabitha's heels clicked against the parquet floor as she walked away. Her aunt opened the back door and pointed to the small, two-bedroom guest house off to the left of the pool. "See, right where I thought he'd be." She turned to look back at Felicity. "I'll see about lunch while the two of you catch up." Though the guest house was separate, the L-shaped deck connected the little house to the mansion. Felicity made her way to where her father sat with his cigarettes and ever-present cup of coffee. He looked happy. Strange. Had he not seemed happy before now? She kissed his weathered cheek and sat down across from him at the round, barista-style table. "Looks like you've been enjoying your visit." "I am. That's a little of what I want to talk with you about." The trepidation she had felt resettled in her stomach, weighing her down in her seat. It did no good to try and tell herself that there was nothing to worry about. While he looked at peace, her father wouldn't have called her here without a reason. She hadn't expected him to bring whatever it was up so soon. "I sold the store." She blinked. It took a few moments for his words to sink in. And as the weight of his words hit her, she gasped for air. How could this be? Pappy would never sell his family's shop. He had too much pride to ever let it go. "Who did you sell it to?" Her words came out shaky and barely audible. "I sold it to Abe for the amount I owed the bank." Her mind reeled with questions. Why would Abe pay for something that he was going to inherit anyway? What did he plan to do with it? What was she supposed to do? None of the questions left her mouth. What good would it do to ask when there was nothing she could do about it? After a few minutes of her staring at him without speaking, Pappy went on with his tale. "Tabby asked me to move here, and I'm going to, me and Charity. Abe is never here much, and it isn't safe for Tabby to be here by herself all the time. It'll work out fine for both of us. He and his sister were both up in age. What protection did he think he'd provide if something should happen? So you gave him the house too?" "I'm not giving anything away. I'll rent the house out, but once I'm gone, it will belong to you three girls. Pappy, the store is worth more than you owed. So in a way, you are practically giving it away." His lips pursed together and he waved his hand in front of him as if swatting a fly. He was going to inherit it anyway. Her teeth gritted together in frustration. She had already begun dealing with the fact that Abe would end up with the shop someday, but she'd thought there would be more time. Pappy had dropped this on her without a care of what it would do to her life. She may as well be that invisible fly he had just swatted at for all the consideration he'd given her. So, she was to eventually inherit 1/3 of the house, if he didn't change that too. But where did he think she'd live in the meantime? Harmony had Jean. Charity and Pappy seemed to be a package deal, but what about after he was gone? Where would Charity live then? The questions kept coming. Taking deep breaths, Felicity closed her eyes and prayed for peace. "God is in control, and he'll take care of me no matter what happens. But where is he right now?" Felicity. The pounding in her head increased, and nausea burned her throat. She opened her eyes and looked at Pappy. It was all the answer she could give. He held out a folded square of paper. Abe wrote you a check for the furnishings you bought for the shop. He wants to keep it the way it is now. Somehow, she couldn't picture Abe running a coffee shop. Her hand shook as she reached for the check. It was for the exact amount she had spent. The fact that Pappy must have known the exact amount came as a surprise. Whatever warmth she may have felt at this realization was shrouded in anger. Why hadn't she been asked if she wanted to part with the stuff? Because that's the way Pappy has always handled things. This will cover the furnishings, but not the paintings. He sat back in his seat with his mouth gaped open as he took a few moments to look at her. It was no surprise what had him stymied. She had just asserted a rare step toward independent thinking, and he wasn't used to it. Felicity only felt numbness as she waited for him to say what he was thinking. He won't be back in Charleston until Monday. I'll talk to him then. Felicity had a sneaking suspicion that Abe was in Walden Beach, checking out his new investment in her absence. She wouldn't care at this point if it wasn't for the underhandedness of the whole situation. If Abe is interested in buying my paintings, he needs to talk to me. There were a few more moments of staring from Pappy before he finally nodded his head. Well, all right. I'll let him know. Even if he doesn't want your pictures, you should still have enough to go back to Atlanta. Maybe you can even get your old job back. Felicity had already told him she had no desire to return to Atlanta or her old job. There was no use in rehashing it now. Don't worry about me. He hadn't up until now. I'll figure something out. I already have a place to live lined up. It shouldn't be that hard to find a job in Walden Beach. And since you will be living here now, it should be no different than if I was living back in Atlanta. She celebrated a small victory at the shocked look on his face. Humph. You are so much like your mama. Was that supposed to be an insult? Pappy shook his head as if reading her thoughts. It isn't that I don't want to be around you. It was never about that. He leaned forward. You're smart, just like my Willa. Your mama always dreamed of one of her girls going to college. Your sisters, well, you were the best choice. That's why I've pushed you to make something of yourself. He slid a cigarette from the pack sitting on the table, lit it, and then looked through the trellis at the end of the deck which blocked most of the ocean view. Was that supposed to mean something? She couldn't think about what Pappy said, not now. Not while hot tears stung the back of her eyes. Her mama never would have pushed so hard. No, if she was still alive, everything would be different. If you're determined to stick around, you should set your eyes on that Quentin fellow. She turned to look at Pappy without saying anything. A big-time lawyer like that could give you a comfortable life. He's not my type. Charity likes him. Maybe she would enjoy a comfortable life. Pappy snuffed out his cigarette in the cut-glass ashtray sitting on the table. There's just no talking sense to you, is there, girl? If you want to waste your life in Walden Beach, I'm done trying to convince you otherwise. Do whatever you want to. With that, he got up and shuffled into the guest house, leaving Felicity sitting there alone.
This was not how he remembered it. Jalen balanced on the surfboard for maybe 2 minutes before landing in the ocean. Again. At least this attempt was better than when he first started this morning. You've got to remember to keep your knees bent, bruh. Even the language had changed since his last surfing experience. He nodded to the pimple-faced teenager named Deke before paddling back out into the ocean. At least Deke had stuck with him. There had been a crowd of teenagers around when he'd first shown up with his newfangled board, but one by one they'd all dispersed over the course of Jay's rebirth into the world of surfing. The new board had to be the problem. Back in high school, he'd found an old longboard someone had tossed out on the side of the road. Sure, it had been outdated and the paint faded, but it had seemed a lot easier to navigate through the waves. The guy at the surf shop asked if Jay had ever surfed before. He said yes, but pride had him leaving out the fact that it had been almost 20 years ago. The man sold him what he'd called a hybrid. Shorter than a longboard but supposedly easier to navigate than a short board. If this was easier, then a short board was definitely out of his league. Who was he kidding? He couldn't blame his surfboard for the fact that his limbs felt like rubber or that he couldn't remember the last time he'd been so tired. A nap might be in order for the near future. When did I get old? Again, he stood on the board and this time stayed on until the end of the ride. Jay stood up in the shallow water and the waves almost knocked him to his knees. He'd had enough. Deke splashed through the briny water until he came up beside Jay and slapped him on the back. That was a good one, man. You ready to go again? Jay studied the big goofy grin on his new friend's face. Deke reminded him of himself at that age. Same type of rough, hand-me-down equipment and clothes. Same eagerness to be accepted. Deke, man, I think I'm done. He unstrapped the tether from his ankle and lifted the board toward the teenager. How would you like to have a new board? I couldn't, man. I just couldn't. Even as the protest left his lips, Deke reached for the board. He looked at Jay. Are you sure? Jay took a deep breath. Today has been fun, but I know when to quit. Just think of it as payment for sticking by me and teaching me how to surf. With a nod, Deke ran up to where the sand turned dry carrying both boards. He almost lovingly laid his old, beat-up one down and then ran into the surf with his new one. That surfboard had cost Jay nearly $500, and the exuberance shining on the kid's face more than paid for it. He walked to where he'd left his bag, pulled out his water bottle, and took a swig. The fresh water helped to clear away the salty taste from his mouth. Now that he wasn't in motion, Felicity invaded his thoughts. Before today, all his memories of this place had been shared with her. Folly Beach was one of his most favorite places on this earth, and he'd stayed away because of her. Jay scanned the beach as one memory after another played through his mind. The ride from Walden Beach to here, first in a borrowed car, then later in his beat-up old junker that had cost less than that surfboard he'd just given away. Always hoping they would make it back home without running out of gas. He and Felicity singing loudly along with the radio as the wind whipped through the open windows. Her laying out on an old beach towel, reading a book while he surfed with his buddies. Campfires after. Every thought in his brain came to a screeching halt. He squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head before attempting to refocus on the woman lying on a beach towel about 20 feet from him. He'd been so caught up in memories of Felicity, he'd conjured her up in the flesh. Or at least, his mind had fooled him into thinking that this woman looked exactly like her. Jay didn't even realize he had started walking toward the woman until he was within a few feet of her. She sat up and lifted her sunglasses. Familiar gray-green eyes looked up at him. Felicity's face paled. She opened and closed her mouth as if she wanted to say something but no words sounded. He got the impression that she was just as stunned to see him here as he was her. Have the memories of us together assailed her like they have me? This one question had haunted him for the past 18 years. Well, that one, and also wondering if she regretted that they were no longer a couple. He gestured to the sand beside her. Do you mind if I sit with you for a minute? Yes. She blinked and shook her head. I mean, no. Join me. The fact that she was flustered made him smile. For some oddball reason, he'd always loved seeing her like this. Jay sat down beside Felicity and leaned his forearms against his bent knees. I didn't know. Do you? They both spoke at the same time. Jay laughed and nodded his head toward her. You go first. I was just going to say, do you still come here a lot, you know, like before? Instead of looking at him, Felicity scanned the ocean in front of them. Her cheeks were pink now. I was about to ask you the same thing. Actually, this is my first trip back to Folly since then. He wasn't about to mention what he had come here for. It was obvious from the shocked look on her face when he had walked over here that she hadn't seen him making a fool of himself attempting to surf earlier. Mine too. So, what brought you to Charleston? Was that too personal of a question? Her reasons for being here were really none of his business. The corners of her lips pressed downward as she glanced at him before answering. Pappy summoned me here. He and Charity had been visiting my aunt. You remember my cousin, Abe? He nodded. Only from when we ran into him recently. Well, Pappy sold him the store. Jay leaned closer. That's unbelievable. I mean, I do believe you, but, wow. I never thought I'd see the day. Yeah, me either. Is that what he called you here for? To tell you he had sold the shop? The wind caught away the sound of her sigh, but Jay saw her shoulders lift slightly before dropping. She closed her eyes for a second before turning to look at him. That, and to tell me that he and Charity are moving here. He's putting his house up for rent. He's going to make you pay rent to stay there after they move out? She could be paying rent now for all Jay knew, but he doubted it. Even if I could afford that, it was never part of Pappy's plan for me to stay in Walden Beach. What does he expect you to do? Felicity shook her head. He wants me to move back to Atlanta and return to the job I hated, but barring that, he'd be satisfied if I got married. He almost whispered the words. If she married him, Jay would make sure she'd never have to worry about anything like this again. But if Pappy wanted her to get married, that meant he already had someone in mind. Is it Quentin? Is that who Pappy wants you to marry? She looked into his eyes. Hers were stretched wide. Was it disbelief that he had figured it out? Fear of Pappy getting his way? Or was it something else that had her looking at him like that? He didn't know. She finally nodded and his heart felt as if it had been swallowed up by his stomach. Jay knew the kind of influence Felicity's father had over her. Pappy was the one who had convinced her to go to Atlanta in the first place. Convinced her to leave Jay behind. And he'd get his way again. What are you going to do? I'm not sure. I talked to. Jay knew what she'd end up doing, and he wasn't about to wait around to hear about it. You know, I just realized there is something important I need to take care of. Yeah, and it's me. He patted her shoulder. I'm sorry to cut you short, but I have to run. I hope everything works out for you. She sat staring, her mouth gaped open. He stood and went to gather his things, waving her way as he headed to his car. The word coward sounded through his mind with every step, but he didn't stop until he was sitting in his Lexus, gripping the steering wheel as he wondered why he'd ever entertained the idea that the two of them could get back together. As long as Pappy was the major influence in Felicity's life, it could never happen.
What just happened? Felicity had been just about to tell Jay of her plans to move in with Vivian and find a job in Walden Beach, and then he just cut her off mid-sentence and left. Did he really just remember some emergency he needed to take care of right this instant, or was it something else that had caused him to run away like the beach was on fire? She thought through their short conversation. Maybe she shouldn't have brought up marriage, but then he had been the one to mention Quentin. He'd asked her what she planned to do, like he was interested, but then he'd cut her off before she could answer. He clearly wasn't as interested in her dilemma as he had seemed. Taking deep breaths, she focused on those playing in the water. All of them seemed so carefree compared to her. The ghosts of her problems lined up and marched across in front of her. Jay led the procession. She'd thought maybe he had forgiven her, that maybe things between them were beginning to look up, but no such luck. Why had she come here? It was meant to be an escape. She'd immersed herself in the memory of better times, to when she and Jay were together. Now she felt worse than ever. She stood and began gathering her things. Nothing had changed between her and him. Right now she needed to center her thoughts on the immediate future. The plan had been for her to stay with her family until Sunday, but she would leave as soon as she could get a shower and pack. Once back to Walden Beach, she'd start boxing up her things and move out of her childhood home for the last time. Felicity looked on with the rest of the group that had been invited to Beau's impromptu party as Vivian held up her left hand, showing off the engagement ring she'd been trying to hide for the last couple of days. "We're getting married." Beau pulled Vivian closer and kissed her cheek while cheers rang out. Felicity envied the joy reflected in his smile, but she was happy for both their sakes. They deserved this moment. As soon as Felicity arrived home from Charleston on Thursday, she'd met with Vivian first thing about moving in with her. Vivian had told her in secret that she'd accepted Beau's proposal and had invited her to this gathering. She had assured Felicity that the offer stood, that she would rent the place out to her at cost. So when's the big day? Kaylee's twangy voice sounded above everyone else. She was still giving Felicity the cold shoulder. You don't have to worry about me ending up with your brother, she thought. I'm not what Jay wants. That was painful, even if it did come from Felicity's own mind. Their last encounter still ran fresh through her thoughts. What had she said or done to send him running that day at the beach? September 17th. Kaylee propped one hand on her waist as the side of her lip curled up. Y'all are waiting a whole year to get hitched. I can't believe that. No, this September. Kaylee just stood there with her mouth open, but Vivian's sister saw fit to chime in at that moment. Why so fast? You're not pregnant, are you, sis? Izzy, what a thing to say. You know that isn't true. Stop planting things in people's heads. Felicity didn't know what to make of Izzy Tanner. She would flirt with any man as long as it wasn't Beau and dish out cutting remarks to everyone but Vivian. Izzy had been sending barbs her way ever since she arrived at the beach house that morning, letting it be known that she thought Felicity was taking advantage of her sister without coming right out and saying it. Her message had come through loud and clear, adding to the pressure she was already under. She needed to find a job and a place of her own, sooner rather than later. I was only joking, Vivi. Surely these people know that. The way Izzy downed her cup of punch after that, Felicity wondered if it had alcohol in it. She had caught a glimpse of her emptying the contents of a mini bottle into her soda at lunch. None of your business. She had enough on her plate, and Izzy wasn't her concern. As the engaged couple went on to tell their plans for the wedding to whomever would listen, she got in line for the food. She'd probably hear plenty about the wedding in the next couple of weeks. Besides, Beau had made all the food, and he was the best cook she had ever known. I guess you'll be next. She turned to look at Kaylee. This was the first time the woman had spoken to her in almost a week, and Felicity didn't have a clue about what was being said. What do you mean? I mean, you'll be the next one in our group of friends to get married. Still clueless, Felicity only shook her head as she stared at Kaylee. I heard Pappy has his sights set on that fellow you brought to homecoming. And you always do what your father tells you to. Isn't that right? She grabbed Kaylee's arm and pulled her into the hallway away from everyone else. Jay had to be the source of her information. Is that why he left so abruptly? Did he think that just because Pappy wanted her to marry Quentin, it was a done deal? Of course he did. He thought Pappy's opinion still carried the same weight it had when she was a teenager. A lot had changed since then. She faced Kaylee with her arms folded across her chest. First of all, I'm no longer a teenager. I've matured enough to make my own decisions, based on prayer and not whatever Pappy wants me to do. And I'd never marry Quentin. Are you kidding me? The man's a creepo. I couldn't trust him any further than I could throw him. Do you not think I have any better sense than to marry him? Kaylee pushed her lips together and rolled her eyes. A rude kind of laugh sounded under her breath. She didn't say anything, but she didn't walk away either. Look, you've been acting snotty toward me for the last 2 weeks. Since you haven't told me what's on your mind, I can only guess it's because you think I've done wrong by your brother. Or maybe you never got over me breaking up with him 18 years ago. I can tell you right now, he's never gotten over it. Kaylee spit the words out through clenched teeth, hitting Felicity square in the middle of her chest. I haven't gotten over it either. Her voice broke. Unexpected tears welled up and spilled unchecked down her cheeks. If I could go back and undo that moment, I would in a heartbeat. It was the biggest mistake of my life. Kaylee pressed her lips together as she stared at Felicity, but she no longer looked angry. You're still in love with him, aren't you? Yes. That one word came out as broken as she felt. She angrily swiped at the tears on her face. Kaylee was probably not the best one to admit this to. Come here. She pulled Felicity into a hug. Don't tell Jay. I'm sorry for being so mean. You have to understand, he's my baby brother. After Daddy left and Mama passed away, he's the only family I have left. Do you forgive me?" She pulled away and nodded as she wiped away more tears. "I forgive you."
Jay sat at the picnic table with his notebook and phone. He had just finished ziplining at the second location of the two in the area. This second location let you zip through the trees, giving a much more enjoyable experience. But the first place he visited offered rock climbing and a rope course. He wrote a few more notes and then looked up hang gliding in Charleston on his phone. He quickly glanced through the one website that came up in his search. Who did this website? If business owners would get hold of the fact that a website was usually a customer's first introduction to their services, it would take them further than they expected. Two of his recent decisions had melded into one idea. His decision to live more outside of the office and embrace his adventurous side could be connected with his desire to help other business owners in the area. What if there was one website that tied places together so that those looking for adventure in the Charleston area could plan their vacations with ease? Jay tapped his pen against his notebook and let out a hard breath. This is not going to make you forget about her. He regretted the way he had run off from Felicity. He should have fought for her. If he went against Quentin, he wanted to believe he stood a good chance at winning her affections. Did Pappy even realize how wealthy he was now? If all he wanted for his daughter was a rich husband, Jay could be that one. Pappy lived in Charleston now. They were bound to run into one another. Listen to yourself. Do you really want someone who can be so easily manipulated? One only after your money? Except Felicity wasn't like that. She knew he had money. If that had been her goal, she would have pursued him. Like Starla had. Guilt gnawed at his gut. He had gone back to the rehab center to check on her once more and was again told she was in therapy. But honestly, he hadn't made much of an effort. He scrolled through the contacts on his phone until he found Jean's number and hit the call button. "Hello. Jean, I was just calling to get an update on Starla. How's everything going?" "It's going great. In fact, this is our last weekend here. They are releasing her Monday, and we'll be able to take her home." He still couldn't believe Starla's family had stayed in Charleston for the last couple of weeks. It was one thing to take a 2-week vacation, but to have stayed only because of Starla's injured leg seemed like an overkill. "So soon? I figured she'd need at least another week." "Well, she's had a good therapist. In fact, he will be traveling back to Merrill's Inlet with us and staying in the big house with Starla and the folks. That way she can continue working on that leg. I imagine all of you are anxious to get home so things can go back to normal. It hasn't been so bad. We moved to a house on the beach, so I get to go fishing every morning. And since the folks are always willing to watch the kids, Harmony has gotten out of the house more, so she's happy." Jean laughed. "You know how my boys can be a handful sometimes. That's putting it lightly. Sounds like y'all have had a good time despite the circumstances. Maybe I can come around for a visit once you get settled back home. Every time I went by to see Starla, she was in therapy." Jay squeezed his eyes closed and pinched the bridge of his nose. That made it sound like he had come by for more than 2 visits. "About that, there's something I need to talk to you about. Could you come by the house? I think it would be better if you heard it from me and in person." Sounds ominous. His mind raced with possibilities. Starla could be worse off than he thought. He didn't want a relationship with her, but guilt would eat at him if that was the case. Then again, they wouldn't be releasing her so soon. Was he about to be sued? If so, wouldn't a lawyer have already contacted him? He wanted to press Jean for answers, but if it was something like that, it might be better to hear it firsthand. If he was face to face with Starla's family, it might be easier to appeal to their sense of friendship in person. He took down the address to the house where they were staying and set up a time for him to be there.
Cool Joe's usually closed on Mondays. This time would be the start of a week or maybe even longer of no business. Felicity had no idea when Abe planned to reopen the store, but he had given them until Friday to get out. It wouldn't take her that long. By the end of the day, her part in running the family business would be finished. For good. She laid another piece of cardboard down and gently placed one of her paintings on the stack. She had thrown out the week-old cupcakes that Darlene had left in the display case. The prepackaged stuff would be staying, along with the coffee and shaved ice supplies. Since Abe hadn't offered to buy them, her pictures were all that would be going. Kaylee had agreed to try and sell them at the Clever Mermaid. They planned to meet at noon so the paintings could be transported and stored until Kaylee could get them into inventory. Even if they sold, it probably wouldn't be enough for her to live off of. A deep sigh released itself from her chest as she thought about her future. She had toyed with the idea of starting her own advertising agency here in Walden Beach. It would just be for the small businesses in the area. Felicity told herself it would be nothing like her job in Atlanta, but her heart still wasn't in it. She lifted the last painting from the wall and added it to the stack. Looking around at the bare walls, she wondered what the place would look like when Abe got through with it. No doubt the plastic furniture at the back of the store would disappear. If it had been up to her, they would have been gone a long time ago, along with the shaved ice counter. Would their regular customers be shocked at the sudden transfer of ownership? Would they even care? Not your problem anymore. A knock on the front door startled her. Felicity made her way through the maze of tables and chairs toward the front. Even before making it to the door, she could see it was Harmony. What is she doing here? I thought she was still in Charleston. They hadn't spoken to each other in almost 2 weeks. That's the way it was with Harmony. She only came around when she needed something. Still, Felicity was glad to see her. Of everyone in her family, she felt more connected to this sister. It would be good to have someone who might commiserate over the demise of the family business and home. She certainly hadn't been able to do that with Pappy or Charity. As soon as she let her in, Harmony grabbed Felicity in a rare hug. After a brief moment, she pulled away and looked around the shop through watery eyes. I can't believe Pappy sold the place. I used to love telling people that this store had been passed down in our family for generations. What do we have to brag about now that it's gone? Well, technically it is still in the family. Harmony waved her off. You know what I mean. She stepped further into the shop and sat down at one of the tables. I talked to Pappy before we left Charleston. He's so mad at Abe right now, he could spit nails. Felicity sat down next to her. What's he mad about? She wondered if Pappy had been duped somehow. The whole thing of Abe's sudden interest in owning the place now rather than waiting until he inherited it didn't sit well. Abe plans to gut the whole place and turn it into a bar. You know how Pappy promised Mama there'd never be any alcohol on the premises. Personally, I don't see what the big deal is now that Mama's gone and the store no longer belongs to him, but you know Pappy. Their maternal grandfather had been an alcoholic. Mama never talked about how it had affected her childhood, but she had always been vehemently against drinking because of it. Felicity was glad to know her mother still had some influence on Pappy's life. Both girls were silent for a moment as they looked around the shop. Felicity was caught up in memories of the place. No doubt, Harmony was too. So what are you going to do now? Felicity looked at her sister, surprised at her interest. I honestly don't know. How long before you have to move out of the house? I already have. I moved in with Vivian Emerson, she's a friend of mine from. Harmony interrupted her with a huff. I bet you and Charity have already gone through all of Mama's jewelry and things and have gotten all the good stuff out for yourselves without giving me a thought. I didn't, but I'm sure by now Charity has gotten what she wants from Mama's stuff. She had a pearl necklace her mother had given her before she died. The only thing of hers Felicity had been tempted to take when she moved out had been her Mama's Bible, but it hadn't felt right to take it. It really belonged to Pappy now, even if he didn't seem to cherish it like their mother had. Felicity glanced at the clock on the wall. Kaylee would be there in less than 15 minutes. I'll tell you what, if you give me about 30 minutes to take care of my paintings, I'll be done here. Then we'll go over to the house, and you can look through what's there. If there's anything you want, it's yours. Harmony looked at the stack of paintings on the floor. Yeah, Pappy said you were keeping them. He sure wasn't happy about it either. What are you going to do with them? Kaylee is going to try and sell them for me. She'll be here in a bit to help me move them over to her shop. It shouldn't take long. Harmony seemed to perk up as she grabbed Felicity's hand. That reminds me of something. Isn't that Jay's sister? She already knows she is, or at least she should. At one time Jay had been almost like family. And besides, she and Kaylee had been close ever since Felicity moved back to Walden Beach. Surely she had mentioned her to Harmony more than once during that time. Yes, Kaylee is Jay's sister. Why? You know, Starla was going after Jay all hot and heavy while we were on his yacht. I'm sure you saw it too. Harmony loved gossip, and she was practically drooling over whatever she was about to tell. Felicity had a sneaking suspicion that whatever it was, she probably didn't want to know. Especially if it involved Jay and Starla. Jean and I just knew they'd end up married. Panic shot through Felicity like an unexpected dousing of ice water. Are they married? Did they elope? Announce their engagement? Or what? Why haven't I heard about it? Why didn't Kaylee tell me? Then Starla broke her leg and ended up in rehab, and you're not going to believe this, but get on with it already. Harmony seemed to be taking an extra long time getting to the point. She fell in love with her therapist. They're getting married. Can you believe it? Harmony laughed. She gave up the chance to marry a rich man like Jaylon Briggs for a nobody physical therapist with no money. She gripped Felicity's arm. And her parents approve. I just can't believe it. Felicity gulped in several quick breaths. What's wrong with you? I knew you'd be just as shocked as I am, but I didn't expect you to have a panic attack. She shook her head and folded her arms across her chest. Geez Louise. I had no idea you cared so much about Starla. Felicity wanted to tell her that it wasn't Starla's welfare she was worried about, but her own. And now that she knew her own heart was out of jeopardy, her thoughts turned to Jay. Did he know? Was he the least bit upset at being dumped for another man, one who may be considered as a lesser man by some standards? Does that even matter to him? Looking back at her sister, Felicity realized she needed to say something. She wouldn't, reveal how badly she really wanted Jay for herself. What good would it do? Like you said, I'm just surprised, that's all. So when is the wedding? It seemed like everywhere she turned there was another wedding, either happening or in the planning stages. Harmony waved her hand in front of her. Sometime next June. I forget the exact date. Lane and Starla are already planning everything out, but there won't be any shopping trips until Starla can walk better. All I've heard for the last couple of days are plans for this grand wedding, one I'm still not convinced is going to take place. Mark my words, Starla will come to her senses as soon as she gets a glimpse into his bank account. What's the man's name? Johann Sky. Now I ask, could he have been named anything worse than that? Her name is going to be Starla Sky. She shook her head. His name alone would have been a deal-breaker for me. He says she will be his star-lit sky. With her eyes crossed, she stuck her finger in her mouth and made a fake gagging noise. I'm sure Starla loves it. Felicity couldn't help but smile. Now that there was no longer a threat of her ending up with Jay, she could wish Starla all the happiness in the world. But what about Jay? She had never seen the attraction between him and Starla, but didn't he deserve to find love too? If it isn't going to be me, I at least hope he doesn't end up with someone I know.
Jay sat at his desk, his thumb hovering over the face of his phone. Should he send the text, or not? He was 99% sure he shouldn't. He shook his head as he read through the text again. I wondered if you'd help me. With an advertising project I'm working on. I will pay you, of course. Right now I'm just at the planning stage. And I could really use your professional advice. But it could end up being a bigger project later. Let me know if you're interested. Felicity had said she hated her job in Atlanta. Was it the actual work she had been doing or just the location? Would he be able to stand working with her knowing she would end up with Quentin? Could his heart take that? He'd be better off staying as far away from her as possible. At least, that's what his mind said, but his heart craved her presence like a hopeless drughead after his next fix. He blinked, focusing on the home screen of his phone. Great. Somewhere along his train of tortured thought, he'd sent the message. It was too late to back out now. His heart raced. What if she says yes? It would be the worst kind of self-punishment to have to spend time with her, all the while knowing she was with Quentin. That she would marry Quentin. He stood, and slipped the phone into his pocket as he walked over to look out his office window at the ocean view below. Taking deep breaths, he willed himself to calm down. You're being ridiculous. She's going to say no. Felicity wouldn't build a relationship, even a working one, with him, knowing she would end up with someone else. She had said she didn't know what she was going to do, but Pappy would win. Again. Jay knew this, and deep down, so did Felicity. His phone trilled, indicating a call. He pulled it from his pocket and looked down at the screen. An excited current ran through him when Felicity's name displayed there. A simple yes or no text would have done the job. He hadn't expected to have to talk to her. Hello. Hi, Jay. It's Felicity. I hope it's okay that I called. I figured if we were going to have a discussion, it would be easier to talk. My texting skills leave a lot to be desired. Her quiet laugh sounded shaky. Is now a good time? Yeah. Now is good. He turned back to his desk and sat down. He stared at his notebook trying to concentrate on the reason behind this conversation. Neither one of them said anything for a moment. So, what did you have in mind, Jay? Well, I've been checking out some of the things Charleston has to offer, like hang gliding, ziplining, diving, that sort of thing. He began doodling on the edge of his notepad. It helped him to focus. And I thought it'd be a good idea to have one website that brings all of this together. You know, so someone planning a vacation here can find it all in one spot online. That stuff sounds like it's right up your alley. He could almost hear her smile. She had said that she pictured him more of the speedboat type rather than one who would own a yacht. Oddly enough, this project did excite him more than any of the work he had done building his shipping business. He briefly wondered how life would have turned out if he had followed a different path, but he pushed it aside. There would be time to think about that later. I was thinking that after we got the website up and running, we would need to do a serious advertising campaign to let people know about it. I would want someone in on it from the beginning. We would have to hire a programmer, but I wanted someone who knew about advertising to help design it. Someone like you. Do you think you'd be interested? Yes, I would. You know, I need a job now that the shop has closed. Even as she said yes, Jay thought he detected hesitation in her voice. This could be the answer to prayer, more than one. What had she meant by that last part? It had been said in a really low tone, almost like she hadn't meant for him to hear it. I figure we can accomplish most of this over the internet, so you wouldn't have to relocate or travel unless you wanted to. Sounds good. She sounded disappointed. Had she wanted to come to Charleston? You doofus, Quentin lives here. But so do I. He needed to stop analyzing every nuance of her voice. This was a business venture. Nothing more. Whatever was meant to happen would happen. If it meant she would end up with Quentin, there was nothing he could do to change it. Agonizing over it wouldn't help. So, when did you want to get started? How long had he sat there plumbing the depths of his own mind while not saying anything? Right away. Do you normally get paid by the hour or by the project? He smacked his forehead. What am I saying? You were probably on salary for your last job. She laughed. How about we do it by the job for this project? We can work out a price for each part as we go. You can send me a proposal for what you want me to work on first and then we can negotiate payment. Does that sound good to you? He sat up straighter in his office chair. Yeah. Sounds great to me. I'll text you my email address. And, Jay, thanks for thinking of me. This means more to me than you realize. She had no idea just how much he thought about her. A minute after they got off the phone, her text came through. He wrote her address down in his notepad. It was then that he noticed he'd been doodling her name on the edge of the paper like a schoolgirl. Jay swirled his pen over the scribbles until the ink obliterated her name. If they should end up working on this project face to face, he didn't want to take the chance of leaving it and having her see just how pathetic he had become.
Yes. Felicity pumped her feet as she did a little dance in her seat. Something was finally going her way. She turned at the sound of the balcony door opening. She had come outside for privacy while making her call to Jay, but Vivian had no way of knowing that. It didn't matter because now that the call was over, she was ready to share the news with her friend. The two of them had eased into a comfortable relationship. Living here had more bonuses than Felicity had expected. Of course, there was the ocean view, her favorite sight in the world. But she hadn't realized how oppressed she felt while living with Pappy and Charity until the feeling disappeared. And she hadn't expected the kinship with Vivian either. What had been a casual friendship before had deepened. She would miss having Vivian around once she moved in with Beau after the wedding. At least now Felicity might be able to afford the place on her own. The thought of working on an advertising venture with Jay didn't seem daunting at all, not like her job in advertising before had been. Was it because she wouldn't be juggling multiple projects by herself, or was it because she would be working with him? There was no way of knowing. Maybe working with him could eventually lead them back to the relationship they once shared. Mind if I join you? Vivian had already begun settling into the lounge chair next to Felicity even as she asked the question. Not at all. They sat in companionable silence for a few moments as they looked out at the Atlantic. The beach looked calm this morning with only a few beachgoers meandering the shore. It was the last day of August. Summer vacation time fizzled for most people after the start of the school year. There would be one more rush of tourists for Labor Day weekend and then everything would quieten down until the weather turned warm again early next spring. I don't think I've seen you smile that big since I first met you. Something good must have transpired. Felicity touched her cheek as she turned to look at her friend. She hadn't even realized she was smiling. I got a job offer. From Jay. Her hand moved to her lips as laughter escaped. Over the last couple of weeks, there had been many discussions between the two of them about Jaylon Briggs. Felicity had shared about their past, about her decision to end the relationship all those years ago, and her feelings about him now. Felicity had never felt free to talk about these things with anyone. No one seemed to care about her feelings on the subject before. Vivian sat forward and angled her body to look more fully at Felicity. Really? Doing what? She told her about Jay's idea and what her part would be. That seems like a big step away from the shipping business. It doesn't surprise me all that much. The types of adventures he described to me are things he always talked about doing when we were teenagers. Besides, he never said as much, but I got the feeling Jay was somewhat bored with what he has been doing. I think the only reason he picked the shipping business as a career is because his uncle offered it to him. And maybe he wanted to prove himself. I mean, it is a lucrative business. You're thinking that he wanted to prove himself because Pappy thought he wouldn't amount to anything, but he had already talked about it before we broke up. And you didn't believe him. The whole idea of Jay ending up in an office, of him running a business like that, had seemed far-fetched at the time. She hadn't trusted him enough. Or God. Where had that thought come from? She mentally pushed it away. Her decision to break things off with Jay had nothing to do with God and everything to do with Pappy's influence. Exactly. It should have been the other way around. Pappy's influence shouldn't have been her only, or even her biggest, source in making that major decision in her life. Well, I'm happy for you. Maybe working with you will give him the nudge he needs to give you another chance. She nodded. I had the same thought. Maybe God would give her another chance too. Vivian had once suggested that she tell Jay how she felt. It wasn't something Felicity ever thought she'd be up for trying. As frustrating as it was to sit on the sidelines, the pursuit of a relationship between them would have to be up to him. But if given another chance, she was determined that no one would persuade her not to go for it. After a few minutes of quiet, Vivian changed the subject. "Did I tell you that Izzy will be back this weekend?" Felicity pulled her attention away from thoughts of Jay to look at her friend. "No, you didn't. Is she helping with the wedding?" Preparations for the upcoming event had taken up part of every day since it had been announced. "Yes." Vivian smiled as she shook her head. "I don't know how it's going to work out, considering how vastly far apart our styles are, but we're going shopping. She's helping me pick out a dress for the wedding. I thought it could be a time of sisterly bonding." "Is Izzy going to be in the wedding?" Vivian laughed. Could you imagine her wearing one of those frou-frou bridesmaid dresses? She smiled and shrugged her shoulder. "Not really." The image was laughable, but she somehow sensed that Vivian wouldn't take too kindly to such a strong reaction coming from Felicity when it concerned her sister. She understood. Both of her sisters could be a pain, but she wouldn't want to hear anyone else saying so. Vivian turned in her seat to face Felicity and placed her feet on the deck floor. "Would you do me a favor?" She reached her hand out between them. Felicity sensed that Vivian wanted her to take her hand, so she did. Whatever was about to be required of her, she'd try everything in her power to comply. It was the least she could do considering everything Vivian had done for her. Suddenly realizing she was expected to respond, Felicity nodded her head. "Would you pray for Izzy with me?" "Certainly." She sat up and turned sideways in her seat to face Vivian. "Is there something in particular you want me to pray about?" Vivian let go of Felicity's hand and clasped hers together in her lap. "I don't want to judge Izzy by listing off everything she's doing wrong." Her shoulders lifted in a deep sigh. "I'm just asking for His will in her life. I think we could all use that prayer."
Jay patted hard against his chest as he tried not to choke on the turkey sub. He shouldn't have taken so big of a bite. "Slow down, Walden Beach isn't going anywhere." A sip of lemonade helped to clear his throat. He had come downtown for a meeting and decided to grab a late lunch before heading out of town to spend Labor Day weekend with his family. The secret hope that he might bump into Felicity had caused him to hurry. Movement from the alcove between the sub shop and the brick building next to it snagged his attention. A couple had chosen this spot to have a private moment. The kiss ended before he could look away. As the couple parted, recognition hit like a splash of icy water to the face. That little conniving. What was he supposed to do with this information? If he told Felicity that he'd caught her sister kissing Quentin, it would break her heart. It probably wouldn't be too much of a surprise that Charity would do something like this, but it would still upset Felicity. And Quentin. Jay had not liked the man from the moment they first met, but admittedly it had more to do with jealousy than anything else. He couldn't stand the thought of Felicity with, well, any man besides himself. One good thing that could happen once she found out about it, her relationship with Quentin might be eliminated. Jay blew out a breath as guilt set in. What a lousy, selfish reason for telling her. If she did end up finding out through him, it couldn't be because of this. Jay alternated between prayer over the situation and playing out every scenario of him telling Felicity about what he saw. Would she cry? Be relieved that Pappy would no longer pressure her into marrying the man? Maybe a little of both? By the time he arrived at Walden Beach, he was no closer to knowing how to handle the situation. Kaylee and Dalvin were still at work when he got to their house. He had a key to get in but opted to walk the couple of blocks to the beach. Maybe a walk along the shore would help clear his head. The azure sky stretched out into the distance until it met the ocean beneath it. The constant breeze blowing toward the shore seemed to momentarily wipe the unsettled thoughts from his mind. After a few minutes of staring out at the sea, Jay turned and walked down the shore feeling less burdened than he had before. He didn't want to see Felicity with someone else, and he didn't want her to be hurt, but that wasn't the crux of his problem. Jay wanted her to want him. If they got back together, he didn't want it to be because she was suddenly available. In at least one of the scenarios that had played out in his brain, she had fallen into his arms after being told what had transpired. Honestly, if that happened he wouldn't turn her away, but he'd know it wasn't because Felicity suddenly realized she was in love with him. It was time to head back. This walk wasn't as helpful as he'd hoped. Sure, there had been a moment of peace with his first view of the ocean, but the same doubts and frustrations had crept back in. Besides, Kaylee and Delvin might be home by now. Jay looked back at the beach houses, trying to orient himself to his location. Beau Manning's place was a couple of houses away. Felicity had informed him that she'd moved to a duplex in the same neighborhood as Beau, but he had no idea which one. A couple rode bikes down the shore. Could she be on one of them? He watched as they came closer. Disappointment set in when he realized neither of them were her. "You're pathetic. And now you're talking to yourself." With a depreciating laugh and shake of his head, he turned to retrace his steps back to Kaylee's. She was sitting on the back patio sipping iced tea when he got there. "Where have you been? You had me worried when I got home to find your car with you nowhere in sight." He sat down at the table next to Kaylee and took a sip of her tea. The cool sweetness refreshed him. "I took a walk down to the beach. I can tell just by looking at you that something's on your mind. Come on, let me have it." Kaylee motioned with her hand as if she were beckoning the words right out of his mouth. How was it that his sister could always tell when something bothered him to the point that he needed to talk about it? "I saw Felicity's boyfriend kissing her oldest sister today." Felicity's boyfriend? Her brow wrinkled as if she didn't have a clue. "Quentin, the one Pappy wants her to marry. Aren't they together?" His breath tensed as he anticipated the answer. With Pappy pushing it along and Quentin's obvious interest in Felicity, he had felt sure their relationship had moved forward by now. It would help if they weren't together, in more ways than one. She leaned back in her seat and folded her arms across her chest. "After everything she's put you through, why do you care? I don't want to see her get hurt. Her family has put her through enough, and I definitely don't want to see her with that scumbag. But if I tell Felicity what I saw, then I will be the one to hurt her." He blew out his breath and looked away. Talking about it was only increasing his agitation. "Why are you so concerned with what's going on in Felicity's life?" Jay's jaw dropped as he looked back at his sister. "I thought you were her friend." "I am, but that's beside the point. I want to know why you are so caught up in what's going on with her. You said you weren't going to give her another thought. That Quentin could have her." He slumped back in his seat. "You know I didn't mean that. I was just angry at the time. I care about her, okay? I always have. Do you still love her even after she broke your heart? Even when you suspect she would listen to Pappy a second time and marry someone else?" Boy, his sister wasn't holding back any punches today. He had barely been able to admit it to himself, let alone verbalizing it to someone else. What could it possibly hurt to tell Kaylee how he felt? "Even with all that, I never stopped loving Felicity." He looked away and raked his fingers through his hair. "I can't seem to help it. Believe me, I've tried." She leaned forward and patted his arm. "Then there is something I need to tell you."
Vivian came through the back door of the beach house with the mail in her hand. She flipped one bulky package over to examine the back. Felicity noticed her brows drawn together and hoped it wasn't bad news. Then Vivian extended the package toward her. "It's for you. Don't you think it's strange that it has no postmark? And there's no return address either. I wonder who it's from." It seemed even stranger that someone had mailed her something here since she didn't remember giving out her new address yet. Felicity tore open the misshaped envelope and let its contents slide out onto the kitchen counter. The sight of the blue velvet jewelry box heightened her curiosity. She flipped the lid open to reveal a silver necklace with a sea turtle pendant. Jay was always the first to come to mind every time she saw a sea turtle now, but he wouldn't send her jewelry. She had been obsessively painting one after another ever since their scuba diving experience. Other people had seen the paintings. It could be from anyone. Quentin? Hopefully not. Maybe Kaylee. She sold stuff like this in her store. But wouldn't she just hand it to her the next time they saw each other? She turned the box around to Vivian, who took it for a closer examination. It's beautiful. Who's it from? I don't know. Felicity picked up the note that had come with the necklace and unfolded it. Her gaze automatically dropped to the signature at the bottom. Jalen. Was this a farewell, I never want to see you again type of gift? A let's be friends token? Or what? Her heart and mind raced as she started at the beginning of the note. Her hands shook, causing the words to jump. To my sweet Felicity. She sucked in a quick breath. When they were in high school together, this was how he had addressed little notes he would slide into her locker or pass to her in the hallways between classes. I cannot go one more day without letting you know how I feel. I am deeply, hopelessly, eternally in love with you, if possible, even more so now than 18 years ago. Felicity's hand came up to cover her mouth, but not before the sound of her crying out revealed her emotional state. Her gaze swept over the words, trying to read faster without missing anything. Please, put me out of my misery. Tell me you feel the same way. If you say you don't, I will never bring it up again. But just know that I will be in agony for the rest of my life, knowing you'll never be mine. If you do feel the same way, if you still love me too, put on this necklace and meet me at the pier. If I don't see it, or if you don't show by noon, you won't have to say anything. I'll know you are lost to me forever. Jalen. What is it? What's wrong? She looked up to find Vivian staring wide-eyed at her with her hand at her throat. She couldn't speak, so she handed the letter over to her. Vivian snatched the letter up and began reading. Her hand covered her mouth and then she looked up at Felicity. This is wonderful news and so romantic. I don't have to ask what you're going to do. Felicity swiped at the happy tears streaming over her cheeks, but it was of no use. They kept coming. She retrieved the jewelry box and attempted to detach the chain from the insert. Why is this so difficult? The last thing she needed was to break the necklace. She needed to be wearing it. Now. Her hands shook as she tried to open the clasp, making it impossible to achieve. Help. Help me get this on, please. Vivian took the necklace from her and came behind her so she could clasp it in place. Felicity took the opportunity to swipe more tears from her face. The pendant was cool against her skin. She reached up and ran her fingertips over the little turtle, as if to assure herself that it was there in plain view for when she met Jay. Turn around and let me look at you. Vivian combed her fingers through Felicity's hair and then grabbed several tissues from the box on the end table and handed them to her. Felicity pulled the tail of her yellow shirt downward and touched the pendant again. Will he be able to see it? I want him to see it first thing. He'll see it. Do you want to splash a little cold water on your face and maybe add some eyeliner? I need to get to the dock. Jay had seen her without makeup plenty of times. He'll be there when you get there. The man isn't going anywhere after going to this extent. You don't understand. Felicity had already waited a lifetime to be with the man she loved. She needed to be at the pier now. You look fine. Go, just don't break your neck getting there. Are you taking your bike? Felicity called over her shoulder as she ran out the door. No time. She'd have to dig out her key and unlock the chain holding it to the railing where it was kept at the bottom of the stairs. Running would get her there faster. It wasn't that far anyway. Not wanting to ever do anything that might disturb Vivian's renters in the lower half of the duplex, she was usually careful not to step too hard when going up and down the stairs. But this time, her feet pounded against the boards. Turning the corner at the bottom, she took off toward the ocean.
The waiting, the anticipation, he couldn't take one more minute of it. Jay had paced the length of the pier for the last time. He turned at the very end and headed back in the direction of the beach. His steps quickened, his heart keeping time with the pounding of his sneakers against the boards. Not wanting to miss her along the way, he scanned the face of everyone he passed looking for Felicity's. What if she doesn't show? Or worse, she could show up to return the necklace and tell him why he was being rejected for the second time. If that was the case, he didn't want to know, didn't want to see her. It would be too painful. Kaylee had assured him that wouldn't happen. According to her, Felicity had confessed to still being in love with him. His sister's words had been the push he needed to execute this plan, but doubts had crowded in as soon as he slipped that package into the mailbox in front of the beach house. Jay's feet hit the sand and he turned, heading down the shore. His steps slowed as he scanned every person along the beach, praying he didn't pass her by. Labor Day weekend hadn't technically begun yet, but the beachgoers had already tripled since his arrival the day before. I'm going to miss her. Felicity was going to show up at the pier, see that he wasn't there, and think the whole thing was meant to be a cruel joke. Or she might feel relieved. In between scanning the beach for Felicity, he sent glances toward the gray two-story duplex up ahead where she lived. He angled his path in that direction. Once he crossed that line where the wet sand turned dry, it became harder to walk and his steps reduced to a frustrating pace. And then he saw her. Felicity ran out from between her house and the one next to it. His gaze immediately dropped to the necklace she wore. He wasn't close enough to make out the pendant hanging there. It could be the little turtle he'd bought her, or it could be something else. He glanced back up at her face, noting her expression, and his heart settled. She wore the most beautiful smile he had ever seen. It could only mean one thing: she still loved him, wanted to be with him. Jay cupped his hands around his mouth. Felicity. She spun around in a circle looking for the caller, looking for him. As he ran toward her, Jay called her name again, and she finally focused on him. Felicity ran to meet him, launching herself into his arms as soon as they were close enough. Her laughter mingled with his as he spun her around. And then his mouth was on hers, erasing the years between this kiss and their last. Felicity pulled away first and rested her forehead against his, her breath labored. If you keep that up, I'll no longer be able to stand on my own 2 feet. You really know how to weaken a girl's knees. He laughed and pulled her closer. I've got you. I'm not going to let you go. Jay pulled back just far enough to look deeply into her eyes. For the rest of your life. Sounds wonderful to me. Jay rubbed his thumb along her jawline. I'm serious, Felicity. It feels like my life has been on hold ever since we broke up. I'm ready to start our life together. Say you'll marry me. Jay, Felicity bit her lip and looked down at his chest. His stomach revolted. Why is she hesitating? She finally looked up at him and smiled. I'm going to marry you. I just didn't expect you to ask me so soon. I don't even know what brought all this on. What made you finally realize you still loved me, that you wanted to be with me? He exhaled the breath he'd been holding. I've never stopped loving you. I've always wanted to be with you. His mind raced ahead to what he was about to share with her. Even though Kaylee had assured him that Felicity held no feelings for Quentin, would she still feel betrayed? How long have you and Quentin been separated? She tried to pull away but his arms were still around her waist, and he wasn't ready to let go. I tried to tell you before. Quentin and I were never together. Did you know that he and Charity are dating? One eyebrow shot up. No. What does that have to do with us? I happened to see the two of them together in Charleston yesterday. Worried that you might be upset when you found out, I talked to Kaylee about it. That's when she told me that you confessed to still being in love with me. So I took a chance. Felicity interrupted his words with a quick kiss on his lips. She pulled back enough to look at him. I don't care about Quentin. Jay, there has never been anyone else, only you, and there never will be anyone else. Those words earned her another long, slow, knee-weakening kiss. Get a room. The shout from the passerby brought them to their senses. They pulled away from each other and laughed at the same time. But the guy had a point. So when do you want to get married? Jay pulled her close again as she threw her head back and laughed harder. Felicity finally sobered enough to consider his question. Name the time and place, and I'll be there. How about today in Vegas? Jay, she laughed again and bumped the palm of her hand against his shoulder. Be serious. I am being serious. I can fly all of us, me, you, my family, and yours, out there today, and we can get married tonight. They say it's the city that never sleeps, so even if we all get there late, what? Felicity stared at him, her expression blank. That's going to take some getting used to. What is? You having enough money to fly a whole group of people across country on a whim. He tensed. Is that a problem? She ran a hand over his short beard and smiled. Not at all. Now tell me more about this plan of yours to run off to Vegas. Will it involve an Elvis impersonator?
They discussed wedding ideas as Felicity led Jay back to the beach house. Vivian was gone when they got there, so they shared a lounge chair out on the balcony to finish their talk. She had given Jay's Vegas proposal earnest consideration, but in the end, it just didn't feel right. Running off to a town known for its debauchery to elope just wasn't them. Next, he offered her a huge wedding, said he could have it together by the next weekend. Very doubtful. Even a bottomless bank account couldn't buy the plans he mentioned, especially not in that time frame. She began to feel uncomfortable, like he only wanted to rub it into her family that he had turned out better than Pappy's prediction. But truthfully, there was a part of her that wanted the same thing. No doubt, she would always feel the conflict ion between wanting her family to be a part of her life because she loved them and wanting to stay away from their toxicity for her own peace of mind. Jay ran his fingers through her hair. How about this? We have a moderate wedding in Charleston. Our family and friends can all come, but as soon as the ceremony is over, we head out in the yacht. She leaned up from where she rested against his chest and looked over her shoulder at him. When? 2 weeks from now. Vivian and Beau will be getting married then. A growl-like noise sounded in his throat. Okay, it can be the weekend after that. But before this month ends, I want us to be married. Felicity pulled herself from her front pocket and looked at the calendar. How about October 1st? It's on a Saturday. He shook his head and smiled. Woman, you're trying me. That's only 1 day past the end of this month. You can't wait that long. Jay pulled her to him and placed a couple of kisses along her jaw. I will if I have to, but it already feels like I've waited an eternity. She turned and placed a kiss on his lips, which deepened quickly. He pulled away with a sigh. It isn't safe for me to be here with you alone. Felicity laughed and tried to sit up, but she couldn't with his arms still around her. His lips found her earlobe and a shiver ran down her arm. You're right. We don't need to be here alone. You want to go to lunch with me and then go shopping. Shopping? Jay wrapped his hand around her ring finger. 4 rings. I'm sorry I didn't already have one to give you before when I proposed. She touched the sea turtle pendant with her fingertips. You gave me this. Not the same. I want all the Quintons of the world to know you're mine. He pulled her closer, and she let her head rest against his chest. Jay, I have only ever been yours. Felicity squeezed Jalen's hand. Are you ready to do this? He leaned slightly forward to look through the windshield of his Lexus at the little house in front of them. I'm ready, but are you? He turned to look at her. Are you sure you'll be able to go through with it if he says no? The rings had been found. His was being sized, but hers had fit perfectly. Though at this moment, they were nestled in a box in his pocket. The minute he had been about to place the 2-carat diamond on her hand to make their engagement official, she couldn't let him do it. Not without him asking Pappy first. A deep sigh escaped. I told you, this is just a formality. If Pappy says no, I'm still going to marry you. It's just, my family may be ridiculous, but they are my family. They will be in and out of our lives for the rest of our lives. If at all possible, I don't want our marriage to start out with Pappy totally against us. If this meeting doesn't go well, we can be in Vegas tonight. I'm just saying. His smile sent warmth all the way down to her toes. She laughed. Jay, I'm not getting married in Vegas. You can put that out of your mind. Felicity opened her car door to get out, but he wouldn't let go of her hand. I need a kiss for fortification before we enter the lion's den. This isn't going to be that dramatic, but if that's what you need to get you through, I won't be the one to hold you back. She leaned across the console to oblige. He cupped her face with both hands and gently kissed her lips. Whatever tension she felt about this quest melted away with his tender touch. How have I gotten through the last 18 years without your kisses? I don't know, but they're yours for the taking from now on. She could never get tired of hearing these types of endearments from him, but she was ready to get this task over with. This time when she pulled away, he followed her out of the car. Except for the sound of the waves hitting the shore in the distance, the guest house sat quiet as they approached. Felicity tapped on the door a couple of times before entering. She stopped just inside the doorway to orient herself. Charity sat sideways with her feet hanging over the arm of the padded chair. She glanced up from filing her nails but didn't offer a greeting. Harmony sat on the sofa at an angle from her sister. She smiled up at Felicity. Oh, hey, I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't expect to see you here either. Where are the boys? She hadn't moved from the doorway and was keenly aware of Jalen standing behind her. Having her sisters here would probably make this meeting more awkward than it was bound to be anyway. They're with Jean's mother. He had to come to Charleston on business, and I needed a break, so. Felicity had stepped into the house as Harmony began talking. The sight of Jay coming in behind her seemed to put a freeze on the occupants of the room. Both of her sisters stared open-mouthed up at him. Jay, what are you doing here? Harmony glanced at Felicity before settling back on him. What's going on? Felicity saved him from answering. We came to see Pappy. Is he here? Charity finally spoke. He's taking a nap, but he should be up now. I heard him walking around back there right before y'all came in. Her gaze moved back and forth between Felicity and Jay. She was no doubt curious but didn't ask questions. Felicity stepped over to his bedroom door and gently tapped her knuckles against one of the wood panels. At come in, she cracked the door open. Pappy stood at the dresser, slipping his wallet and cigarettes into his pockets. She smiled at him. I brought someone here to see you. I'll be out in a minute. I think it would be better if we talked in here. Without waiting for his response, she looked over her shoulder and motioned for Jay to follow her into the room. Pappy turned to look at her then with eyes stretched wide, but his brow bunched when he saw Jay. As far as she knew, they had not seen each other since Jay left Walden Beach right after the breakup. It had to be a shock seeing him here now. Sir, I came to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Boy, that was to the point. Felicity felt a little shocked herself. She had known this was what they came for but hadn't expected him to spit it out so soon. Pappy remained silent. He stared at Jay like the man had grown an extra head. Is he giving Pappy the stink eye or something? Felicity turned to look at him too. Jay stood with his back straight, his hands clasped behind him, and his gaze unwavering. Even though Pappy wasn't his favorite person, no disrespect shone there. Only determination. Can I speak to my daughter in private first? Jay's jaw tightened as if he were grinding his teeth together. But he gave a curt nod and exited the room. As soon as they were alone, Pappy turned his back to her. He lifted one of the slats in the blinds to peek outside. Dread washed through her. As she waited quietly for him to speak, Felicity reminded herself that no matter what he said, she would still marry Jay. But she had hoped to start their marriage at peace with her family. It seemed a pipe dream, but she wanted healing, for the rift between Pappy and Jay, but also for the one between her and her father. Is this what you want? With everything that is in me, Jay is who I've always wanted. He turned away from the blind but still didn't look at her. Pappy pulled the pack of cigarettes from his pocket and bumped it against his palm. He slipped one out and then replaced it. No doubt, the craving to smoke was strong right now, but he would wait until he was able to escape out on the porch. Good. Felicity wished he would quit, but for now maybe his urgency to smoke would hurry things along. I hear Jaylon Briggs has really made something of himself. Heard he's one of the richest men in Charleston. He finally looked at her. Guess I should have let you marry him back then, huh? Then again, he might not have so many dollars in the bank with a wife to distract him. I don't care about his money. I never did. I love him, Pappy. Just like Mama loved you. He looked down at the cigarette pack still in his hand. You would have to go and bring your mama into it, wouldn't you? I know things would have been different if she had lived. She would have told me what a fool I was being back then, and you'd be long married with a passel of kids by now. I don't blame you. Maybe she had at one time but not anymore. I should have. He turned to look at her. What? Stood up to me. I knew you wouldn't. Not back then, anyway. Though, I have a feeling you will now should I say no. She didn't so much as nod, but he seemed to read the affirmation in her expression. He threw his hand out. Go on. Send him in here so we can get on with it. Stepping back into the living room, Felicity called Jay's name and motioned to the open door behind her. She wanted to offer him a look or slight nod of encouragement but couldn't. Felicity had no idea what Pappy would say to him. Jay squeezed her waist with one hand as he stepped past her and shut the door behind him. She stared at the closed door trying to picture what was going on in there. Her nerves were a jumbled mess. She had been brave in the face of her father, but it was no indication of what would happen next. She turned to look at her sisters. What had Jay told them? Charity seemed to avoid eye contact while Harmony stared. She threw her hands up and spoke in a loud whisper. What is going on? Why is Jay here? Is this about the store? The store? I thought maybe he'd help us buy it back. Felicity sat down beside Harmony. Has Pappy said anything about buying it back? Harmony's shoulders slumped. Well, no, but it makes sense if you ask me. She folded her arms across her chest. I know he regrets selling it to Abe. And it should have gone to one of Pappy's grandsons. Don't you think? Should I be put out over the fact that she thinks this is about the store and not the obvious? Felicity shook her head and looked to Charity for her take on the conversation. She inspected her nails as if the other two weren't there. How long have you and Quentin been dating? Charity's head came up with a jerk. What are you talking about? She had quickly tried to school her features, but Felicity wasn't fooled. Jay said he saw the two of you together. I ran into Quentin downtown. He spoke. That doesn't mean we're dating. Felicity raised one eyebrow. Jay said y'all were kissing. She couldn't care less, but she wasn't about to let Charity buy with this lie. It would be better for everyone concerned if the truth was out there. Who knew, maybe they were meant for each other. Who is Quentin? Would someone please tell me what's going on? You two are always leaving me out. I'm so sick of. Fortunately, the opening of Pappy's bedroom door ended Harmony's tirade. Felicity stood when Jay walked out. She searched his face for some indication of how things had gone between him and Pappy, but his expression was unreadable. He walked right up to her and dropped down on one knee. Her hand flew up to cover her mouth, trying to hold back any sound that would express her elation. He still had to get the words out, and she didn't want to miss hearing every one of them. Felicity and Sutton, I have loved you since the day you smacked me for accidentally getting gum in your hair in second grade. Her hand dropped. She shook her head and smiled at the memory. They hadn't started dating until junior high. She'd had no idea his feelings for her went back that far. You are the only one I have ever loved or ever will. Would you do me the great honor of becoming my wife? Jay sounded so formal, so eloquent, and here she was, already a blubbering mess with tears making fast tracks over her cheeks. Felicity had waited what seemed a lifetime for this, and now it was all she could do to squeak out a yes. He slipped the ring on her finger, and she bent to give him a kiss. With his hands around her waist, he pulled himself up to a standing position, his lips never breaking from hers. He tugged Felicity closer and wrapped his arms around her as he deepened the kiss. It was as if all the pent-up passion he must have felt during their time of separation was being poured over her, giving the sensation of her insides melting as she leaned against him. Her sole focus had been on Jay's proposal, but now sounds from the other occupants of the room registered. Charity's indignant huff. Pappy's chuckle. His footsteps as he finally headed outside for a cigarette. Harmony's magpie chatter about how she had been left out of the fact that they were even dating. It occurred to Felicity just how happy she was to have her family, even with all their flaws, here to witness this moment. With a feather-light touch, Felicity ran her fingertips over the delicate white lace edging just below her collarbone. From there, her hand traveled up to the pearl necklace her mother had given her. She told herself not to cry. Again. As simple as this wedding was going to be, the stress of getting it all together in a couple of weeks' time had caused more than a few tears to fall. Over half were because her mother wouldn't be here for her big day. Lord, I don't know if this is something you allow, but if possible, please give Mama a glimpse of me on this day. Vivian fluffed the chiffon skirt out all around Felicity. She looked her up and down and then their eyes met. You are beautiful. I feel beautiful. Thanks. She patted the back of her head. Did we mess my hair up getting the dress over my head? A stylist had fixed her hair and makeup. She had decided to wear a crown of white roses and baby's breath instead of the traditional veil. Everything is perfect. Felicity turned to look at her sister sitting in a chair next to the wall, hoping she might have something positive to say for a change. Harmony twisted her mouth to one side. You do look beautiful, but I still say you should have gotten a dress like the one I wore. Just imagine how eye-catching it would be with a 5-foot train. If you had only waited. I think it's about time for the wedding to start. Harmony, would you mind sending your father back here? Harmony scowled at Vivian. Aren't you going out to the sanctuary now too? I'll leave after your father gets here. It was obvious by the pout on her face that Harmony didn't appreciate Vivian's interference, but thankfully, she left without saying another word. Vivian placed her hand on Felicity's arm and looked her in the eye. Sorry. But she's just so negative. Now you know why I didn't want to ask her or Charity to be bridesmaids. She and Jay would be the only two standing up front when they said their vows. Yeah, well, I thought you could use a moment's peace before you walk down the aisle. Vivian, I appreciate everything you've done to help me get ready. She waved her hand in front of her. After everything you did to help with my wedding, it's the least I could do. She hugged Felicity lightly, careful not to mar her hair or makeup. I'm so glad we became friends. Me too. Let's get you into the vestibule so I can make sure everything is perfect before I join Beau in the sanctuary. Your father is probably already there. Vivian had been encouraged to call him Pappy like everyone else, but she hadn't yet. A smidgen of worry cropped up when they got to the entrance and he wasn't standing there. Did he change his mind about giving me away? Felicity straightened her spine. If he had, she would just walk down the aisle by herself. Nothing would keep her from joining her life with Jay's. Nothing. Vivian adjusted the bottom of her dress and gave a final inspection before smiling at Felicity. Are you ready? She nodded while trying to bring moisture to her suddenly dry mouth. I'll go see what's keeping your... Oh, here he is. She squeezed Felicity's hand. I'll give you a couple of minutes before I signal the wedding march to start, then I'll open the doors for you to come through. She gave another nod before Vivian slipped through the door. She glanced at Pappy and gasped. The sight of his eyes glassy with tears caused her own to well up. He sniffed and took one of her hands. You look so much like your mother. She would be proud to see you like this. Don't cry, Felicity. Do not cry. She thought of Jalen standing at the front of the church waiting for her and swallowed the lump in her throat. Imagining coming to him with red eyes and smeared makeup helped to hold the tears at bay. She wanted everything to be perfect the first time he saw her in this dress. I wish she was here too, Pappy. I like to think of her smiling down from heaven looking at the two of us standing here. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Then with one nod of his head, Pappy shuffled around to stand beside her and offered his arm. The wedding march began and the doors swung open. This is it. The life you have always dreamed of having with Jay is about to begin.
Jay stared past Vivian to the white double doors at the back of the church. He couldn't wait to get his first look at Felicity. The last couple of weeks had gone by in a whirlwind of activity. There hadn't been enough moments with just the two of them to suit him. But considering how fast things heated up whenever they were alone, that was probably a good thing. After today, any and all restrictions to their relationship would be lifted. But even that wasn't the thing he looked forward to the most. After today, she would be his. His to spend all of his days with, to share his thoughts with, to start a family with. As he pondered their future together, the double doors swung open. His sweet and beautiful bride stepped through. The tension initially showing around her eyes disappeared the minute she looked at him. A huge grin that bespoke great joy broke across Felicity's face, and he felt it mirrored in his very soul. An unanticipated sob escaped as soon as he saw that smile. He pressed his hand against his mouth, trying to hold in his emotions. Get it together. Men aren't supposed to cry. His chest hurt with the effort, but nothing stopped the river of tears from flowing over his cheeks. 18 years of separation hadn't quelled his feelings for this woman who was beautiful inside and out. He loved her more today than ever. And she was about to become all his. He swiped at the tears as she came near, feeling a little ashamed but more in awe of his bride and of what was about to happen than anything else. What was the preacher saying? Oh yeah, the who gives this woman part. Pappy, you had better get this right. Jay let out a breath when he heard Pappy say I do. He hadn't really expected him to say otherwise. If it had been in Pappy's mind to turn Felicity against the idea of marrying Jay, surely he would have done it before now. He could have for all Jay knew, but Felicity hadn't said anything about it. She was standing directly in front of him now. He reached for her hands and realized his were wet from wiping the tears that were still coming. He turned at the tap on his shoulder. The preacher smiled at him and offered a handkerchief. Jay laughed as he dried his face and hands. Could you be any more of a girl right now? It probably wasn't fair to compare himself to a girl considering Felicity was holding up better than he was at the moment. He stuffed the cloth into the pocket of his tuxedo and took her hands in his once again. He managed to get through his wedding vows without any more of his blubbering. Then came the kiss. When he pressed his lips against hers, this time he knew it was different. This one marked the beginning of a lifelong dream coming true.
To hear about future audiobooks by Andrea Boyd, please subscribe below. For more information about Andrea Boyd and her books, visit AndreaBoyd11.com.